So let us start because people will come.
Yeah.
No problem. Good morning, everybody. It's one of the very rare occasions, the dialogue between scientist and Śāstrajñ. And I don't know how far the experiment will be successful, but it is an experimentation, and there will be series of dialogues. So we are dedicated this program to Professor B.B. Sreekantan. His birth centenary this year, 2025, and he first introduced studies of consciousness, not only in NIAS, I think in the country itself. And he was very much interested in interdisciplinary works. So before talking about him, let me request Dr. Nayak, our director, to give welcome address.
Thank you, and good morning to everybody. I'm extremely grateful to all of you to take time and participate in this very important workshop on matter, mind and consciousness. And as Shashir has told, that this is dedicated to Professor Sreekantan. And I think this is very important because in NIAS, Professor Sreekantan, until I was last 7 years, before that when I was seeing, he is always present in all discussions, especially to encourage a lot of young people in all our PhD colloquium. He would be always there. And I also been fortunate to receive a very important advice in various occasions, which is very critical. When Professor Ramanna set up this NIAS, he wanted to have this branch on the consciousness. And I remember what he said, that at that time consciousness was chemistry. And he wanted, there is a lot of physics actually, not chemistry. And I think he requested Professor Sreekantan, who has just superannuated from TIFR, to come here and join. And the rest is the history. I think he built this subject not only for NIAS but as a country as a whole, and made very important contributions apart from setting up this program. But he made a lot of activities, he read books on this with Shashir and many. And overall, I think his contribution for the growth of this subject in the country is legendary. So it's very appropriate that this workshop is dedicated to him. And this, I'm sure that will generate a lot of interest. And I was told that there are more than 300 registered participants online. Many people wanted to come, but we wanted this dialogue to be very intense and within a small group. So we said you can be online, but of course they would be able to participate and listen what all likely to happen. So I compliment Shashir to organize this event, and I'm sure that whatever the outcome of this will go on a long way in understanding this subject. So thank you very much everybody for coming.
Thank you, Dr. Nayak, for encouraging words. And now I request Professor Ramamurthy, ex-director of NIAS, who was closely associated with Professor Sreekantan, and I think has a lot of memories also. So I request him to say something about Professor Sreekantan's life and work.
Thank you, Professor Rai. Well, I joined the DAE system in the 60s, early 60s. At that time, Sreekantan was already a legend in TIFR because he was probably the first Indian student of Homi Bhabha working on cosmic rays. And several new experiments. He has been participating, he has been guiding, and subsequently I have seen him involved in several path-breaking, internationally recognized experiments, like for example the polar gold mine experiments. That was unique at that time, and today there are several such facilities across the world, but at that time it was definitely unique. He was also involved in the facility in Ooty, telescope in Ooty, and subsequently he was involved in the radio telescope in Pune. So this kind of, he has always been one of the leaders of experimental physics in this country. Probably the first generation Indian student. He got his PhD from Bombay University, right? And subsequently, of course, we have been all seeing him from a distance. Mukunda was happy to see him from close quarters, but we always used to see him from a distance. Subsequently, when he joined at NIAS in the early 90s, after his retirement from there, he retired as the director at TIFR, and I used to interact with him both during the Ramanna's time and subsequently also. And he told me at that time that I have done hard science for quite some time, almost my entire lifetime, but the things like consciousness, they are beyond the present day understanding of physics at that time. I don't know about today, but definitely not as far as it was at that time. And he said, I'm going to spend considerable time on this now. So subsequent to his joining NIAS, his interest shifted to consciousness studies, and he has been having early days dialogues of this kind, probably not exactly this kind, but something similar, like-minded people, dialogues between like-minded people. And he started publishing papers and even wrote monographs on this subsequently. And he, in a way, became a sort of torchbearer for this kind of dialogue between hard science and consciousness studies. And I'm very happy that this meeting today is being dedicated in his memory, 100 years of Sreekantan. I must say that almost till his last days, he used to come to NIAS and available for anybody for dialogue, discussions on any subject. That's something which is very, very unusual, because normally if it is not in my area of interest, then I don't want to waste my time on that. He never considered discussions, particularly with youngsters, on subjects of diverse interest, because he said my experience is my credentials, and they come to me because of my experience, and it will be unfair on my part not to share my experience with them. So his door was always open, and anybody can walk in and discuss us any subject and go back. We certainly miss him now, but we will not miss him in our minds. So I'm very happy that today's discussion is being dedicated to him, and 100 years of his after his birth. Thank you very much, Professor Sisir, for doing this.
So, thank you, Professor Ramamurthy. And now Professor Ranganathan is not here, but we have one very senior colleague of us, Professor Mukunda, who was closely associated with Professor Sreekantan. So may I request him to say something about it?
It is a little bit of a surprise. I was not expecting to be asked to say anything.
Yeah, but I think you are capable, you are competent enough.
I hope to say something more technical later.
Okay.
Well, I have the fondest memories and a lot of respect in my thinking of Professor Sreekantan. As Professor Ramamurthy said, he joined the atomic energy family in the 1960s. 64. I joined in 1958.
I know that.
Many years. So, and he said that because I was more close to Sreekantan than he himself was, I would know a lot. Since Ramesh is here, I can say the distance between me and Sreekantan was between the 5th floor and the 10th floor in the apartment building where we all lived. He was a really fantastic person. I heard more about him when he became director of TIFR after Professor Menon left Bombay and went to Delhi for the Electronics Commission and other responsibilities. And the nicest thing I heard for many years thereafter was how accessible Professor Sreekantan was as TIFR director to anyone in TIFR. He would always be available to talk informally in the canteen. He was not always protected in an office. This was the impression I got. He was a very fine person. And then when he moved to Bangalore, we got to know him a little better. For many, many years, we had interactions in the NIAS programs. And he used to live very close to our own house. So for so many years, we would see him, even though he was frail, taking his evening walks in the streets and crosses that we were familiar with. Ramesh will also remember. Sometimes we would wonder, is it safe for him to walk all by himself with all the traffic? It was not as bad as it is today, but it was bad enough. But we used to see him many times in this way. Then for a few years, there were two other streams of work in which he involved me. One was a series of books on by D.P. Chattopadhyaya as a general editor, Indian Science, Philosophy and Civilization, huge monographs. Some of those were edited by Professor Sreekantan and he drew me into that. And coming to consciousness studies, he worked with the Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture in Calcutta to host a series of once in 2 years conferences for 4 or 5 times. I remember attending many of those.
And you also attended.
Yeah, thanks to him. Yeah. So these are the memories I have of him. Of course, on the family side, we have other memories, which I need not mention here. So let me just conclude by saying that it is an honor for me to be a part of today's dialogue because it is to honor him and his memory. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Let me ask one of my very junior colleague, Dr. Nitin Nagaraj, because he also has some memory with Professor Sreekantan in his very early days. So, can you tell me?
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Roy. I think one of the things that I remember is how young was Professor Sreekantan. I'll tell you why I'm saying this. He would tell me, he would meet me often, late 80s, early 90s, and he would say, "Can we order these 2 books for the library? And why don't you read it? And I'll also read it, and then we'll discuss." And it has happened so many times, that I realized that I was very old in that sense. I was frozen in my concepts, but he was always interested in learning new ideas, new books. So this is something that I found very refreshing in Professor Sreekantan. Another memory I have is, I remember once he quoted a verse from the Bhagavad Gita in the context, Then I asked him, "Sir, how do you remember this verse?" And he then slipped out the secret that he remembered all the 700 verses of the Bhagavad Gita, And I mean, he was not boasting. I sort of probed him and asked him, "Sir, how did you learn?" And then he told me how he learned all the 700 verses. He had a teacher who taught him that you start from the 15th chapter, and then it was amazing to listen to him, the process of memory, like how to learn the Bhagavad Gita. And then he was saying it's very good that I learned it in my childhood because now I can just recollect and use it in my reflections. So these are some of the memories that I have, and it was a great honor to even be in his presence, be in his room. As somebody said, I think people said that he was a very accessible person, and there's so many memories, So I think it was a great honor and privilege to be in the same campus as Professor Sreekantan, because every day we discussed something with him and something new would come out, That was always the case with Professor Sreekantan. So Thank you for this opportunity, Professor Sri Roy, and looking forward to the discussions today.
Thank you, Dr. Nitin. Now I request Dr. Binoy, because he also interacted with Professor Sreekantan for many years.
Okay. So thank you, Sister Sir, for this opportunity. So my interaction with Professor Sreekantan started in a different way. I was doing my PhD in animal behavior during 2003. I found an advertisement for PhD position in NIAS, and I got interest with the topic that is consciousness. So I applied with an idea on animal consciousness, understanding animal consciousness. And I got a message by saying that from one professor named V.V. Sreekantan, that you are already doing a good research, you have published already 2-3 papers, continue with that, in future if we get a chance, we can discuss. I also forgot that, but the time has some different plan. I joined NIAS as a postdoctoral fellow, cognitive science postdoctoral fellow, and I started interacting with Professor Sreekantan at the peak counter. He comes very early, I also come very early, and we started discussions about that. So one of the interesting points I found in him was, generally, when somebody comes from a science background, the traditional knowledge, the concept like Maya, philosophy and all that is considered as a part of non-science activities. So I was very curious how a hardcore physicist like Sreekantan, who has established so many new laboratories dedicated for science, is talking about all these things. It was very difficult for me in the initial phase to digest that thing, a physicist talking about philosophy, Indian knowledge system and all that. So I went and talked to him one day. I asked him, sir, don't you think a scientist should talk about this or keep them refrain from this? He said, if you are trying to understand a complex problem like consciousness, you need to learn everything. And he said reality, which is a major topic in both Western science as well as Eastern science, there is a long Indian tradition which explored the complex concept like reality, consciousness and all that. And he gave me an advice also that you should also start reading about this. And he said, on one side, your background is in biology, but always widen the horizon if you want to understand cognition, consciousness and all that. So that discussions continued for a long period until he stopped coming to NIAS. Then he had a complaint, that is, biologists are not giving more emphasis to consciousness, because he believed that if matter, like physicists are trying to understand consciousness in matter, if biology starts from virus to human being, we will be able to understand the consciousness in its full form. And the last point during his last years, he used to discuss again at the counter or at his room was, he was curious, if consciousness is a universal property, what will happen if humans migrate to some other planets? Will they have the same consciousness, or will it keep evolving into totally different direction altogether? So these are some fond memories coming to my mind when I remember Professor Sreekantan, and I'm happy that I got a chance to discuss with other people here, and Professor Roy invited me to take part in this conversation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Binoy. He was director of Parmanu. Yeah. Maybe there is a chair.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. As Professor Ranganathan has not come yet, so let me say something. When I was being superannuated in Indian Statistical Institute, Calcutta, I'm a hardcore physicist that time, and then before that I met him in Ramakrishna Mission Conference. Professor Mukunda was also there, and I was that time young man, so in maybe 2000, and I criticized his lecture. Then even he met me in the reception counter and talked with a lot. But even after criticism, when I wrote him that, can I join NIAS, doing some interdisciplinary thing, he was jumped. He told yes. Then the director was Professor Ramurthy. So they told, okay, we are giving something now, and we'll think later for more, longer period. So I joined, and then we started doing research on, maybe some chairs are needed. Yeah. And we had very intense discussions every day. We spent 3-4 hours together. And we actually, the first dialogue, myself along with Professor Sreekantan, we arranged here in NIAS as a part of international conference. And that dialogue is published in the book jointly with Professor Sreekantan. Maybe the next slide can you help for the next slide? Yeah, we published it, but he could not see this final published version. He was in deathbed. As far as I remember, he was in Ramaya hospital. Ramesh was there. So I showed him the proof of the book, and his voice was choking because of some throat problem. He told very gentle way, Shishir, I am grateful to you for this kind of things. And it is a pity that I could not show him the final version. I was pushing Taylor and Francis that do it because he is in a deathbed. Anyhow, we can cross the time. I mean, it's the time who takes decision in a sense. So then he had another plan. I mean, many of us do not know. He was asking me about the dimension in our traditional Indian thought and dimension in physics. So he had intention to write a book on that. We contacted different people like Shatabdhani Ganesh and other people. They told, no, we don't know much about the concept of dimensions in our traditional thought. But if you could alive for a few more years, maybe we would finish a book on that. Anyhow, I mean, we thought that this is a kind of, the dialogue we arranged in NIAS before, that was not like this. It was like, we had specified some issues, and then we called several traditional scholars from different schools of thought, Yoga, Vedanta, and then there was a discussion. But here we had a different type of plan. So I am really grateful to Professor Sreekantan, Professor Ramamurthy, and NIAS for giving me such an opportunity to pursue this kind of research, even for a hardcore scientist. So thank you all, and hello. Hello. Good morning. Okay. So now we'll have a break, tea break, and then we'll come back after 15 minutes. And before the starting of dialogue, we have few people who will speak. Raghu Anantanarayan, he is from Ritambara Ashram, with whom we are collaborating. And then Mr. Sridhar, who is the agent for funding agency. Without his funding, it won't be possible. So we are really grateful to him. And I will request him to say something why, like a multinational company, he became interested in this kind of things. We are very curious to know. And then after that, we will start our main dialogue. So now we have a break and we'll go. Oh, and we'll also take a photograph. Please come. So we need some more chairs.
Huh?
We need some more chairs.
We will tell him.
Yeah. Okay. So now we are going more and closer towards the dialogue. But before that, I will request Raghu Anantanarayan, who is from Ritambhar Ashram, and it's a joint collaboration of Ritambhar Ashram and NIAS. So I will request Raghu to tell something about this type of collaboration.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sisiji. There must be some serendipity in action here, because when Professor Ramamurthy was talking about Kolar and Ooty, I remembered very fond memories of going there with my uncle, Dr. Narayanan. And Dr. Narayanan used to live one floor away from Dr. Sreekantan. And I have met Dr. Sreekantan when I was very young. Now I know what a bhagyam that was. At that time, it was just walking into his place as a child, a young person, because my uncle would take him across to that to meet him. So also this meeting is something I never dreamt of when we first came and talked to Dr. Nayak about some of the work we were doing in Ritambara, which is broadly looking at the one portion of the Yoga Sutras in detail and in a lot of depth, because I studied with Krishnamacharya, and while most people have taken the Bahiranga Yoga aspects, there are very few who have focused on the psychological transformation aspects. And my teacher, Krishnamacharya's son, Deshikacharya, and I were very interested in this. And so it's been left to me now to take this forward. There are two areas in which we focus on in Ritambara. One is to look at the Yoga Sutras as a central text. And even there, we are only focusing on some 80 sutras, because the rest of it is what is called Parama Antaranga Yoga, which is all the stuff of siddhis and all that. So we focus just on the psychological transformation aspects. And the other thing we rely on very deeply is the Mahabharata, because when Krishnamacharya was teaching, he would illustrate different aspects of the Antaranga Yoga by referring back to the Mahabharata. And also some of my co-students, one of them is a very well-known dancer, and so on. And the entire learning system, I think, in the Indian context is seamless. So I've learned as much about yoga from talking to people who are generally called Tirukuttu people, street performers, and that's the kind of colonized idea we have. And their understanding of Mahabharata is incredibly deep and extremely mundane in a sense, every day. So they will talk to each other. Somebody says something, he'll say, why are you talking like Shakti? And things like that. So they're all people who are part of the everyday reality for them. And one of the things that has happened, which is why we are talking about Indian psychology. Indian psychology, by the way, is a kind of a fledgling movement. It's been fledgling for a long time. This was initiated by Dr. Anand Paranjape, who was involved with Dr. Ramana early in NIAS days, and Dr. Girishwar Mishra. They've been trying to look at how you bring in Indian ideas into mainstream psychology. Unfortunately, mainstream psychology seems to think there is no such thing as Indian psychology. So there is an issue there. And it's quite unfortunate, because anybody who studies psychology knows how many ideas were taken by people like Carl Jung, Freud himself, and so many other people, where they take either from the yoga tradition or from the Buddhist tradition. Even till now, the CBT and all that movement happening, which is initiated by people who are monks in Dalai Lama's order. But very soon, the whole thing gets digested and the origins are forgotten, which is okay. But people in India forgetting the origins and not going back into the roots is something that's really sad. And we're hoping that in NIAS we can sow the seeds of this understanding and re-anchor a study of the psyche which is from our tradition back in our soil. It's unfortunate that it's a difficult thing. It ought not to be. So the attempt is not to get into Eastern versus Western, but where the lenses anchor yourself in a deep understanding of the Indic frames of reference, lenses through which you see, and then look at all of this knowledge from here and in a sense reverse the gaze. In my understanding, it will be a much easier way of dialoguing than if you sat in the lenses that have been defined by the Vienna Circle. It will be much easier to have a dialogue. So that's where we are, and thank you very much, sir.
So thank you, Raghuji. Now I'll request Mr. Sridhar. He is from Hexagon Manufacturing Intelligence, and they provided the fund. Without their fund, probably today's dialogue could not happen. And my interest is that being a multinational company, how they become interested in this kind of endeavor. So, Mr. Sridhar.
Sure. I think, first of all, respected Shailesh sir, Mr. Sir, Ramurthy sir, Mr. Raghu. I really thank Raghu to introduce to this whole concept, and I have a great regard for Raghu for all the things that we do. I'm part of a 4-year project with him. He's really teaching us Yoga Sutras, every Friday, 7:30 to 9:30 p.m. and kind of go through the class. It's a real honor for me to be here amongst all of you distinguished scientists, Indian philosophers, to really have this dialogue between Indian philosophy and the confluence of these two supposedly diverse, but we are seeing how we can actually kind of get this together and explore matter, mind, and consciousness. Science, of course, has unraveled many, many mysteries of this cosmos, but it has also given us some tools for the workings of this whole cosmos. But the whole fundamental thing remains, does it really fully capture the concept of consciousness? I think Indian philosophy, especially Siddha Vidya, offers a complementary lens, I would say, about to look at it very differently. And I'm really looking forward to this dialogue. I'm going to be a learner here because I'm not as expert from scientific community or an expert from the Indian philosophy. I'm really looking forward to a dialogue where I don't believe these two contradict each other. I feel science is always discovering what Indian philosophy has already said thousands of years ago. And the faster we converge this whole thing, the so-called people who really want to believe what science says, they kind of understand that these things have already been spoken about and talked about earlier. I'm really looking forward to this seven sessions of these dialogue, and hopefully we can come up with a good summary of this and publish a book which will really helpful the current generation, because I feel the current generation is really doesn't know what purpose. They seem to be just existing, and every time they're looking at what's in it for me before they do anything. They say, what's in it for me? Why should I do this? That's a constant dialogue, is it? But it's just not you. We are all together. We are all one manifestation of the same energy. If these younger generations really understand these concepts better, the world will be a better place. There will be less drug abuse, less alcohol abuse, because once they understand that, they can have this concept of the so-called, the state of happiness, because they are all already well served. Today, they don't have to worry about their survival. Today, when we are very, very young, we have to really look for our next food, our next meal, or whatever. These guys are all already taken care, and that's one of the reasons why they're taking to alcohol and drugs very early in life, because they just don't know what to do, and they just want to experience the so-called in their own terms of happiness. But once they realize that using these Indian philosophies and Indian techniques, they can actually hit that peak without any external substance, then the world would be a better place. So I hope these dialogues actually help, helping this younger generation to really look at an Indian philosophy, and hopefully science will catch up faster and rediscover what has already been told many, many years ago. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
So, thanks to Mr. Sridhar. Now, let me tell something about dialogue and its protocol. I had some experience of arranging this kind of dialogue in 1st of December, which happened arranged by SGVP, Swaminarayan Trust, in Ahmedabad. So, I told him the basic concept, and he told, I am giving you money, I am giving you freedom, you arrange, and let us see what is the outcome. This was it's a very difficult experiment. So I called some of my colleagues here also, scientists and philosophers, and we have chosen some of the specific issues. Like if I ask you, what is the concept of Parmanu in Vaisheshika? Oh, please come here. Here. Okay. Let them settle down then. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Now we can start. So, and we have the concept of atom in modern science. Modern science means basically European science. It is undeniable that European people, they discovered what we call modern science. But it seems that our ancient thoughts or ancient rishis, they discussed this type of concept in much rigor. So maybe there will be convergence between the two concepts, I don't know. But people might ask me, what's the use of it? Being a hardcore scientist, why am I involved there? It may be part of history of science. I say no, it is more than that, because we have several epistemological issues even in modern science, modern physics, in 20th century physics, since the inception of quantum theory. And other fields also, in biology also. So we need kind of insights if we get it from ancient wisdom, because whenever I speak to my students who are in different IITs or IIAs here, then they say, sir, why do you spend time for this kind of thing? Can you get some new ideas or something new? This is the question. I mean, this is the reality. We cannot deny this kind of things. So here, my plan is we'll raise some of the issues which are discussed both in ancient wisdom as well as modern science, and we need to know kind of thoughts they have and kind of thoughts we have. And protocol is that we have some invited audience as well as some online participants, registered participants maybe around 300, but we won't allow them to ask anything right now. We have allotted 30 minutes time after this session, 12:30 to 1 o'clock, then we can take some of the questions and we can have an interaction. Otherwise, it will be disrupted. My previous experience says so. So, as our all the Śāstrajñ, all the traditional scholars are there, so we should start with matter, because the matter, mind and consciousness. So we need to understand the matter. And I will ask our young scientist, Mrityunjay, to say something about what is the concept of elements, or how they classify or classification scheme, and what the scientists they think. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Roy, for introducing the subject, which is very central to the idea of what is matter. So before I go into what matter the classification of elements is as it stands today, I would like to briefly go over a slight evolution of how it has happened over the years. So if we look at the medieval period, we had somebody by the name of Lavoisier. Lavoisier was the person who found oxygen. He has been regarded as the discoverer of oxygen. And Lavoisier, in the initial part of his work, he had tried to look at classifying the different kinds of elements, the various kinds of forms of matter that he found. I had some slides, but I don't think we can show it right now. Okay. So he had about 33 elements that he spoke of, among which 23 are ones that we actually talk about today, in today's context, as elements, as such. In that, he had various elements such as light. He even regarded light as an element at that point of time. Bismuth, cobalt, copper, various other elements as well. Now, the premise for the periodic classification has been and is that even though all the elements are unique, they have certain kinds of...
what you are talking, the concept of periodic table.
Yeah.
It was discovered many years before, but how the different elements, starting from hydrogen, oxygen, all other elements are classified, that was not known. But one physicist called Pauli, he discovered a principle called Pauli's exclusion principle, by which this classification is possible. Why these elements are arranged in that way. And then it gives like the basis of modern chemistry itself, or modern physics. So our immediate query is that how in Vaisheshika darshan or other traditional wisdom, this kind of classification or categorization of the elements, they did it. And the Drabya and Guna, properties and others, how they thought of it. So maybe I can start with Professor Faridas. You can speak in Sanskrit and Swamiji can translate it into English.
वैशेषिकाः कणाद आरभ्य परमाण्वारम्भवादिनः वेदान्तिनः प्रकृतिपरिणामवादिनः वैशेषिकाः परमाण्वारम्भवादिनः भूतानि सर्वाणि पदार्थानि पांचभौतिकानि तेषु पृथिवी अप् वायुः आकाशः इत्येवं जलम् इत्येते पंचभूतानि तत्र आकाशः नित्यः तस्य सृष्टिर्नास्ति आकाशः कालः नित्यः न सृज्यन्ति चतुर्णां भूतानां पृथिवी अप् तेजो वायु एतेषां मूलरूपं परमाणवः यतः परम् अणुर्नास्ति सः परमाणुः निरवयवः नित्यः अनादिः परमाणुः परमाणुभ्यः चत्वारि भूतानि सृज्यन्ते इति वैशेषिकानां मतम् तत्र परमाणुषु प्रत्येकं भिन्नाः गुणाः सन्ति यथा पार्थिवपरमाणुषु रूपरसगन्धप्रभृतयः जलपरमाणौ गन्धं विना अन्ये गुणाः वायुपरमाणौ रूपगन्धस्पर्शं विना रूपं गन्धं विना स्पर्शादयः गुणाः इत्येवं तादृशगुणविशिष्टाः परमाणवः नित्याः सृष्टिकाले तेषु परमाणुषु क्रिया जायते वैशेषिकसिद्धान्ते क्रिया मूमेंट वैशेषिकसिद्धान्ते क्रियायाः कारणं भवति संयोगः यदि संयोगः क्रियते तर्हि जडं चलति। तदानीं सृष्टिकाले कथं परमाणुषु क्रिया जायते तावत्पर्यन्तं स्तब्धा चतुर्वर्गपरमाणवः पृथिव्यप्तेजो वायुवर्गाः परमाणवः स्तब्धाः। सृष्टिदशायां कालः अस्ति, देशः अस्ति, कर्ता ईश्वरः अस्ति, एते त्रयः नित्याः। ईश्वरस्य इच्छावशात् ईश्वरसंयोगेन ईश्वरः सर्वगतः, इच्छावशात् परमाणुषु क्रिया जायते। द्विषः ओन्ली 2 परमाणुस्, तत्रापि सजातीयाः। एकः पार्थिवपरमाणुः अपरेण पार्थिवपरमाणुना संयुज्यते। एवम् एकजलपरमाणुः अपरेण जलपरमाणुना संयुज्यते। सजातीयाः परमाणवः चतुर्वर्गाः द्विषः संयुज्यन्ते। अयं सृष्टेः आरम्भः।
Okay, so we anyone need translation? Yeah, okay.
So what our Pandit is telling, that we have Parmanu, the concept of atom is accepted in the Vaisheshikas, and according to them there are 4 Anitya Bhutas, Khit, Tap, Tej, Marut, and Bom is Nitya. But each and every, you compliment it, no problem. And each and every bhuta has got specific qualities, just as the earth has got smell, etc., rupa, color, etc. And in air there is special type of quality which is called touch, sparshadaya. And paramanus are nitya. At the time of dissolution, all the paramanus, they remain. They are indestructible. And if at the time of creation, it is not arbitrary. The time of creation, God's desire is essential. So in our Shāstrajñ it is told, Ishwarasya Srikrikha Vashat Paramanushu Kriya Jayate. Srikrikha means Srijan Kortum Ichha. That is in order to create. And that creation for the Vaisheshikos is not arbitrary. It depends on the result of karma of the existing people, whether they will be facilitated for enjoyment of karma or not. As soon as the karma is over, then the destruction also under the intervention of God. That is called jihirsha vashat. Dhansha kortum ichha jihirsha. In order to destroy something, he will have vibhaga. Sanyoga is possible between 2 paramanus due to the existence of desire of combining them. Now the intervention God, now I don't know, physicists will tell 2 paramanus, they are matters. They cannot be combined together. And if for logic's sake you accept that they are combining together automatically, spontaneously or dynamically, then it will go on creating for the longest period of time, leading to no destruction. That's why what Haridas is telling, that Sanjogo, this is possible. Yaro must have Sanjogo, and that Sanjogo, the conjunction, has been created by God. That's why Paramanudaya Sanjogat Danukam Utpattate. Danukam, that binary atoms.
Sir, 1 minute.
Yeah.
परमाणु संयोगेन परमाणुषु क्रिया जायते।
क्रिया जायते।
तेन द्विषः।
हाँ। Paramanu sanjogena paramanushu kriya jayate. That is, action is produced due to the combination of 2 paramanus. And that has been done by In Vaisheshiko, there is God is the creator, God is the impeller of the combining two. But the modern science, what Shishita will tell, I don't know. The shark, there is in Switzerland, there is a problem. How Bhor has come into two Paramanu. It is automatic, then only creation will go on, no destruction. But what our experience tells, the creation is there and destruction is also there. So Paramanushu Kriya, Paramanushu Vibhagapi, Samjogopi, Vibhagapi.
Okay.
So this is his main argument.
Okay.
But before that, Shishida, that I want to tell, the Paramanu, according to NIAS, I don't know, electron, proton, all these problems will come. Paramanu, their simple definition is, it must be avivajya, inseparable, last particle, which is not further separable. Niravayava, having no parts at all. So how can you know that there is a Paramanu? They have taken some examples of inferential syllogism, that in the evening you will see the sunlight is entering into a house, and from the side you will see some dust. That dust are capable of being seen because they are not Paramanu. They are Tranuko, Dranuko like this. So if it is Tranuko, combination of three atoms, there must be some avayava. And last avayava is Paramanu, which can never be divisible at all, avivajyatva. So electron, proton, if you divide Paramanu, then if from NIAS it will be problematic. Then electron, proton will be Paramanu, because it comes under the stage of indivisible.
Okay. Dr. Ashutosh, you like to?
Please. You can take this. Please.
One thing, directly by two Paramanu, not Renuka is created. Because of this Niravayava, only two Paramanus can join, not three, because they have no parts. By two Paramanus, the production of Paramanu is Dvenuka. So there are two dimensions. So by three Dvenukas, this is Dvenuka. If one Dvenuka joins in this part, another Dvenuka joins this part. So Dvenuka has part. So they combine three. Then the Dvenuka produces. It is visible. It is visible. These two are not visible.
Again, four Pranukas can make Chaturuka. So it is geographical, not arithmetical.
Okay.
क्रिया शक्ति परमाणुषु क्रिया शक्ति काल शक्ति उत्पन्ना किल does it from kala shakti does the kriya come up
कार्य सामान्यं प्रति कारण चतुष्टयम् अपेक्षितं कालः देशः कर्ता अदृष्टम् एतत् कार्य सामान्यं प्रति कार्यम्
उपादानम्
उपादान इति शब्दः नैयायिकैः वैशेषिकैः नैव समवायिकारः उपादानस्थाने समवायिकारः इति शब्दः प्रयुज्यते समवायिकारणं द्वेणुकस्य प्रथमपदार्थः द्वेणुकः तस्य समवायिकारणं भवति प्रमाणं देशः कालः नित्यः तथा च कालविशेषे देशे आकाशे
परमाणुः अपि नित्यः
परमाणुरपि नित्यः एवञ्च उपादानं नित्यमस्ति कालः नित्यमस्ति देशः नित्यमस्ति
निमित्तम्
ईश्वरश्च नित्योऽस्ति सृज्य जीवा ये सन्ति तेषाम् अदृष्टः तदानीं परिपक्वम् अदृष्टं परिपक्वं तदानीम् अदृष्टवशात् ईश्वरस्य इच्छावशात् परमाणुषु क्रियायते ते विरलाः सन्ति यदा क्रिया जायते तर्हि संयोगो जायते ततः प्रोडक्शन विल start from that stage.
Okay. Dr. Mukunda,
You can tell about.
To help out.
No, I think it is communicated.
Here, whatever is told that any cardio, an effect in general is caused by upadano, kalo, desho, these are nitya, they are eternal. Upadano karano, they are samavaya karana, so far as upadana is concerned, and nitya karano, kalo, desho, ishvara, adrishta. So, taking consideration the result of karma of an individual being, that is adrishta vasha, and taking consideration of the desire that is existent in God. God creates, start creating the sanjogo between two Parmanu. So the construction or conjoining of two atoms depends on the result of karma done of the individual being who are living at the time, and all these things are taken into account by God. God is the intervening factor.
Yeah. Now, Professor Mukunda, can you tell explicitly that physicist search of the fundamental particles, what is the status of that?
Status.
Can I? I'll just add up one more question to what he said.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Sorry. He wanted to make some
No, I just
comment.
wanted to add one more question to what
Yeah,
Professor said. I just wanted to say that the interesting part is it is the Icha of Ishvara, it is God's will that makes the fundamental particles interact. Can you, probably the physicist could explain, minus
Yeah.
the Icha, there is an
Yeah,
interaction that
how
is
we
possible. That is
think
possible.
of the atom, aggregation of the atom,
Yeah,
aggregation of the
without-
molecules, and
I want to clarify one thing with Professor Roy first. I have put down some thoughts about the nature of the scientific effort and physics in particular in general terms. I think it is useful to keep these ideas in the background in any such discussion. Should I present that, or will that take too much time? Because you have now asked a more specific question.
no, you present that one.
What
That
I
will
have
help.
prepared.
Yeah, that will be background of the whole discussion.
Then I can try to answer what you just
Yeah.
asked in
Yeah.
more detail. So I just want to start by saying that in dialogues like this one, some important time scales should be kept in mind. Ancient wisdom typically comes from about 1,000 or 2,000 years ago, more or less, while in comparison, modern science is much younger than this. It is just about 400 years old. Both are, of course, results of human effort. This is my understanding of the situation. We must also remember another time scale, that as a species, human beings appeared on the scene a few million years ago. So these are important periods of time which one must keep in mind. And our species is a step in biological evolution. Okay. Now I want to mention a few features of science, in particular of physics, which are relevant for such dialogues. Science is the attempt to understand nature by experiment and quantitative measurement. Galileo Galilei, one of the founders of modern science, expressed it in this way: measure what can be measured and make measurable what cannot be measured. So I want to emphasize quantitative measurement and experiment is at the heart of physics and by extension all the sciences. So the idea of a controlled experiment is all important. this leads to a repetitive and cyclic process. An experiment is done, some results are obtained, then there is a proposed explanation for the results, some theoretical understanding. Based on that, some predictions are made, new experiments are done to test the predictions, and so on. This improves your understanding. So this goes on step by step. This idea of controlled experiment was created about few centuries ago, 400, 500, 600 years ago. As far as I know, it was not there in the time of ancient wisdom and its origins. As we have more and more understanding of natural phenomena, with their help, new instruments for measurement can be created. And then what happens is that the accuracy of measurements goes on improving. It goes far beyond what we can see, what we can measure with our unaided senses. Some of the capabilities and sensitivities of instruments used today, it's just truly staggering. Can you imagine that today time is being measured to 10 to the power minus 18 seconds.
We cannot visualize.
Cannot visualize,
No.
but it is being done in the laboratory, right? Attosecond and so on. I want to convey this. Now on the other side, science is a cooperative and collective effort. The importance of communicating your results to others, of the others repeating and checking what you claim you found, correcting the errors, the importance of this exchange, communication, cannot be overemphasized. It is only in this way that in the understanding of nature, a quality of reliability and objectivity can both be arrived at, can both be achieved. So I stress, I repeat, it is a collective effort subject to checking by others, correcting your errors, improving this overall understanding.
Professor Mukunda, at this point I am interrupting. I am asking Swami Narasimhanandaji regarding their methodology.
Sure, please.
And then we can.
Then I continue.
Yeah.
Sure, please.
Namaste, good morning to all of you. As Raghuji was talking about the exercise.
There are two rules.
You're Raghunath. He is Raghu Anantanarayanan. He is also Nath, Ranganath. So as Raghu Anantanarayanji was talking about the exercise of bringing or the attempt to bring Indian psychology. It's a sad thing, as he was saying, that we don't accept that as a discipline even. While people as early as Carl Jung, he wrote a series of papers in Prabuddha Bharata, a journal which was started by Swami Vivekananda, and of which I had the privilege to be an editor of. So, but we ignore that. Similar here, both Nataraju and Professor Ghosh will agree. Similar has been the plight of Bharatiya Darshana or Indian philosophy. But of course it has improved over the past several decades. So one idea which generally is there is that Bharatiya Darshana, the ideas which come there because of statements as in Vaisheshika philosophy, that you need the will of Ishvara. And so, as Bhattji said, so people jump into the conclusion that somehow Bharatiya Darshana Parampara, the tradition of Indian philosophy, lacks rigor. And that is anything but the truth. It's quite distanced from the truth. Because if you take any primer text like the Tarka Sangraha, which is a text both for Nyaya and Vaisheshika philosophies, you will see the extent of methodology. So I am going to highlight 2 or 3 aspects here. First one is the concept of Purva Paksha. Those who have done research in any field know, just before research we do something called literature survey, or we understand what is the extent of research which has been done on that topic till that time, and we explore that, and based on that further research is done, both in the sciences and the humanities. So that is exactly what was done by using this tool of Purva Paksha. So a Siddhantin, that means a person who was positing a particular perspective, would posit the perspectives which have been present regarding say for example creation. So Parmanu, Bhattji was saying how Vaisheshika is concentrating on the origin of everything from Parmanu. Parmanu is the point of origin for Nyaya and Vaisheshika philosophies. So that person will posit all the extent ideas about creation, and in the commentary the commentator will bring those ideas and handle those ideas, give the opposing or what is the perspective of the person who is making the commentary. So it is a very thorough exercise for which you need to know all the perspectives or all research what has been done till that date, and it was done quite rigorously. This Purva Paksha. Purva Paksha means Purva means earlier, but here it means the opponent. That means people who have different perspectives, contrarian perspectives. So that particular way of engaging somehow is not found in the sciences, the modern sciences which Professor Mukundaji was talking about, like about 400 years it has got the life. Somehow we don't find that kind of, we find literature survey, but there is no engagement with, you just present your point and you say this is my finding and such things have been found. But here there is a critical engagement. You say, oh, you are saying that this is what is Parmanu, I am saying this is Parmanu. And so for everything, for example. So there is a critical engagement there. You not only present the ideas which have been found by your previous thinkers, but you engage with them. Mostly it is not in person, but on a thought level that engagement is there. And it is a critical and a very well established tool in Indian philosophical tradition. Then as we were having 2 days, we were having discussions based on Tarka Sangraha, some philosophers and physicists and somebody who is physicist also and philosopher also, Asutosh. We are all sitting and having these discussions, and then we found the thoroughness with which experimentation is done. So again, when Professor Mukunda was speaking, we got this idea that somehow experimental approach is absent in Indian philosophical tradition. No, he did not say that. He did not say that. Sorry, I'm not putting words in your mouth. So, but somehow that kind of experiment using instruments, somehow we don't find evidence of that in the Indian philosophical traditions. If we were to accept that as a, say, a hypothesis. But then we are puzzled or even amazed at the kind of precision certain things are told with. So without having experimental or without having instrumental observation through instruments, how could they arrive at such kind of ideas? The precision about measurements, so the measures which are told, that the distance, even cosmological distance, are put in very precise terms. Like yesterday we were seeing, smell comes, it is told nasagravarti, is it not? Gandha, so the sense organ for smell is at the tip of the nose, or the sense organ for taste is in the front part of the jivha, tongue. So how can somebody arrive at this with certainty without having a experimentation, of course, using some kind of instruments or some kind of process. So the thing of controlled experiments, which Professor Mukunda was talking about, should have definitely been there, because if we go by reverse method, reverse engineering, we find that in the text there is so much precision of data, it cannot be but by control. And then I go to the next tool, something called Anvaya Vyatireka, which is used much in both Nyaya and Vaisheshika. So I have a hypothesis, and to prove this hypothesis, I take things one by one. What are these things? These are things which I find in empirical observation. These are not my flights of imagination, but something which I observe. And then I test one by one those things, whether they fall into my hypothesis. So those which agree or align with my hypothesis, that I keep, and those which do not, that I, that means that, but my hypothesis is not going to be applicable to that observation. So Anvaya means that which is agreeing, Vyatireka means that which is in opposition. So this is a rigorous exercise. It was not, so for example in Vaisheshika, at a very fundamental level, we talk about two things called Samanya and Vishesha. So there is something called generality, and I hate, and particular, I hate translations, but because some understanding also should be there. Generality does not mean Samanya is not only generality, and Vishesha is not just particular, but you get the idea. So we use this to arrive at some kind of a categorization, and the categorization is so thorough. For example, he was telling this very idea of Parmanu. Parmanu has to be the last particle of a particular element, four elements. But space does not have Parmanu. And those Parmanus come together not in the sense of joining, but kind of attaching. It is more geographical, as it was told here. So again there, this Anvaya Vyatireka is an important tool. Then there is this tool of Tarka. Tarka means, ordinarily we translate it as, in common parlance we think it of as argumentation. It is not that.
It is in the sense of reduction ad absurdum.
Yeah.
Scientific term.
Yeah. So you go to all the aspects of an argument and you do it exhaustively. You don't leave any aspect of an argument out. So that every time a person who wants to put a hypothesis or prove a perspective does that. So it is so thorough and so exhaustive. So for an example, I am giving these three techniques of Purva Paksha, Anvaya Vyatireka, and this Tarka to show. And so Nyaya, in fact, 2 days we were discussing, then Binoy, he has this affinity to teaching and also developing pedagogy. So we were talking about how to develop critical tools of learning, which will help in critical analysis or critical inquiry, critical thinking, using Nyaya and Vaisheshika. Because even Shankaracharya, he says that you can or you should use the tools of Nyaya to find out the meaning of what is told in the Upanishads or the Veda. And also Mimamsa tools for Artha Nirnaya, for determining the meaning. So they are very important. And so how can we use these tools to create better research methodology than we have? Because unfortunately we have research methodology, but method part is lacking. It's more probably experimental, but the perspective, and when we are talking about theoretical physics, like yesterday I was talking with Mrityunjay, and he was saying our problem with things like string theory, etc., is that we don't have a empirical basis to accompany them with some elements. Okay, yeah, sorry.
So one thing, sir, the basic of the Vaisheshika Darshana is Kanada Sutra.
Yes.
The Bhashyakara Prashastabhada call him Kanada Munim.
Yes.
Munihi saha vichyate. Yaha dirgha tapobala yogaja dharmam सन्निकर्षविशेषम् आप्तवान् अलौकिकदृष्ट्या परमाणुं दृष्ट्वा तेषां संयोगं पश्यन् इमं सिद्धान्तं प्रणीतवान् परन्तु अग्रे न्यायशास्त्रे कणाददर्शने नवीनसिद्धान्तः नवीनसिद्धान्तः अस्ति एते सर्वे तर्कमाश्रित्य प्रवृत्ताः न दर्शनम् अस्ति दर्शनम् इस् दि फोकस् दीर्घतपसि विद्यमानस्य प्रतिभासते एते सर्वे तर्केण प्रमेयं निर्णयं कुर्वन्ति तथा नवीनतर्के वदन्ति अरे परमाणुरेव मास्तु गणिक एव मास्तु यद्दृश्यते आलोके क्रणुकं स एव अन्त्यावयवः लाघवः इति तर्कमाश्रित्य अन्यथा परिवर्तनं जातं परन्तु कणादः तर्कमाश्रित्य नैव उक्तवान् दर्शनमाश्रित्य
If I can come in, Professor Mukundaji, the one point of departure between the scientists and the philosophers, or maybe there is a convergence you can approach. In philosophical disciplines, through reflection, and I'm speaking about two schools of philosophy, one phenomenology, a European branch, and one Vedanta to which I belong. We agree about a cognitive faculty which has a capacity through reflection. I don't want to use much misused word meditation. Through reflection, it has a cognitive function that we as humans possess. And through reflection, I have a capacity to develop what is so called as intuition. I'm not getting into mysticism, I'm not getting into religion. We avoid spiritualism, we avoid religion, we avoid God while doing darshana. Through reflection, is there such cognitive faculty? That's a fundamental question for Husrev and for Shankara, for a Ramanuja. Do we have such a faculty through reflection that I can understand the nature of things per se? If that is consciousness, for example, validation by experience is the first principle of the philosophers. Verifiability and validation of experience is the basis on which we function. So, speculative, imaginative thinking is ruled out, number one. There I believe we can meet, our ground meets, at least to begin with. From Yajnavalkya of the Brihadaranyaka to Vivekananda of Ramakrishna Mission, if there is a talk on Sachidananda Swarupatva of Chaitanya, that existential nature of consciousness is to be validated by experience. If Yajnavalkya had an understanding of consciousness through experience, that has to be validated by Vivekananda, by Ramana, by etc.
Now
so
we have,
there the meeting ground.
Now we have the following issue. How do we gather knowledge? In science we say, okay, sensory organ is there, but instrumentation is also necessary. But you people say that sensory organ plus experience, there we stuck. What is experience? And we need to know much about that because, say Professor Mukunda will agree that we have instrumentation like seeing big things or very small things. Microscope, electron microscope or large telescope. But how, with the experience, how can we detect that there is a nebula or there is a big galaxy is there? How it is written? Without experimentation, only through experience. So probably we had a problem in understanding. Yeah, okay.
I'd like to, if I might, move from where Mukunda sort of stopped. See, the fundamental point is really not truth at all. It's falsifiability. If you cannot, in principle, he said that, but indirectly.
No, he has not stopped.
No, he hasn't. No, I'm not.
No, let him finish.
Okay.
No, I am just asking.
That's fine. I can stop. You want me to stop?
Maybe Pandurangiji, can you shed light when you say through experience? How can you say that there is a supernova? And it was mentioned in an ancient text.
If please, you have to speak. No, please.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Hare Krishna. So he is asking very difficult questions and we don't know how to answer, but there is a methodology of answering it.
We want to know methodology.
Yes. And as these professors were speaking about the experimentation, some kind of Indian experimentation in determining the quantity or the quality of the elements and all other things, it can be said in the Vaisheshika we find one shloka, Yogachara vibhutyayaha toshayitva maheshwaram chakre vaisheshikam shastram tasmai kanabhuje namaha. It is said that this Kanada Muni, he made Ishvara satisfied with his Yogachara vibhuti, or he pleased Shiva with his tapasya. So he has got some extraordinary capacity to understand the things. Yogachara vibhuti. It may be yoga, it may be achara, but he has got some kind of special vibhuti. Then he made this Vaisheshika Shastra, it is said. So, but Vaisheshika, he said, the one is Parmanu. It is at the end of the chain. There is no more possibility of particles. But whereas many other people, much before the advent of this modern technology and science, they held that this chain is infinite. Chain is infinite. They knew it, but they claimed, okay, for some purpose it is okay that we stop the chain there in the Parmanu. For example, I quote Madhvacharya, Anantamsha yutatvepi yam bruyuhu bhranti darshanat. The Parmanu has got infinite particles in it. You can go and go on if you have capacity to see the different more minute details.
But cannot be breakable.
That is different thing. Whether it is breakable or not, there is a difference of
Professor
opinion.
Mukunda raised a very important question.
Yes.
Measurability. Whether that is major or
yes,
observable.
that I will come.
Yeah.
So there are so many different opinions were there even in the ancient times. So how, whether they measured it actually or not, I don't think they have measured with this physical machines. No physical machines. Their understanding based on their visionary, extraordinary capacity to understand things. That is the basis of all the things. Because even we have seen yogis teletransporting things and telepathy and all other things. We know. Whether they were using the ordinary machines? No, they are not using the ordinary machines for all these things, communications, etc. They did not use the ordinary machines.
Would you like to intervene?
Yeah, so I want to add one point here to make the discussion a little bit more wider. So when you talk about sense making sense of your experience or what you have perceived through your indriyas or sense organs, there is a problem that is sense making is retrospective in nature. And what happened that if, like Shankaracharya himself says, if you see a rock and misperceive it as a snake, the entire contemplation process and the image created and the knowledge created from that contemplation process is going to give you something more. So how this kind of methodologies avoid such kind of errors, and what is the criteria they use to put full stop on one line of thinking like this?
Yes, you have raised, that is also very important question. How these people came to a conclusion that this is the right thing and this is not right thing. It is the intuitive power. It is this power is not based on the logic or seeing things by our external eyes. It is revealed to them. That is the basis. Otherwise,
but
you will
how
not
they
be able
got how they got that number?
Though he got the numbers in his vision whenever Kanada.
And how it is reliable?
It is because of the powers of the Ishvara. Ishvara has got some kind of revelation. It is the same way Ramanujam has got his theorems in his dreams. Ramanujam has written about that Devi was coming into his dreams and revealing the theorems or whatever the mathematical
But
sutra.
that case is very singular. In scientific experiments, we repeat it and we say this is the number. Ramanujam case is very, very singular.
But okay, that is acceptable case. You cannot dismiss.
No, we
it.
don't understand. That you can say.
You can say you will not be able to understand, but you cannot dismiss it because himself he has stated it. That is one thing. And one more thing is what these rishis wanted to do. Whether they wanted to count this innumerable infinite chains of Parmanus and all other things. No, they did not have that much of objectives. It was not their objective to count all the innumerable Parmanus or the infinite particles of the Parmanus. Because the Kanada's objective is very clear. He wants to create Yataha Abhyodaya Nishrayasa Siddhi Saha Dharmaha Athato Dharmam Vyakhyasama. It is for the Dharma, for Dharma purpose he is creating this Shastra. And for the Dharma purpose he wants to understand the Padarthas in very clearly. He wants to understand the different things, the Prithvi, Apu, Tejas, Vayu, Akash, etc. He wants to understand Sadharma, Vaidharma, Jnana, that he wants to get. That is his purpose. So their purpose was very limited. You cannot claim that how he got into all these things and why did not he go into more details. That is also there. So for his purpose, he got that much of revelation from the Ishvara and he wrote this Shastra. And there is one particular instance where his vision is very clear. There is a Padartha called Vishesha in Nyaya Vaisheshika. What is the Vishesha? What is the Vishesha? It is the Vishesha what we study in the Muktavali and Tarka Sangraha, but it is a wrong notion. It is the some kind of distortion of the original view of the Vishesha as seen by Kanada Muni. Kanada Muni says, so many Parmanus are there and so many Muktatmas are there, the liberated souls are there. Souls, they don't have this Muktatmas, the liberated souls, they don't have this body, etc. So how to differentiate each of them? There is Akasha, there is a Dik, and there is Muktatma, and there is Parmanu. How can one differentiate one Parmanu from another Parmanu? That differentiator factor is the Vishesha, and Kanada says this differentiator factor is only visible to the yogis, not for the ordinary people.
So that is possible because
it is what he said. That's my.
So far as the Parmanus are concerned, Tejas Parmanu, Parthiva Parmanu, Biobio Parmanu, they cannot be seen with the normal eye. Only intuitive eye you can say. And the same logic, Swato Vabritto, the term you just considered, the term used by Kanada, Swato Vabritto, that is differentiated automatically, not with the help of reasoning, but with the help of intuition. And for Professor, just 1 minute, Srisiddha, he was telling that immeasurable. The time can be measured through instrument. But in our ancient Shastras, the Kshana and Nimesha, I got. What is called Kshana? In the case of Buddhist, I raise the question. But nobody can give the right answer. But one answer is Nimeshasya Chaturtha Bhava, 1/4 of a twinkle. How can you measure it, sir? Your instrument can measure, but our intuitive instrument Intuition can measure. Progam, Shogam, that terms are there. Pratibha is there. So we can do with this.
Raghuji, yeah.
Just two comments. Okay. One, in the Yoga Sutra, Shana is defined as the time taken between the appearance of one Paramanu and the appearance of the next Paramanu. Now, you'll ask how was it measured, but this is the definition. How they came up with this definition is a wonder. The second thing, we were discussing about it yesterday, in the Vibhuti Pada, there are methods given by which you can get to that state of mind where you can actually see the Paramanu.
Refinement of the instrument.
So I'm the instrument, and it's not intuition, it is Pratyaksha. And this Pratyaksha comes after Anumana. So you start with Agama, which is listening to everybody what they've said. That is kept as provisional. Then you do experimentation for Anumana. Then you develop your instrument for Pratyaksha. When you see Pratyaksha, that's the end.
Okay. Yeah.
That's the yogic point of view.
No, now, Prof. Mukunda has started, I am extending that. That is subjective and objectivity. Correct, because the perceived and imagined reality can be only based upon the information I have.
Correct.
But that may not be connected with the real or objective reality of a Kama. How you manage that gap?
That is through Anumana. So I take in, let's say, what Karaka Muni has said. Then you have that other qualifier that through a yogic process, he has worked on this instrument to be able to see. And in yoga, Agama is not accepted, only Pratyaksha is accepted.
Now, can you define
Right?
Pratyaksha? Can you define Pratyaksha?
Yes, Prati Akshi. And this Aksha is not, this is the instrument of perception. There is a perceptive Shakti. Yeah. So there is a Shakti which is empowering the eye to see. So that Shakti is what is talked about.
इन्द्रियैः यत् न द्रष्टुं शक्यं स्टेथोस्कोप् मध्ये अथवा सूक्ष्मदर्शकमध्ये पश्यति सूक्ष्मदर्शकशक्तिः चक्षुषि आधीयते तैः योगशक्तिः तद्वत् आधीयते पश्यन्तु कणादः यं परमाणुं प्रत्यक्षीकृत्य तद्गुणधर्मान् जगाद तं परमाणुं युक्त्या अन्येभ्यः साधयितुं प्रयतते तस्य इयं बहवः युक्तयः सन्ति तस्य इयं युक्तिः देयर इज ए बॉल एंड देयर इज ए माउंटेन इज बिग्गर देन द बॉल यदि अनन्ताः अवयवाः सन्ति परमाणुरपि सावयवः तर्हि दिस इज स्मॉल दैट इज बिग हाउ अस्यापि अनन्ताः अवयवाः पर्वतस्यापि अनन्ताः अवयवाः परिमाणव्यत्यासे किं बीजम् यदि अन्त्यावयवी कश्चन निरवयवः पदार्थः अङ्गीक्रियते तर्हि कन्दुकम् एककोटिपरमाणुभिः आरब्धं पर्वतः सहस्रकोटिभिः परमाणुभिः आरब्धः इत्येवं परिमाणतारतम्यम् उपपादयितुम् अन्त्यावयवी कश्चन पदार्थः अवश्यम् अङ्गीकर्तव्यः सः परमाणु यैः परमाणुतः बहु तत्र चर्चां कृतवान् निरवयवः कथं स्यात् आकाशः सर्वगतः इति भवद्भिः अङ्गीक्रियते आकाशः परमाणोः अन्तः प्रविशति न वा यदि न प्रविशति तर्हि सर्वगतः कथम् इति चर्चां कृत्वा अन्तः प्रविशति इत्यस्य कोऽर्थः अवयवानाम् अन्तः यदि निरवयवः तर्हि अन्तः प्रविशति इत्यस्य अर्थः एव नास्ति तस्मात् आकाशः सर्वगतः परमाणुः निरवयवः तत्र बहु
let us start the very fundamental issues like when you say Parmanus they combine and by the will of God or Ishvara. But in science we don't think of course in that way because we don't know the definition of Ishvara or God. And here the question comes Parmanu, you say that there may be infinite types of Parmanu. Even in Jain philosophy, I have seen they have reached to very, very small scale of time, which even science did not reach that scale, even beyond Planck scale, that is the smallest scale. But yogi, by their meditation practice or something, they reach there and claim that they can observe that smallest scale. So, how reliable it is? I mean, that's a big issue. Yeah. Okay.
Professor, if I can
Yeah.
step in, I mean,
Yeah.
in between, I mean, I'll again go back to the same question: how do we acquire knowledge?
Yeah.
That's a fundamental question
Yeah.
for the scientist and for the philosopher.
Yeah.
And that's a basic question: how do we acquire knowledge?
Yeah.
I see, as Vedantins would do, it's a Descartes' problem. In Europe, in Cartesian dualism, thinking substance is a localized one, in the sense, Gilbert Ryle, one of the British philosophers, he says it's like a ghost in the machine. If we consider, my perception, last 2 decades of my understanding of a little bit of science and philosophy, I was a BSc Mathematics Physics graduate, attracted by Vedanta, and that's my story. And Ramakrishna Mission is everywhere. The influence. I was a very, to the core, I was a physics student, graduate, and then shifted to Vedanta. The basic understanding is like a Descartesian understanding, a thinking substance, which is consciousness, which is spirit, which is psyche in European philosophy. It is localized, in the sense, particles have locality about them. Localizing property. That is, in space, they are localized. If we consider that, then the talk of a yogic intuition, understanding the nature of padarthas in the universe, becomes redundant. There is the difficulty. But the Vedantins and phenomenologists, they have this, whether appropriate or inappropriate, they have this understanding of entanglement. It's about the oneness of this cosmic consciousness. This is the basic starting point that we start. So we do not take the consciousness, which is a thinking self in me, as a localized entity. It has a non-locality about it.
Let me interrupt.
We
have the similar issues are coming, but we
that's
have
a methodological
very deep issues regarding entanglement in Advaita Vedanta.
So if I may, I have one suggestion maybe to the whole group. Let us perhaps start with one point where everybody agrees, without doubt, and maybe we will develop the discussions from there if that's okay. तत्र अस्माकं सर्वेषाम् अङ्गीकारः भवितुं शक्यते. तत्र एव I think another point is Mrityunjay and the other physicists here also. In terms of physics, can we postulate there is some such thing as an indivisible particle, the ultimate limit of divisibility?
No, that's why I requested Professor Mukunda. He is going to there. He was telling his general framework, and then he is going to specific things. Okay. Yeah, you can go ahead. Yeah. Yeah.
This has been a very informative dialogue, and I go back to your description of putting the physicists here and the philosophers there. Which are the treasury benches? Which are the opposition? I leave it to you. But I regard the responsibility in this dialogue of us physicists as present to everybody what we think are the most important features of our physics for everybody to understand.
Yeah.
And they are unchanging forever. This has been what we have learned in physics. As we understand nature, it keeps on shifting. Maybe this is known to most people, but I want to emphasize it from the physics point of view. So in that sense, it is a complete contrast to the statement that Euclidean geometry is defined by a given set of axioms which will be there for all time. That's the definition of Euclidean geometry. The understanding of nature in physical terms is not of this type. That is very important. The understanding of nature is always provisional, always evolving. Up to now, this is what we know. What the future will bring, we do not yet know. This is, I want to give two major examples which have happened in the last 400 years, which any literate person should appreciate about physics. About 350 years ago, Isaac Newton proposed a picture of absolute space and absolute time. This was a background against which he would describe the motion of material bodies using laws given in mathematical form. We can say that Newton created the language and the grammar at the basis of what we call classical physics. This worked well for about 200 years. Now, these are all very short periods of time from other perspectives, but these are the facts in the case of physics. It is good enough. Newton's language, Newton's concepts are good enough for mechanics at the terrestrial level, mechanics at the celestial level. They are good enough for understanding electricity, magnetism, and many features about light. In 1865, about 200 years after Newton, Maxwell unified electric and magnetic processes. When he did that, it became clear he understood light is an electromagnetic wave. This is a tremendous contraction or unification, one of the landmark events in physics. 40 years later, to understand Maxwell's work better and the experiments which were based on it, the framework of Newton for space and time had to be modified. And that was done by Einstein in 1905 in special relativity. This brought space and time, which in Newton's thinking were separate things, very, very close together. Another 10 years later, Einstein's general relativity was created, and it replaced Euclidean geometry by something non-Euclidean, so-called Riemannian geometry. Euclidean geometry retains its definitions, its axioms, but it became a part of mathematics. It is not what is seen in nature on the very large scale. It has to give way to something. So this is what I mean by shifting of the foundations of physics. The next one was the birth of the quantum theory. It started in 1900, first for light and radiation. Then a little bit later, it was realized one has to use the quantum ideas for the description of matter. It led to the understanding of the periodic table with which we began today. By the time quantum theory came, exactly 100 years ago, quantum mechanics was developed. The entire classical Newtonian framework for physics had to be changed. Of course, it is not a wholesale change. You don't throw out the old. You understand the old ideas, where do they work, where do they fail. And where they fail, you see the path to new understanding. And so, and then it turned out in quantum mechanics, the understanding of light and of matter came very close together, something which had not been achieved in the classical framework. So this transition, the first I've told you, the transition of our understanding of space and time in two stages. The transition from quantum to classical to quantum ideas involves changes in the very language of physics. And as a physicist, it is our responsibility to convey this to
Professor Mukund,
yeah.
there is a tricky issue. Let me ask them.
Sure, please.
Yeah. So when you say Donu or Tonu, I mean aggregation of Parmanu, so you can build up a larger objects according to Vaisheshika Darshan. Is it not? And at a certain stage, it is measurable or not? Yeah.
Parantu, Paramanu Rapi can be measurable. Anutva, Sasvatva. Two parimanas are there. So Parimandalyam The Dvenuka Parimana and Paramanu Parimana are called Parimandalyam. So there is some measure is there.
Yeah, why I am asking, because what Professor Mukunda is telling, quantum domain and classical domain of reality, if somebody in the lab, because we do all the time lab experiments, and if I say that, say, atom in our concept or molecule, they behave like in a quantum way, but how many molecules or how many atoms aggregated so that you can reach to the macroscopic scale, everyday object. And that question is still debatable. I mean, this is a question of scale also, whether that kind of concept is there in Boisesika too, concept of scale, like length scale, bigger object or smaller object.
So, if there is a combination of Parmanu, it makes a binary.
Yeah.
And then two binary makes a triadic compound.
Yeah.
And three compound triadic makes a chaturod. In this way, gross object has come into being. And each and everything has larger, though in the Dhanuka level it is not conceivable. But logically you can say there is double the size of Parmanu, not Parimandal law in the true sense.
But no concept of scale.
Yes, it is there that the quantity is increased.
Okay.
Pariman is not the same. Otherwise, we cannot tell it is Chaturana.
But you don't have concept of threshold. Say you cross it, then you will go to the say macroscopic object or classical object. What you say?
Yeah.
You don't have that kind of thing.
No, I don't think so. Haridas ji, there is some.
The threshold means what is the line for which when we cross that line of magnitude or scale, it will become perceptible.
Yes.
So that is threshold. Is there
Tatra koschit upayo vidyate nava jasmin khani bhavata tasya parimanam sammak rupena gyayate. Parimanam gyatam sammak rupena gyatam.
परिमाणस्य कुत्र सीमा अस्ति किं तदनन्तरं
प्रत्यक्ष यज्ञो भवति तत्पूर्वकं प्रत्यक्षं न सम्भवति. Dhanuka
is cannot be visible. The product of Paramanu is Dhanuka. It is also not visible.
Okay.
Because Mahatva is Pratyaksha Karana. Yogin can only Divya Drishti, they can see the Paramanu and Dhanuka. For common man, there must be Mahatva. Mahatva means this like a formation or something. So in Paramanu and Dhanuka, there is not Mahatva. Anutva is there. So there is Parimana, there is a quantum scale. It is not cannot be visible by these Mamsala Drishti.
But at what scale it be visible or perceptible?
By the Trenuka you can visible, because Trenuka there is Mahatva. How can it produce Mahatva? The Karana of, the Upadana Karana of Trenuka is Dhanuka. There is no Mahatva. The production of Trenuka can be have Mahatva. How can it comes?
onwards.
How can it comes? The Kanada explains that Sankhya is Mahatvarambhaka. See the threads of the cloth. There is Mahatva. The Mahatva will produce in the cloth. So Mahatvat Mahatvam Jayate. Like in here, the Dhanuka there is Anutva. In Trenuka there is Mahatva. How the Mahatva is produced? The Sankhya. In the Dhanuka there are 6 Paramanus. So by 6 number the Mahatva is produced in Trenuka. So it can be visible but not Dhanuka or Paramanu.
Mahatva means greater dimension.
Yeah.
Not the particular dimension atomic, but greater than atomic.
Okay. Yeah.
In terms of Mahatva, I mean, can we define Mahatva more clearly? Because in physics, we have different kinds of apparatus, right? I mean, calorimetry, there is magnetometry, there is weak interactions, right? So each of them have specific kind of apparatus, and only with them that you can detect the presence of the particular particle. Like, I mean, for instance, if there's a weak interaction, like a neutrino, right? In many of the experiments, it will not even show up, right? You will not know about it.
No, they say that by the wheel of the cord that is sure, they combine.
No, but
So
even
we are
conditions-
not considering any core shot like that.
Now here the scale is at 6 Parmanu.
Yeah.
Will lead to Mahatva.
Okay.
6 Parmanu.
Okay.
So the question is at the Trenuka level, is it Indriya Pratyaksha at Trenuka level or your
Indriya.
which means Trenukas are visible to the Indriyas?
Yeah. So that is 6 Parmanu.
Okay, now is there
onwards.
is there a example for it? What is a Trenuka? One example for some Trenuka can it be given? The dust particles that are seen in the sun rays, suspended dust particles, that is an example of Prithvi Trenuka. Tiniest dust particle visible in sun rays, that is an example for Trenuka.
From the side, if you look, the sound is coming through the window. You can see the particles are floating there. They are visible. Therefore, they are having Trenuka vibe.
Which
so
means
it must have some smaller particles, which is what.
Which means from Dvenuka to Trenuka there is a huge scale difference.
Yeah, and
you said 6. No, from physics, going from dust particles.
The scale is clear. Paramanu is 1. Okay.
No. I'm saying scale in terms of physics.
Yeah, so in Trenuka, if we are saying it's visible, right? I mean,
it's
we're
huge.
talking about Parmanu, which is not visible. There is a lot of the scale, if you go by it,
Mahatva after all.
right? I mean, there is a lot.
No,
of
that's why they are telling 6 Parmanu, that is visible.
Okay.
If they come together.
पश्यन्तु
Yeah.
द्वेणुकं कुतो न दृश्यते द्वेणुकवत् द्वेणुकं कुतो न दृश्यते परमाणुभ्याम् आरब्धं द्वेणुकम् अत्र द्वित्वसङ्ख्या अस्ति द्वित्वसङ्ख्यया महत्त्वं नोत्पद्यते महत्त्वं त्रेधा उत्पद्यते अवयवमहत्त्वेन अवयविनि महत्त्वं प्रचयेन महत्त्वं यथा तूलादौ एतावदेव तूलमस्ति प्रचयेन महत्त्वं संख्यया महत्त्वं तत्र संख्या द्वित्व अन्य संख्या त्रित्वादि संख्या महत्त्वम् आरब्धम् एवञ्च परमाणु द्वित्वमस्ति ताभ्याम् आरब्धं त्रणुकं तत्र महत्त्वं नोत्पद्यते अत्र षट् परमाणवः सन्ति त्रणुके षट्त्वसंख्यया त्रणुके महत्त्वम् उत्पद्यते.
So the scale is clear. It is from the 6 and it is regarding all Paramanus. All Paramanus are, no Paramanu is visible and no Dvanuka is visible. But all Tranukas onwards are visible. So when you are talking about scale, it is not like we say atom and then the scale differ. Here it is clear that all Tranuka onwards. That means whenever there is a group of 6 Paramanus onwards, it is visible.
इतः परम् अत्र प्रश्नः परमाणुभिरेव त्रणुकम् आरभ्यते षड्भिः परमाणु मध्ये द्वेणुकं किमर्थम्?
Yeah, but one big issue is there still unresolved, a disagreement, like how they combine.
ईश्वरेच्छया क्रिया जायते.
Yeah, that we
like
need to
this,
understand more.
Pradaya Pranama Parmanus like this, different. When Kriya is produced, they move. They combine 1 and 2.
Kriya Shakti.
Kriya movement.
अत्र समवायस्य
क्रिया न भवति. प्रलयकाले निष्क्रिया परमाणवः तिष्ठन्ति. Stand and sit. यदा भगवदिच्छा जायते तदानीं तेषु स्पन्दनं जायते. ततः एकः परमाणुः अपरेण सजातीयेन संयुज्यते. तत्र द्वयोः परमाणोरेव संयोगः साध्यः. It is possible only 2 Parmanus because they have no parts. From this side, 2 or 3 or 6 Paramanus cannot be joined. So when the Trenuka is produced, there is chance there are 2 sides. Trenuka. By 2 Paramanus Trenuka is produced, there are 2 dimensions. So here one Trenuka attached, here Trenuka attached, here 2 Paramanus, here 2 Paramanus, here 2 Paramanus. 6 Paramanus, then they produce 10.
So one basic issue, like as I understand, Konado was trying to explain the physical world in his Vaisheshika Darshan. So when he was trying to explain the characteristics or properties of the physical entities, how he introduced the concept of desire?
Because the Paramanu, they are matter, and matter, they don't have any creativity automatically without the intervention of any conscious being. That conscious being is not possible. Ashmadidana, Ashmadinam na sambhavati. It's not possible to conjoin two atoms, the conscious being like us, because we have limited power and limited capacity. That's why they have no other alternative than to accept an entity, conscious principle, whose power is unlimited. And that's why one of the proof for the existence of God is that Shittam Puradikam Kurtrijannam Karjatvad Bhatava. And they told Khiti and Onkur. Onkuro, it is called Dhanuka. Khiti means the whole world. Starting from Dhanuko to the whole world, this is the matter of creation. And it has been done by a conscious being who can handle the Paramanu. It is so small, so minute, that normal people cannot handle, cannot conjoin.
No, there is a interesting paper. Okay,
Sir,
I
sir,
finish.
Your question is that Ishwarasya ichha ya paramanushu katham kriya jayate. Ishwaraha nityaha, Ishwara ichhapi nitya. परंतु यदा प्रलयकालः आसीत् सः समाप्तिमेति सृष्टिकाल संपन्ने कालवशात् ईश्वरः सृजामि I can produce the world इच्छां करोति. पश्यतु तस्य उदाहरणम् एवं ददाति. अयम् इदं शरीरं जडम्, अत्र क्रिया जायते. कथं? यदि चेतनः भोक्ष्यामि इति इच्छां कुरुते तदानीं जडे क्रिया जायते. तद्वत् ईश्वरः सृजामि इति यदा इच्छां करोति तदानीम् ईश्वरः सर्वत्र वर्तते, परमाणुष्वपि वर्तते. यदा सृजामि इति इच्छां करोति तदानीं परमाणुषु क्रिया जायते. यथा शरीरे आत्मे श्रूयतां सजातीय परमाणुरेव कुतः इति भवतां प्रश्नः. ओके. the पृथिवी अपु तेजो वायु येषां सर्वेषां परमाणवः सन्ति. पृथिवी परमाणुः जलपरमाणुर्न भवति. the nature is different from one and another. So sajatiya means one prithvi paramanu touches with other prithvi paramanu, but not jala paramanu. There is sanyoga. Sriram, there is sanyoga. Prithvi paramanu can touch the jala paramanu, but not produce the dhanuka. Not produce the dhanuka. कार्यकारी न भवति. सजातीय परमाणुषु यदा क्रिया जायते क्रियया संयोगो जायते. क्रिया ही संयोगस्य कारणम्. अत्र क्रिया जाता, अत्र संयोगो जाता. एवं परमाणवः निश्चलाः सन्ति. ईश्वरेच्छया क्रिया जाता. सजातीय परमाणवः नाम जलपरमाणुः अपरेण जलपरमाणुना संयुज्यते. तेजःपरमाणुः अपरेण तेजःपरमाणुना संयुज्यते. एवं चतुर्वर्गाः परमाणवः सजातीयैरेव परमाणुभिः संयुज्य कार्यम् आरभते, द्विणुकम् आरभते.
Any more information about how they recognize? What is the criteria they use for recognizing each other?
No, they are not recognizing. Yes, Shyatam. यदि सजातीय संयुज्यते ऑटोमेटिकली धनुका प्रोड्यूस. यदि विजातीय संयुज्यते there is no effect also. There is no ichha. That is nature of Parmanu.
Outpole and not pole. You cannot make.
No, here there is one very famous paper by internationally famous biologist J.B.H. Holden. In 1932, the first issue of British Journal of Philosophy of Science, he wrote a paper, and he asked the following question, that hydrogen and oxygen, they combine each other. So, can you say that they have a consciousness so that they combine and mix water? So, this kind of propensity, whether also there in Sajati Parmanu.
No, Charvakos also told this thing.
Okay.
If you put lime, if you put betel, if you put palm, what
Yeah.
is called, then it will create a new thing which is color. And color is taken, is metaphorized as consciousness. They don't have any consciousness in the usual sense. Here, all are material object, matters. But combining together, they can produce a new thing. But in Vaisheshika, this is not accepted.
Vaisheshika darshana.
Charvako can
Shruti, Atmanaha Akasha Sambhutaha. Akashat Vayuhu. Vayo Ragni. Agre Rapaha. Adhyapati.
So there is order.
Explain this Shruti. Vayoho Apaha. Vayoho Agni. Vayoho Apaha. भवद्भिः उक्तं H2O.
Yeah.
तत्र परमाणुभिर्नैव जायते. वायुः वायुपरमाणुभिर्जातः, जलं जलपरमाणुभिर्जातं, परन्तु वायौ जलं जातं. तत्र जलं निमित्तं न तु उपादानं. For the cloth, the thread is upadana. The who is making this cloth, that is nimitta karana, weaver.
Instrument.
Instrument. So, Vayu is nimitta and Jala is naimittika, production. For the Jala, the Upadana is material cause, is Jala Paramanu. One.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we can't be able to finish even one issue.
Vaisheshika's Abhipagama is there. Which that is not in the cause, it not be appear in the effect.
Okay, you tell. Yeah.
I was just wondering, this may be a very nice question, but the Jala and Vayu and various others, they have the Samavaya when they are together, and the others have Sanyoga. You mentioned that they just come. But in chemistry, in physics also, we know that in different phases, in different states of matter, things do kind of come together and actually create new things as well in reactions, for instance, and many other such instances. So maybe the comparison is naive, this comparison of the tattva with the, the states of matter, but that does not quite follow this, because in that, even when you have different states of matter, phases of matter, even then they can come together to create certain things which are new, which are not just a combination, but qualitatively they are new kind of entities in themselves. So how do we reconcile that within this framework?
No, Professor Ghosh was telling that new things is coming out after.
Okay.
No, here it happens
That
at
is to the Charvakos,
Okay.
non-believers of
Right.
Vedic state.
No, here also in Vaisheshika, it happens not at the Parmanu level,
Right.
but from Dhvanuka level.
No.
There can be cross
Two difference of opinion.
Right.
Vaisheshika and Nayayika. They accept the Paka. Paka means Agni Sanyoga. When the heat is created, in the same Paramanu, the Paramanu of the Trina is the same. The Paramanu of the Dugdha, milk, is the same. The Paramanu of the Dahi and ghee and other, the same Paramanu. But the Guna Dharma, the taste and other things are different from one and other. The Trina's taste is other than Dugdha, milk. How can it is possible? Vaisheshika says, when the heat created in the Paramanu, the Purva Rupa, Rasa and qualities are destroyed. The new Rupa Rasas are produced. Then the Dugdha becomes. So, Vilakshana Padarthaha, Parthivaha Kevala, Jeleva, Tejasiva, Vayava, Pakaha, Nangi Kriyate. Parthiva Padarthaha, ये परमाणवः तृणमुत्पादयन्ति ते एव परमाणवः दुग्धम् उत्पादयन्ति सीमितैः परमाणुभिः भिन्नाः पदार्थाः उत्पद्यन्ते कथं पाकेन उत्पद्यन्ते स च पाकः परमाणुः जायते इति वैशेषिकानां सिद्धान्तः नैयायिकाः अवयविनि एव पाकं मन्यन्ते ततो अन्यः विभागः
complete what I think this may appeal to Siddhartha also. I mentioned about shifting foundations at the basis of our physical understanding. They change in time. I talked already about how our understanding of space and time and geometry underwent major changes 100 years ago roughly. The other most important example is the transition from classical physics to quantum physics, which is also this year the birth centenary of quantum mechanics. And this is especially at the microscopic level, at the level of atoms, molecules, and so on. The most important message I would like others to take from this discussion is this. You cannot imagine that every physical property of a system has a numerical value at every time. Physical properties have features which cannot be described by numbers. This is a basic consequence. This is one of the founding steps in quantum mechanics. So our mathematical language has to be expanded to take account of this fact. Some of the new ideas that come in because of this are, the technical names are non-commutativity, superposition of states, entanglement. It is a term which is used in a very suggestive, descriptive, qualitative way. In quantum mechanics, entanglement is a precisely defined mathematical concept, and when it is used in a loose way, certainly I feel a little bit uncomfortable. So, because of this fact that physical properties are no longer numbers in essence, this makes it impossible to create pictures in your mind, mental images of what is going on in microscopic processes. The mathematics of quantum mechanics helps you to compute, to calculate, to do experiments, but it does not allow you to make a mental picture. This is something which may come as a surprise to some of you. Because of this lack of ability to picture, we rely more and more on mathematical laws. Here I just want to make a statement which I hope my colleagues will agree with. The level of subtlety that we have needed in quantum mechanics has never before been encountered in physics. The level of subtlety. This I want to emphasize. Even after 100 years, quantum mechanics is 100 years old this year. To many of us physicists, it remains a wonder, a surprise. How did Heisenberg, Dirac, and Schrödinger create this theory? Where did the ideas come from? It is so non-intuitive, but it was needed to explain experimental results. At the atomic level, in spectroscopy, and since then in elementary particle physics, whole of chemistry is based on quantum ideas. So I want to communicate the transition from classical to quantum physics is one of these shifting foundations, a revolution within physics. So I will stop at this point and say only that there are 2-3 things which I could emphasize more things. We didn't talk about the Pauli principle except that you mentioned it. We didn't talk much about the periodic table. I want to say from the philosophical point of view, in my view, the most important things to remember out of 400 years of physics are the reliance of the experimental method. That, as we have seen, is there in ancient philosophy also. The use of mathematics to describe the laws of physics. It is a mathematics which is constantly changing. It is not fixed once and for all. At each stage, as you go to higher and higher energies, new kinds of mathematical ideas become necessary to express the laws of physics to express our understanding. And the shifting foundations, I have given you two examples. The nature of geometry of space and time and how they are put together. This transition from classical to quantum, which makes it very abstract.
Yeah,
so
Professor
these are the
Kunda,
examples, and I stop at this
No,
point.
let me interrupt. And
Yeah.
this is your, what he is saying that new type of mathematics, we need it for new paradigm. And we don't know, before before using that, before trying to explain that, it is found that those type of mathematics are already constructed. And so mathematics is just like, it's a new debate, maybe in some other context. Mathematics is just like law of nature, or it's a creation of human mind.
You want my answer?
Yeah.
A safe bet would be to say, like ordinary language, mathematics is a language created by human beings for improving the precision of expression and for deriving the consequences of a statement more rigorously. It helps in that. So I would say conservatively, mathematics is a refinement of everyday language, but it has very special features. It allows for precision and it allows for conceptual rigor. You can wonder, is there mathematics already in nature? That's an open-ended question. I don't want to go into that. A safe bet would be to say it is a human creation, just like ordinary language, but with some very special features.
Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah. Anyone like to make it? Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going into what the Vishwakarma. Yeah, I'm just relating what the Vishwakarma said. Yeah. According to the Vishwakarma, mathematics is equal to God. They don't accept God as God. All the padimams, all the forms they make, they claim are mathematical forms, and every one of them has a specific math behind it. So if you go away from those ratios and proportions, the energy that you access through it is different. So this is one of the statements they make. The second statement they make is you can start seeing after 8, it's called 8 Servadu, that the Parmanus and all that, you can start having some sense of what it is after 8 of them join. And 8 8s, like for example in time, they say 8 8 is one blink of time. And so many of that is one tala, and they take it into that. They have a parallel for form and shape. And they claim that it's all geometric. They claim that 2 is not stable, only a triangle is stable. Lines are not stable, only triangles are stable. And then the other critical thing they say is that in Yoga Drishti, you discover mathematics. That it's there underlying, and you discover it at different levels of your mental capability.
Different levels of? To discover it at different levels of, that's crucial. Mathematics exists, quote unquote.
It exists and you discover
And discover it, you add it at different levels of what?
Of mental capability.
Okay.
That you need a yogic depth
now,
of mind before you can discover it. And then it's exactly like what they said about Kannada. Except that here they're saying that what they see is the mathematical reality, and we guys have been given this tradition to convert it into form. So they have a tala. For every padimam they have a tala. From Ganapati Stapati, and how they make the idols and what they think, why they have a space of a certain kind, of a certain dimension, and so on. And the absolute center of any of these is space. Except for Shivalinga, nothing else is kept in that center because it represents space, it doesn't represent matter.
Okay. Just to,
I'm reminded of my old physics professors, Ramanathan and Punanandan. What startled me, as a young physics student, and then changing into Vedanta, I have immense respect for the physicists, for the scientists, and the way they conduct their research with the help of external experiments. They have extreme regard for that, and take it at that. I mean, added to it the mathematical accuracy, and that was the beginning point of a Russell, for a Husserl, and that's how the philosophers, they were all mathematicians. They were trained PhDs at Stanford and Harvard. They were all mathematics professors before they jumped into philosophy. But what further boggles me, my imagination, what challenges my imagination is, as Vedanta posits questions on the very availability of matter itself. We study matter, we study the laws of matter, the mechanics of it, and then the change into quantum physics. With all my ignorance about the quantum physics area, don't expect that I know anything about it. But the way they challenge that there is matter at all, that is more challenging. And for them, there is nothing called matter. There is nothing which we understand in terms of matter, and that what all exists is sheer consciousness.
Yeah.
It is consciousness alone.
No,
that challenges me more
Yeah.
than the arguments of it. And then,
I have one point here, that in Vedanta there is Vyavaharika Satta and then Pratibhashika and Paramarthika Satta. In Vyavaharika Satta, if we see Vedanta Paribhasha, for example, it accepts matter precisely. In fact, matter is accepted moksha pariyanta. Until there is that supreme enlightenment, we do accept matter, and 5 indriyas and then 5 classes of indriya vishayas of matter, etc., etc. So in this sense, Vedanta after all is Veda. It is not distinct from Veda, and the purpose of the Veda is that nothing in the cosmos can go unexplained from the Veda. Otherwise it does not stand. So in this sense, in the transactional reality, in Vyavahara, we must accept matter because we do have to start from there. So in this sense, when we started from, I'll take an example, the Parmanu that we started with, we say Shabda Gunakam Akasham. So even in the definition of each Parmanu has to be very precise and also pervasive. There cannot be an instance which violates any of these definitions. So, in fact, yesterday and day before...
No, what I think his point was that even for a quantum physicist, if we go deeper and deeper, means with higher and higher energy, then what you say particles, whether we can say this is in the ordinary sense, it is a matter, or like, quanta of the fields, whether that kind of debate is there. But okay, if you like to say anything, we can close it, this issue. Yeah.
One line, Sri Aurobindo has combined this both things. He is also commentator of Vedanta.
Yeah.
He told Satchit Ananda, this is the upper hemisphere, and lower hemisphere there is matter, mind and light.
Yeah.
And all are corresponding. You can from the first hemisphere you can come to the second one. From second to. So there is evolution and involution, both. And according to him, Sat element of matter, this represent Sat element of Satchidananda. Again mind, matter mind. Mind is Chit element of Satchidananda. And also life is Ananda element. So there is no watertight compartment between two worlds, materialistic world and the spirit. And life divine begins with this materialist denial and refusal of the ascetics. But there is no controversy.
Yeah, I think that we should have a debate even what is matter in physics and what is matter in philosophy. Yeah, you like to say something?
Yes. One thing that Vedanta perspective should not be brought here. I'm very much clear because Vedanta perspective is very clear that there is nothing else than the Brahman. Everything is illusion. The illusion may be temporary or maybe to some extent illusion. So if you talk about the illusion, no need of any discussion. So
Post lunch, we will take it up.
no, certainly.
We will answer.
Okay. Okay. We will discuss it later, and we are going to, because of the shortage of time, we are going to the next issue.
The one more issue is, while we speak about the Parmanus and as per the Vaisheshika, we should also see different opinions of other authors about the Parmanus. For example, the Srimad Bhagavata speaks about the different types of Parmanus and which speaks about the innumerable particles of the Parmanus. And so, the Kannada has made a classification that was the need for him only.
Yeah, sure.
It may not be the actual reality.
No, so even it seems to me.
That is one very important
No,
thing.
it seems to me.
It is framework for him.
No, it seems to me we should arrange even a few days debate on this
Yes,
issue.
certainly.
Not it's 1 hour, 2 hours.
Yes,
So
certainly.
let us close this issue now. We are going to the next issue if we can. Yeah.
So before closing, would you like to just say what is the any contentious issues here where we are not agreeing? Because I agree with the point that here we are looking for some sort of convergence. And the sponsor also wishes to have this to the younger generation that we have come across a beautiful
No. The big issue is that the combination of two Parmanus with the desire of Ishvara.
Okay.
That is disagreement. We don't understand, not disagreement.
Fine.
We don't understand
Okay.
what is Ishvara and what is desire.
I will just try to look at it from a very different. I think the question was about how can we, when does it become pratyaksha and when does it become visible or something which our senses can agree. See, as a neuroscientist, neurologist, every day I see people who have some defect in perception or understanding, making sense, or people who are able to see things which are not there, hear things which are not there. So every day I see all these kind of things. So the very important point which was raised here is that at a particular point of time, the ordinary people can see, but the less than ordinary people can see things which are not there as well. So here comes the biggest issue that we already know. We know about people who have those extraordinary abilities. For the simple experiments, for simple things, I'll tell you. Einstein's thought experiment of traveling at the speed of thinking about actually things growing bigger at the speed of light happened in his dream. The helical structure of the DNA was when it was revealed by the Crick of Watson and Crick that he was on LSD, lysergic acid diethylamide, which is basically a hallucinogenic drug, when he actually imagined the structure in somewhere out of the blue. So many scientific discoveries have actually come out of this sort of an imagination. So between theoretical and experimental physics also there is a gap. Gravitational lensing was predicted by Einstein when Einstein was alive, but Einstein was not alive when it was found later on that lensing existed. So this gap between experimenting and theory, there has always been a gap. And when you talk about scientific instruments to see that, now with a microscope or with a telescope, you are able to see. Now how much you can, so the scientific experiment has been able to make it more and more refined. But can the human brain itself can see all these things? Theoretically, yes. Because each organ has got a frequency with which you can actually perceive touch, etc. If you are able to increase the frequency, you are able to see different things. We can only see 3 colors and combinations because of only 3 photoreceptors, blue, green and red in our eyes. Even a simple small insect has got 12 or different photoreceptors. We can never imagine the kind of colors that they will be able to see that we are not able to see. So from a very humanistic perspective, we are limited by many of these senses. But people who have been able to go beyond those have been able to get it. So they have also been researchers. So here the question again about Parmanu, the least indivisible. Is it atom, is it muon, or is it boson, or is it any of those particles, the standard atom particle physics model which has been created by bombardment in the accelerator at CERN? The question is whether it is created artificially or is it we are talking about an atom. This particular indivisible thing has been visualized, but that particular thing can only combine in 2 or 3 different ways and create particular thing. Now the another important point is the measurability instrument is either something which man-made where the normal mortal can also see it, or someone who has reached that particular level. So Einstein's brain had certain extra areas in the parietal lobe which is very important for this geographical, spatial and imaginative capacities which other brains do not have, which is why only few people, not everybody is a yogi, not everybody is an Einstein. However, we need instruments for the common man to be shown yet that there is an atom here. We have come to that particular, there is an electron here. So we need instruments. But without the instruments also it is possible to see. So there is no contention there. Coming to the will of God, it's a very interesting thing. So according to the Vedanta, there is only Brahman. There is absolute thing. Everything is an illusion.
No, they are talking about Vaisheshika. Let us...
Okay, even Vaisheshika also, if we look at it from that particular point of view also. If we just imagine, we know now in quantum is becoming less and less material. So it is just a decoherence of the wave function.
No, we need to discuss this needs a lot of things, what is matter, what is material. Let us keep it for the next dialogue because we need to go to other issues. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay, because the whole day it won't be finished and day after day you have to sit together and discuss it. Okay, sure.
Just one comment
on
your question on where did we and why is the desire of God in the question on describing reality as it exists.
Yeah.
So just a suggestion to think through, is it because the questions asked are different? One, the question that probably the science is asking is what exists, that we can explain. Whereas perhaps what the philosophers are asking is what happens, because the Kriya question is coming from how things are happening. So it's a question of bhavati and not asti. And therefore you have to necessarily talk about the activity and the change that happens. And there perhaps is a notion for consciousness or desire of God, etc. are probably coming in as a way to think through. Just
Okay, thank you. Okay, let us close this theme. And next theme, there is one interesting issue called non-locality and interconnectedness. People talk about a lot and there are a lot of YouTubes, you can find it. So let me request Mrityunjay to tell about what we mean the non-locality and interconnectedness in quantum physics.
So as Dr. Mukunda said, we had a revolution at the beginning of the 20th century with the quantum world, and there were a number of debates between Einstein and Bohr from 1927 to 1935. And the point that they were trying to tussle with was whether the world is deterministic or it is probabilistic, fundamentally speaking. As in, what does that mean? That if it is deterministic, then given certain axiomatic premises and certain rules or laws, as we call it, there is a definite way in which we can understand the trajectory of particles or where the particle states will be at some point in time.
I'll just translate this. One adrishta, the concept of adrishta, that their Ishvara is not necessary. From adrishta itself, everybody.
No, you don't go into that. Let him do from the physics point of view.
It's determinism, right? Determinism is you can determine basically the way in which a particle or a system rather will evolve over time, right? And the other point of view is the probabilistic model, which is basically what Sir was saying, that there is no specific value of various kinds of properties before you measure it per se, right? So in 1935, Einstein and two of his colleagues came forward with this paper, the EPR paradox, where they tried to show that two particles, which when they are generated from a certain source, there is a certain correlation of the properties even as they are moved apart, let's say, right? So if you, in principle, there's a very exaggerated model which says that you take the particles to different galaxies, right? And there is a correlation that exists. And if you measure the particle property of one particle, let's say, right, there is a one-to-one correspondence, and you can know uniquely what the property of the other particle in the other galaxy will be. right? So, but however, there is a very important point here. This is not classical correlation, as in the state of the system is not predetermined. It is not existing. It is not known before that measurement has actually taken place, right? So there is still a superposition aspect to that. But once it is measured, there is a one-to-one correspondence, right? And which is what people often say in popular science talks, that there is a a communication of sorts. There is a way that they are connected in that sense, right? Sorry.
Give an example.
So, for instance, if you were to have, let's say, colors of balls, this is obviously not true. This is colors are not quantum systems, right, or quantum variables. But if you were to measure the color of one ball in some galaxy, let's say, then you can uniquely determine what the color of the other ball would be without having access to it at all, right? So you don't have access to it at all. So that has led to a lot of different areas of computation where this property, this correlative property, this entanglement as it is called, has been utilized for information purposes. So this is how non-locality, entanglement is just one subset. There are other ways of non-classical correlations like discord, various others as well. But so that is how you can have, in principle, a way of connecting at least the properties of different particles and determining this one-to-one correspondence, which is a unique correlation which exists in the quantum.
So, okay, let me try to explain it so that we might have a communication from our philosopher's friend. He was speaking about a connectedness, and connectedness between the two entities in the same jati, same category, not Shajati, not between one electron and one proton, but between two electrons or two protons. So within the same category, this kind of connectedness happened. Yeah. And we heard that in Advaita Vedanta or in even Buddhist philosophy, Pratitya Samutpada or like that, they also talked about connectedness. So what they mean by this connectedness? And what we mean connectedness, he was trying to explain.
Connectedness between two particles or two matters, in which sense connectedness?
Connectedness means if you measure the property of one, attributes of one entity, then you can say what will be the property or attributes of the other entities, as if they are connected. And it's a kind of, it will be kind of acausal connections, not that information coming from here going there.
Yeah.
So from Vedantic perspective or from Buddhist perspective, yeah.
Connection is everywhere.
Okay.
The Akasha connected everyone with everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Here the question is, connection means, it means sanyoga. This is sanyoga. Some sanyoga produces something. Some sanyoga stand and stay, cannot produce.
Let me interrupt. One more thing we forgot to tell you, that we have two concepts here in terms of the connectivity: preparation of the state and then the connectivity. We need to prepare of the state of the same category, and then we can show that how they are connected. So these are two things. Whether those kind of preparation of the state, Nataraju was trying to explain in one of the recent papers from Buddhist perspective, preparation of the state and
Karyonmukhatvam ityuchyate. Preparation of the state is karya unmukha. To produce something, it is ready to produce something.
Yeah.
So this stage is called kriya. So kriyato vibhagaha, vibhagata purva sanyoga nashaha, tataha uttara sanyoga. So every sanyoga follows these steps. So first step is kriya, that is karyonmukhatva. It is produced by the ichcha of Paramatma.
Yeah, we say that this kind of preparation also kind of measurement. In our language, Dr. Mukunda, it is preparation of the state is a kind of measurement. Prior to. Yeah. So.
But you were speaking about the connectivity in the Vedanta.
Yeah.
What kind of Vedanta and where it is, whether you have any specific references to the connection or something. Because that connection is different than what
Sanyoga.
was. It is not Sanyoga. It is some kind of swabhavika, natural correlation it is like I can give example of two twins. Even if twins are separated at the birth, they may have some kinds of common properties. That
No,
That's what.
No, that's not true. We don't say that because they are in the same category, they have this kind of connectivity.
Same category.
No, because it is the same, only for the same category, this kind of things is found.
Just I gave an example.
Within the same.
Except I understood what you are saying.
Yeah, Dr. Roy, what you are basically, from this perspective, you ask a particular type of Parmanu. For example, you said there are different types of Parmanu.
No, same jati.
Same jati.
Jati.
Same jati Parmanu, can it be connected to another is the question at a very subtle level.
Yeah.
Gross level, you can say, like, for example, one atom of one particular species will connect to another, one neuron will be connecting to another at the gross level. But at the subtlemost level,
No, even in the gross level, we have found it non-local correlation. The gross level.
Yeah, gross level. So
Yes.
at the particle level, you are talking about.
Gross level means particle is in the gross level.
Yeah.
So we don't have a concept like subtle and gross.
Yeah, so here, since we are talking about Parmanu as the smallest structure, which
Not
is
even Parmanu. What they say about interconnectedness in Advaita Vedanta.
No, Advaita Vedanta, that is what sir was telling. Advaita Vedanta is not talking about connectedness because in Advaita there is no Dvaita for connection. There is only one substance.
There is only one thing.
Only one thing.
There cannot be any connection.
Correct.
So I don't think because of my understanding of Advaita Vedanta and reading all the texts, there is no such kind of interconnectivity in the Advaita Vedanta.
Unless you are bringing in Dvaita, which is a totally different thing, a non-dualistic monotheism, which is another branch.
Actually, emerging, right? And something which is more fundamental.
As far as the Advaita Vedanta is concerned, through non-connectedness is the view. Vedotrayo nisheda. Sajatiyo ved, bijatiyo ved, and sagato ved. So, brikkhasya sagato vedo, patra pushpa phaladidi, brikshantarad bijatiyo, and bijatiyo shat shiladi. In a tree there are branches, flowers, these are Shagata Ved, internal Ved, distinction, connectedness. Again, one tree is different from another, there is also difference. It is Sajatiyo. And a tree is different from a piece of stone, Vijatiyo Shat Shiladito. So the main function of Advaita in the transcendental level is to remove all this type of distinction. Only Aveda. Aveda means difference from Veda. So if you connect, then there are two things at least.
Yeah.
Otherwise, how can there be a connection? But Vedanta will not accept. Actually, there are two. Actually, there is one. This is their metaphysical presupposition. But Bodha and others will tell.
Yeah.
There is a difference.
So a middle path somebody took as a Dvaita Dvaita.
They can tell.
Where the coin is said you have two sides, but it's still one coin.
Yeah. They can tell. Sagato Veda is accepted.
The Buddhist doctrine also say like this kind of interconnectedness.
Yeah. And so Dadash Nidan or Pratitta Samutpad, this is a causal theory. Each and every step is connected with one. From Tanha to Nirvana, they are all interconnected. You cannot jump from Tanha to Nirvana. You have to go through certain stages. Mm-hmm. So interconnectivity is in the Buddhist theory of causality. In fact, there is no same thing because they believe in Kshanabhangavad, momentariness. So if each and everything is different, they are extreme differential opinion as opposite to the Advaita.
Yeah, okay.
Please. One lady will ask.
Okay.
So ladies should be given preference.
Okay. Yeah.
Please
speak.
Please stand up, please.
Please stand up, we cannot see you.
Thank you. if Advait says that there is only one thing, so is there any possibility of intra-connections, that is the connections within?
That is in the phenomenal level. There are three types of world order. One is phenomenal in the type of lokok-vyavahar, day-to-day communication. There is duality. There is no question. But this is not ultimately real. You can cross this limit and go to the transcendental level. At the time, everything. But Buddhist also will tell like this. There are two types of truth. One is Sambriti Sattva, another is Paramarthika Sattva. So Sambriti Sattva, each and everything is different. So far as Paramarthika Sattva, that the object will be there without any concept. Concept can mislead you. So no language, no mental construction is allowed in the field of transcendental reality, Paramarthika Sattva.
If I can reframe the question. Sorry. I want to reframe the question because the language of a Sureshwaracharya, of Mandana Mishra, Shankara, the question is different for them. This is not the question. The question that they start with is, how come individuation and separation is achieved? That's a question, not oneness. The question is altogether a reversal of what we are asking. The question Sureshwaracharya asks is, what is this individuating principle that has separated all the entities of the Nama Rupa, the names and forms? We see our common sense understanding of our cognition is of a plurality and difference. And all our science is based on that plurality only. There is an external world out there. There are external objects out there which are distinct from me. It's a basic assumption that we have. But the question there is, it's not about connectedness or oneness. Their question is how the individuation is achieved out of the existence of one conscious entity. That's a beginning question.
So this point is actually a base for my question, which I stopped in between. That is, in the philosophical system, you are saying that least divisible particle or least divisible level of the matter is Kana, correct?
No, I mean, sorry to interrupt. That's a Vaisheshika position, which is not a Vedanta position. For Vedanta, there is the least divisible particle. Atoms won't make the cosmos.
So
the cosmos is made by a conscious entity, not atoms.
Yeah.
So the very basic is different.
Yeah. So then the question is, like in physics, like Prof. Murtha said, they have further divided atom into particles. So is it okay if you are comparing atom with kanas, or we should consider at different level, like molecule or above that, for doing this kind of comparison? Otherwise, you will be comparing up with all.
No. This is a big debate, and we should. It won't be finished. Okay. Professor Nataraj, you go ahead with that. Individuation is also a very important issue in this context.
I was thinking about a post-lunch session.
Post-lunch?
I believe lunch is not illusory. Salary and lunch are not.
At the same time, if somebody asks why this whole thing, if everything was dualistic from a mind's reductionist perspective, then how did this, first of all, this concept of the Advaita evolve? I can tell you from a neuroscientific perspective that there are transcendental states where humans have told during that particular time they could not find a duality in their experience. So obviously there has to be an experiential thing for somebody to even think about this concept where there is no duality.
You are explaining very interesting concept. Please explain that when they see no duality, then they are okay.
For that, if I want to create a correlate with matter, then I can say there are some brain states where some connectivities, there are default mode networks and things, which are keeping things in such a way that we are stable to function in the world. So that if we are able to function, we have to find this is a glass, we have to use it as a drink. But that is for the functionality as a human being. But beyond that particular level of functionality, when these networks are changed, when this neurochemistry changes, there have been these states of oneness experience in different conditions. One is normal, what we call as quote unquote under a Gaussian curve. We'll say that a normal human being is experiencing by yogic pathways, or again Gaussian curve where abnormal schizophrenic patients will also be experiencing these. Then we'll say it's in the sickness pathway. Again, understanding that sickness and normalcy are all human inventions. But these experiences where they have said that there is nothing, only one, is also an experience.
I'll give an example of a Jivan Mukta's. I'll give an example of what you asked. Where oneness and how oneness, and also for what you asked. Now, the example is like this, that if there are several objects made of mud, there's an idol, there's a pot. So I use the pot for taking water, and let's say there's a plate. I use the mud plate for eating food. But the idea is, I know that all of these objects are made of mud. Though I know that the pot is made of mud and the plate is made of mud, I use the pot for something and I use the plate for something else. But using the pot for this and using the plate for that does not contradict my knowledge that both are mrit only. The plate and the pot are only forms of this thing. So when we say that Advaita means oneness, it is not saying that there is no Vyavahara, because Jivan Muktas who teach us about Advaita, they have Vyavahara. But the only thing is for them, every entity in the cosmos is nothing but Ananda. That is Advaita.
No, okay. But that is what Dr. Ghosh said. When you bring in a mental allegory, that itself is bringing one level down, where even the mind is a construct which will come under Dvaita only.
Okay. Now we have a protocol that we will take questions from the registered participant, because we are ahead of time, and even the invited audience here, if they have a question. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so Namaste, my name is Vinay Kulkarni. See, going to what you were talking about, two things. One is through various yogic meditative process, we have actually experienced a state where you lose your normal sense of what you are and only feeling of being just light. You can't. It takes a long time to actually come back and locate your physical organs and everything. You're in that, and it is repeatedly achieved. The second thing is went through something called cosmic surgery, in the sense where we could actually diagnose a person by actually measuring their subtle body and measuring chakra, and exactly identify what was the issue. And in one case, we actually got infected. I just wanted to, where we could actually measure for different people, what is going on with their Muladhara, for example, and with the accuracy, and actually 100 people could be trained over a period of time. So when we're talking about enhancing the perception to do the measurement, so I've actually gone and done this and experienced it. And so I can say that from an experience perspective, it is definitely possible. And also in the chakric system, when the consciousness comes to the Agnya Chakra level, that is when we say Ardhanarishvara, the intuition awakens. And even Aurobindo says that in the normal state, the mind, whatever it perceives not, it cannot perceive reality at all. And from a neuroscience thing I've read, that the brain is not a actual measuring instrument.
No, these are very important questions, but we'll take it in the end of the next session, because this session is mainly devoted to matter and their properties, etc. We are not considering the role of consciousness here. So, any other questions from? Yeah.
Brahmachari Abhinam from Ramkrishna by the Vaisheshika definition, it seems like it is very sustainable. Meaning, they're talking about sparsha, which is incompatible with the way physics works, right? I mean, the way anus and all these things are defined, it calls for human experience. What is Sparsha when there is no man, right? When there is no human. But the way physics works, the way atoms and molecules and elements are defined, it's completely objective. And there was a question on experimentation and observation and cosmological measurements. And he also talked about time scales. So Aryabhatta, and by the time of Aryabhatta and onwards, we had equipment to measure. And there is in this institute itself, there was a Professor Rotam Narasimhan who gave a nice talk on Indian systems of thought and knowledge. And he shows that Aryabhatta, and he quotes from Aryabhatiya, that, I mean, for sure it's an archaeological question. We had instrumentations, we had observatories, we had all those things. But that was probably not present when Shrutis were composed. And also there is units of measurement that are mentioned in Shrutis. We don't exactly know how it translates to meters. We don't know how it translates to seconds. So we should also consider these points when we are talking about these things. So from the very fundamental level itself, that was in my mind, that when they were quoting the definitions of what makes, from Parmanu onwards, it was very subjective.
There is an objective and a subjective.
Right.
No, maybe we'll ask our scholar in Vaisheshika.
Not understood the question.
So somebody can
You point out the question, please.
My point of question.
Not everything about anus and Parmanus is subjective. About Gandha and others are subjective.
We pursue what there is, we pursue that. The nature of Parmanus are Gandha. So it produces Gandha Sahita Avaya.
Again, so that Gandha is a very human experience.
But it is universal, right?
No, Gandha is
here is the pen. Pen is there. Then I pursue the pen. So this is the fact. This is the
back me up, please. But Gandhatva is not a property of matter. It's not a property.
No.
Of
Let you tell me the modern story. Previously, people thought that how we get the smell from the external object. The theory was that if a chemical molecule comes and fits a receptor of the nose, we get smell. But now theory changed. What is the change? They found that two molecules which are identical, but they give rise to different smell. Okay, so how can you explain that?
So once more.
No. Just listen to my story.
Once more about what you said, please. Now theory has changed.
No. The conventional thinking was that.
Now that I understood, but
Now the question is, there are two identical molecules which fits the same receptor in the nose, but we get different smells. So it is not lock and key concept. It fits the lock and open it. No. So how do you explain it? Explanation is as follows. They found that in the receptors there are hydrogen bonding, there are ionic bonding, and ionic bonds, they vibrate quantum mechanically. So for even identical shape, they give us to different type of vibration. That's why we are getting different type of smell. This is coming in quantum biology. It's a new frontier.
परंतु वैशेषिक सिद्धांते परमाणुषु ये गुणाः ते नित्याः, always there. परंतु अनुभवं प्रति नैव विषयाः. We can't feel them. When the Tranuka stage reaches, we can feel.
Okay.
So in Paramanus, Jala or Tejas, any quality of Paramanus, they have their own natures. Rupa, Rasa, Gandha, Sparsha, the qualities of that Paramanu is Nitya, as that like Paramanu. Paramanu also Nitya, the quality of Paramanu also the Nitya.
Yatra Prithvi Paramanu Durgandha, Sugandha, Vayoha, Bhavitamaki. Good, two different types of smell.
Parantu Prathivyam idamasti. Kaschana Paramanu Gandhayukta, Saha Sugandhi Syat. Pakena, Tejas Sanyogena, Gandha, केमिकल् चेञ्ज् इति भवन्तः वदन्ति विज्ञाने गन्धः पूर्वः गन्धः नश्यति दुर्गन्धः नश्यति सुगन्धः उत्पद्यते तृणपरमाणुषु ये गुणाः रूप रस गन्ध स्पर्शाः अन्यादृशाः भवन्ति दुग्धपरमाणुषु गन्धः विभिन्नः रूपं विभिन्नं तत् कथं जातं परमाणुः गुणं विना नैव तिष्ठति तत्र पाकेन गुणव्यत्यासः भवति तावदेव एतदपि पृथिवीपरमाणुः एव जलेषु नास्ति
So physics is completely incompatible. Say that certain elements have certain properties of gandhas, sparsha.
No. First thing we don't know. We know the definition of Parmanu, what they give, and what we have in physics. We need to clarification from that.
That is from where, that is where we should start.
I will tell from physics. See, physics is the property, and neuroscience is the experience, right? So physics, there is molecules, there is a property, there is a nature. How it is experienced is where all the receptors and things. But it is not happening at the receptor. It is happening at the level of the understanding whether what is called as the area where is it. Suppose that area is damaged, you cannot smell it. So that doesn't mean that doesn't have a property. This was a simple question.
This whole thing by subjective.
No, it's not subjective.
So it's a hard problem of consciousness. Hard problem of consciousness. Subjectivity, I have a problem there. Because suppose there is a sulfuric acid. It has a smell. Whether I experience that smell or not. And we do in chemistry have that as one of the properties of sulfuric acid. We do study it in school.
No, it's a if a tree falls in the forest and nobody is there to get it.
No, that's a different question.
Chemistry you have studied that. I am Visheshna Siddhantah. Prameyam sarvah padarthah prameyam. Prameyam can be recognized. यदि केनापि न गृहीतं तर्हि नास्ति वैकल् तर्हि परमाणुषु गन्धः इदं केन गृहीतं योगिभिः गृह्यते ईश्वरेण गृह्यते अज्ञायमानं किमपि न तिष्ठति परन्तु ज्ञानमन्यत् वस्तु अस्ति
Okay.
And also, yesterday we were seeing when we were discussing Tarka Sangraha, you see how this has been arrived. How did we arrive at Gandhavati Prithvi? How did we arrive at Prithvi being Gandha? It is by Anvaya Vyatireka, by elimination, a rigorous process of taking Gandha. Why is it a defining characteristic? Because all other characteristics are found in other things also. It is only Gandha which is not found elsewhere, only in Prithvi. But again I revert back to my original thing. You are saying that having some properties is not objective, is subjective, is questionable because then our physics, chemistry, what we studied is wrong.
See, your definition of what is subjective and objective, you have to question that. You've taken it for granted. One definition about subjectivity, you ask them to answer things from your definition of subjectivity. Again and again is not acceptable. See, just because I experience it,
Instrument can also experience it and tell you what's the vibration. How is it subjective? Therefore, we have to agree that the brain is some kind of a calculator or some such thing.
No.
So it goes into a completely different field of what is subjective and what is objective.
We need a little bit more clarity because only when something reaches to
critical level,
then it is perceivable, correct?
Yes.
Then at the Anu level itself, how you can get the Gandha? It's only for Yogi Prataksha or only for...
No. Without Gandha in the Janaka, cannot be Gandha in the Tranaka. Because see, Pratyaksham Prati, Mahatvam Karan. Vastu Pratyaksham Vina, Guna Pratyaksham Na Bhavati. Vastu Pratyakshe Mahatvam Karan. Paramanu Dvinake Mahatvam Nasti. Trinake Mahatvam Asti. Yada Trinukam Grihyate, Tatrate Gunaha Grihyate. Atra Dvinukam Va Paramanurva Na Grihyate, Tatrate Gunaha Na Grihyate.
So what he's saying is perceptibility is because of scale. Mahatvam is scale. So only when it comes to the scale of Trinuka, it is perceptible. Before that, it is not perceptible. But gunas are there. They are not perceptible. And the logic is, if the Buddha was not there in Dvaduka, how can it come in Tranuka? It is there in Dvaduka, and also going back, it is there in Parmanu, and that is why it is coming in Tranuka.
So how you define emergence? So sorry,
That question will come later on.
I have a more basic question to science people, more basic, very fundamental. Has the understanding of science changed in the quantum mechanics? That science is all about objectivity, objective science. Has it changed? Because you were speaking about periods in science. Has quantum, because the observer's introduction in double slit experiment, and I just wanted to draw. Because his question has a basic assumption that science means objective study. That's a basic assumption. And I wanted to raise a basic assumption. Is there a change?
Again, we will have a very days-long, weeks-long discussion about the split theory and all
I'm
things.
not interested in the split.
Whether there is observer
I'm not
or
interested.
not.
I have no knowledge about it. My only question was, is there a change in the understanding that in science, is science all about objective knowledge? What is the role of a subjective element in an experiment? That's a basic.
Our stand is still there, the objective knowledge. With double slit experiment, you cannot say that because there is, I mean, we can explain it even without human intervention. Instrument can register what is happening. For that, you don't need to introduce psyche or mind.
So is there no element of subjectivity?
Yeah, we think so.
What I want to mean, measurement part.
Yeah.
You have given emphasis that in physics there is a measurement.
Yeah.
Instrumental. We have also measurement.
Yeah.
The word comes from the root ma. Ma means to measure, from which Parmanu has come. We have intellectual measurement, visionary measurement, and you might have some instrumental measurement.
No, that's why.
Ultimately, through instrument, you are convincing yourself. So subjectivity cannot be ruled out.
No.
Because it is your knowledge, you own that, your knowledge claim is yours.
But my knowledge.
You don't use the human factor.
Yeah.
That's the point. So when you are talking about wave function collapse, right, I mean, there has been this idea that it's because of human consciousness. But now we are going towards various other theories like decoherence theory, where the system and the environment correlate in a manner, and that is what leads to the transition from the quantum to the classical because of certain kind of specific states in the superposition that is precipitated into, right? So there is no human element whatsoever, right? You may remove entire humanity and still that experiment, that thought still exists, right? As a theoretical framework, right? As a concept.
Who is the owner of the thought? So thought is there, but no owner. That is can come
Well,
to having thought.
but it is a self-consistent framework. You don't need an owner.
I
Right?
believe,
it's a,
I believe there is no one interpretation for the Copenhagen.
Right, of course,
There is no
of course,
one
of course.
There are groups. I know John Hegel. And David Bohm's works.
Yes.
David Bohm was a renowned physicist
Yes,
and
yes.
accepted.
Of course, of course.
David Bohm's explanation is different from
Pilot wave, the pilot wave theory, yes.
Greensborian pilot wave.
You know, let me tell you a story. I went to Henry Poincaré Institute in Paris to work with David Bohm's collaborator Jean-Pierre Vigier. Then the David Bohm book came out, that implicate and explicate order, and my mentor Jean-Pierre, he told Shishir, you can read the whole book excepting the last chapter. Because with Jean-Pierre, he was the member of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of France. David Bohm also once there because they had a lot of confrontation in USA. That's why he was forced to leave USA. So, David Bohm is a great scientist, but it doesn't mean that he told about subjectivity or something like that. He was influenced by Jiddu Krishnamurti and talks a lot of things.
Niels Bohr, Nikola Tesla, Schrödinger, they were all highly influenced by Advaita.
No, there is a point. I can tell you. Somebody called Michel Bitbol, he's a physicist cum philosopher in France. He was studying the biography of Schrödinger. If you look at the biography of Schrödinger, what he himself wrote, it's every chapter contains Upanishad or consciousness or kind of thing. But when it comes to quantum physics and epistemological issue, he never mentioned that. I asked that, have you found any such statement? He told, no, I didn't find it. So why he avoided? Because of the community or some other reason?
Ostracized because of fear of being ostracized by that scientific community, I believe.
No, it may not be so. My personal belief is something, but if I cannot do as a physicist, if I cannot do in such a fashion that experimentally verified,
True.
I would
So the
say.
experimental verification is what he was discussing. Suppose two yogis are able to see something and they are able to independently say something.
No, that is a different layer of it. I mean, when the two yogis and their stages of meditation, same or not, that's the big issue. It's not very easily explained.
So, I'd like to thank Mr. Roy and congratulate you for an excellent session. We are getting close to lunch. But I think in the morning session, the experts and Swamiji's and Professor Mullah discussed various aspects of space, time, and matter. But I was wondering whether there is any Vedantic.
No, this will take a lot of time, not before lunch.
Energy, because I believe Joule was the first person as a mechanical engineer who talked about energy. And though there are books on space, time and matter, I would like to know whether the energy concept as measurable by, in
No, it's a
Joule.
good question, but it can be discussed within 5 minutes, 10 minutes. It will take.
Perhaps Brother Mukunda would enlighten me on that.
It will take more than a day, and I don't know, even within the day it can be
Congratulate
resolved.
you for an excellent, assembly of erudite people with whom I could learn as a mechanical engineer.
We are
Thank
hungry,
you.
let us go for lunch. Yeah.
Awesome.
ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೇನು that's why ನಾವು ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ನೀವೇನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ನಮಗೆ ಅರ್ಧ ಒಂದು ನಯ ಬೈದು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ
ಅದೇ ಕಷ್ಟ ಸರ್.
ಅದೇ ಹಾಗೆ ನೀವು ಕಟಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಶಾಲೆಗಳಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಕರೆದ್ರೆ
ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ
How
अस्माकम् आश्रमं
विद्यापीठम् इत्यस्ति तत्र आचार्यः
भवान् सङ्केत भवतः सङ्केत कुटुम्बशास्त्रे
Binoy. We can start it now. Yeah. Welcome to the afternoon session. And yeah. Hello. Yeah, we are starting the afternoon session.
अतएव तत्र
Shamiji. Shamiji.
Excuse me, let us start the session.
Yeah. So this session we have two themes. One, we have Vedanta in here, and we need their opinion too, and a lot of interactions may be needed. We have a concept called quantum correlations, and again non-locality. And let me ask Dr. Sreekantan to talk about from physics point of view. Then we'll go to metaphysics of relations and Buddhist Dharmakirti's view or Vedantin view. Okay. Oh, you take.
Oh, yeah, we got it. So I'll talk about building on what Mrityunjay was already talking earlier today, and also.
No, big loud.
Yeah. I think Mrityunjay already touched upon the basic ideas of correlation, and also Professor Shishir. I will just build on that. Mainly, I'll talk about the idea of quantum non-locality and quantum contextuality. I'll try to put it in a way where we can have an engagement, and I'll try to express it in a way to.
No, big loud. They don't. Yeah.
Maybe I'll just hold it.
It's a learn only online, it won't help local.
Yeah.
This is online, but something like this.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and.
Yeah. So there was in 1935 the idea of quantum non-locality first sort of burst into the quantum consciousness. The consciousness of the not in the philosophical sense, but more in the mundane sense, into the thinking of physicists when in 1935 Einstein and two of his collaborators, Podolsky and Rosen, they came up with this experiment, a thought experiment through which they tried to argue that quantum mechanics is incomplete. That was their intention. And but the idea that there is something non-local going on, it seems to be that Schrödinger was the first person, I think who seems to have had the greatest awareness of it. And what Einstein and his collaborators wanted to show was that quantum mechanics is incomplete. And why did they think it was incomplete? Because for the first time we encountered a part of physics which is not deterministic. Because as this people in this audience knows, you can perform certain measurements and the value is indeterminate. As Shishir sir was telling earlier in the morning, you might have certain variables. Let's say the weight of this table. Classically, we are accustomed to thinking that it has a weight, let's say 23 kgs, but we don't know what the weight is. But quantum mechanically, it can happen that the weight of this table is actually indeterminate, fundamentally indeterminate, not through my ignorance of it, but because there is no such number which is the weight. Instead, it's a superposition, something that Mrityunjay was already talking about in the morning. So what Einstein, Podolsky and Rosen thought was that this is wrong. If you say that your theory is unable to attribute a definite weight to it, it means that the theory is incomplete. So the counter argument which Bohr and others tried to argue is that it is not that the theory is incomplete, there is such a partial description only in nature. So there is something called non-commutativity. It means, for example, again, let us say that the weight of the table and the height of the table are non-commutative. This is not true. Of course, they are classical objects. You can measure them both simultaneously. But in a crude analogy, let's say the weight and the height of the table. So quantum mechanically, in a quantum mechanical world, it is as if you cannot assign definite numbers to the weight and to the height. You can say that the weight is definite. So I might be able to tell that the weight is 23 kgs. But in that case, the height of the table becomes totally indeterminate. And Einstein, Podolsky and Rosen thought that this is a reflection of the incompleteness of our knowledge rather than the fundamental specification of indeterminacy in the theory. They said a theory cannot be indeterminate. So that is something that philosophers might want to think about. Does it make sense to say that a quantity can be fundamentally indeterminate? So that seems to be a lesson that's coming from physics. And so what Einstein, Podolsky and Rosen therefore did was that they constructed something what we today call the EPR thought experiment, Einstein, Podolsky, Rosen thought experiment. They ask us to imagine these twin particles, these two entangled particles which are present in one side. Now imagine that they are entangled in such a way that you can measure the weight of these two particles and you'll get a definite number. Or you can measure the height of these particles. Again, I'm just telling crudely. What you measure is actually the spin. You spin, let's say measure the spin x or spin y in the two directions. But the main point is that the x and y measurements of these particles are non-commutative, meaning to say that they cannot both take definite values. But what happens is that because they are entangled, I can measure the spin x on one side and I can attribute a definite value to the spin x on the other side. Or I can measure, counterfactually, I could measure the spin y on this particle and obtain a definite value of the same property on that particle. But these two properties cannot both have a definite value. That is one point. The other point is that Einstein, Podolsky, Rosen said that the relativity theory forbids us from invoking a kind of a causal influence from measurement on one side to the other side, because that would involve a faster than light communication. So they said that there can be no such faster than light communication, but they've given this prescription for measuring non-commutative properties. So therefore quantum mechanics is incomplete. So that was their famous argument. And in a sense, as Professor Shishir was also saying, the consensus on it has still not been reached. How do you basically resolve it? People in the physics community, we to a large extent, we don't, not everyone would like to make a philosophical commitment that there is a faster than light signal traveling across. So we might just say that these are non-local correlations, meaning to say that if you try to model them as if there is a hidden variable classical system, then such a classical system would require a signal going from one side of the particle, from one wing of this two-particle system to the other wing, which is faster than the speed of light. Or you might not use any such model. You might say that quantum mechanics is non-local in the sense that if you try to model it in terms of a hidden variable classical system, in such a model there is a faster than light communication faster than light communication. It doesn't mean that there is such a thing in nature. It's just in our description. So this is one aspect of quantum mechanics.
Okay, sure. Now, philosophers may not be interested in listening these things. What is a common area of interest? What he is speaking, based on Einstein, Podolsky and Rosen thought experiment, that you take two entities and of the same jati, same category, and you separate it out, even long distance, one in the like satellite, one in the earth. So even if you change one attribute of the one entity in the earth, immediately the attributes of the particle in the satellite, it will be changed without measuring that. So it's a kind of instantaneous communication. Means the information propagation happens faster than speed of the light, because speed of the light has a finite speed, a finite and a maximum. So we can think now in terms of a relation between two entities, and this relation is acausal here. It does not satisfy the causality. So the issue is whether the relator, the two entities, are as real as the relation called quantum entanglement. And Dharmakirti in Sambandha Pariksha, he told that relation is a mental construct. But in our case, quantum entanglement has already proved to exist in the laboratory conditions in quantum teleportation experiment. So, how do we reconcile?
So, here, you permit me then?
Yeah.
I need more explanation from you.
Whether it is between two particles only two particles.
It can be any two entanglements.
Any two.
So there is something called multipartite entanglement.
No, two particles or many particles, but of the same jati.
Same jati.
Yeah.
But why does not the same happen to every particle in this world? Because you say it is between only the two samana jati particles.
Not only that. There are specific ways of generating these particles. The way they are entangled. The entanglement process, the generation of entanglement process that has in optics, for instance, there are special kind of crystals that kind of give rise to entangled photons, let's say light particles, when a single pump photon is, let's say, passed through the crystal, essentially. In other cases, interactions of electrons with respect to each other lead to entanglement or correlations being formed in certain specific ways. So it is only in specific conditions that these entanglement
this kind of entanglement that happens.
Yeah.
Further.
Sufficiently microscopic systems.
Okay, I understand. Yeah. And what happens if one part is destroyed? Whether the other part will be there or that will be destroyed?
When you say destroyed, what do you mean by that?
If by any case or any cause, one particle is destroyed totally, in between two entangled particles, entangled sajatiya particles. So one particle is
I got it.
Destroyed. What will happen to the other?
Effectively, entanglement also presupposes that there is a one-to-one correspondence and a superposition of sorts, right? So if, let's say, one is completely phased out, it's completely gone, right? There will still be a superposition of sorts of the property values for the other particle. So let's say you have a 0, 0 plus 1. So if just one question. Yeah. So basically, what will happen is it will just remain as a superposition state, basically, because you have no way to determine.
Let us try to think in other ways.
Okay.
It's more technical thing.
Yeah.
You are considering a relation between two entities or many entities. Okay.
Two entities.
Yeah, two entities from the same jati.
Same category.
Yes.
And we are asking whether the relation between two in the same jati is as real as the relator. Because relation is found to be exist in laboratory experiment, whereas Dharmakirti says it is mental construct. And also many Hindu philosophers like Bhartahari and Prabhachandra and other people, they had a lot of heated debate on that. But physics says that they are real.
I propose it is real, but I wanted to more understand more from the physics whether one part of the two entangled particles is phased out, whether the other particle will be phased out or still it will exist. Because you are saying when some of the characteristics of the one particle is changed, then the same
it's not change. Yeah.
Whatever.
So there's something called as local operation. Right? Local operation is if I do an operation only at one point, let's say, right? Locally, and there's already a pre-shared entangled pair, let's say. That local operation is not going to change the entanglement pattern. Okay,
it is
so it's
not
just
changing
a correlation,
the entanglement aspect, but if you change the gunas of one particle.
No, nothing. So if you do it locally, if you just do it for one, let's say, it will not change the entanglement structure.
Not entanglement structure, but
the
other particle.
No, it won't, because LOCC, that's called LOCC, local operation and classical communication. If you locally do something on this side, it will not affect the other partner as such.
Then you are saying that if we don't do it locally...
That is the confusion which I often see when people talk about entanglement. It's a shared correlation. It's not a connection in the sense that if you change something there locally, it will change something here. It's not saying that, right? So that is there is a common confusion and misconception that people have.
No, because then instantaneous communication is not possible.
Yeah, no, instantaneous communication is when you measure something on this side, right? Then you have a one-to-one correspondence and you can know exactly what the state of the other particle will be. That is the instantaneous bit of it. But if you change something in terms of an operation, like a local operation, that's not going to change the other one as such.
So
then you will be able to...
You can give an example so that they will be able to learn.
I mean, can I add one thing small?
Certainly.
So when you have this entanglement, it's a very funny thing to avoid without getting into the mathematics of it. It is like this, that these two particles are entangled. That means they have to be correlated in two properties, like I told, right? You can say the height and the weight of them. You need to have two properties. Because if you have just one property, that correlation, you don't need any magic of entanglement. You can just correlate them classically. Now, what happens is that it is like I do a measurement here. It's like I send a signal to the other particle. This particle sends a signal to that particle saying that I got measured and I collapsed to downside, so you collapse into the upside. So become correlated, they say this. So it is as if there is a signal, superluminal, a faster than light signal going from one particle to the other. But if the two human observers who are doing these experiments, they cannot use it for sending messages. So that's the point. So there is superluminal communication between the particles, but not between the person. So I need the mathematics. So it is not useful information. It is information that goes forth, but if you have to make it useful in like teleportation, let's say, there are certain additional transformations you need to do on them, such that the speed of light still is not violated, that the constraint is still not violated. Yeah.
There is a question, like somebody asked, what will happen, if one particle is destroyed?
So when you say destroyed, right, in the quantum space, are you talking in terms of the system state being destroyed? Or what do you mean? Because in physics, we have this.
If you ask that question, they won't be able to answer.
Right. Assume the
no more is different. If I can paraphrase the question.
Yeah.
I move some particles here. Will it have a ripple effect on Pluto or?
If you move, just move.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No. Affect something,
Before that, we need a preparation. State. That is necessary. Otherwise, if you don't prepare a state of the same jati, same particles of the same jati, these kind of things cannot happen.
Okay. And so therefore, now here comes my understanding of the whole thing. At a certain level, this preparation of state when we are talking about, Buddhist philosophy, 1st century AD, 2nd century AD, Avatamsaka Sutra. In Avatamsaka Sutra, there is this whole idea of Indra's net.
Yes.
They speak about how the interconnectedness. They speak in terms of 75 dharmas, 18 dhatus, 5 skandhas. There is a whole list. And when can we effect actually, even in Vedanta also, if we come to Vedantic understanding, Advaita Shankara's understanding also. But before that, I want to, add a footnote. Whether it is Buddhist thinkers or Vedantins, they were equally serious, if not more than any of the scientists. This I want to convey to all of you. Genuinely serious and equally committed. Intellectual integrity is unquestionable. So this is 2000 years back. What we are talking about is, so they speak about, creating a chitta bhumi, an internal organ, which is not a sensory organ that we have, a thinking self that you and I are. You create a kind of a refinement in that state. You refine it so that it is actually a conditioned consciousness. You and I are conditioned individuals for Buddhist terminology, or even Vedantins. We are conditioned by education, by people that we come across, by readings that we have, by indriyas, our own sensory perceptions, our ahankara, our senses. If we can work on bracketing all these conditionings, which is both a Vedantic and Buddhist model, you are preparing a mental state beyond all these 75 dharmas that are out there, which condition human consciousness. So if that could be that chitta bhumi, it's called chitta bhumi, if that could be achieved, this is our experiment, parallel to the experiments that you conduct outside. You conduct it outside. This is the preparation of a chitta bhumi. We don't prepare instruments outside, but we do it. Individual conscious field itself is an experimental laboratory for us. We experiment there. The experimentation starts on a larger scale. It's Husserlian terminology also. How do we bracket all the millions of sensory, impressions every day that we have? That's at a certain level, one level. And at second level, about all our assumptions, beliefs, and all that conditioning we have, there is another, level of bracketing. So that bracketing has a serious methodology. This is done in Taittiriya Upanishad. There is a Panchakosha Vichara, there is Avasthatraya Vichara. There is a hell lot of a methodology which is extremely worked out, subtle. And the laboratory is within. And the preparatory state, now the point that I wanted to make was, if the 75 dharmas are conditioning the human conscious entity that we are, and if we can decondition, there is a mental state which actually gets connected to the universal, the Indra's net which is out there, universal life which is out there. There, what you can do is, if you manipulate here, you can actually have an influence on this entire cosmos per se. It's a very astounding statement to make. And if any serious physics people are there, they will tell you, please leave the hall. And, but philosophers dare to do that. Philosophers, since you invited, we thought that we are safe in the hall. Otherwise, generally, we are very scary with the physics. I work, I'm David Shah, John Hegelin is my good friend at, he's a physicist again at CERN. Hegelin is my good friend. So we have a lot of discussions. So we go to places where physics people don't ask us to leave the hall. We are more comfortable. So again,
let me ask you, when you say Indra's net, so this net is extended to any entity in the universe?
As such, moving away from the Buddhist understanding to Vedantic understanding, per se, if at all anything is existing, only consciousness is existing. What we are seeing is covering up of the consciousness and a projection of a reality, not creation. There is no creation theory in Vedanta. There is a God sitting above. He said, let there be water, there is water. So if there is Darwinian evolution thesis, we say thank you very much. If Einstein's special theory of relativity, we say thank you very much. We don't have a difficulty in accepting all that science says. There is no creation theory. It's a projection theory in the sense, Isha ejati nishrutam. Ejati is to project. What is happening is, what it doesn't accept is, matter per se is evolving, is not acceptable to Vedanta, but it is consciousness itself which is projecting and is changing into matter. And matter and consciousness are convertible terms for Vedantins. All this is said not as academic professors as I do. All this is said with a 3-4 decades of a bracketing of the 75 dharma and preparing an inner antahkarana which has that connectivity to the cosmos.
No, so let me ask
Now, how?
One tricky issue, like when you say matter and consciousness. Now, if you go to Shaivaita, Kashmiri Shaivaita, then they say it's energy, spandan. And they did not specify what type of energy this is, chemical, thermal, electromagnetic, anything else. So, do you think that, not the other Advaita philosophy, they say energy. Maybe Kashmiri Shaivism say the energy. So, the questions we are raising, what is the ontology of energy?
Even in Advaita, as in Kashmiri Shaivism, Chaitanya is translated by Radhakrishnan as conscious energy. He just doesn't use the word consciousness. It is translated as conscious energy even in Advaita. Energy, their understanding, I see now the difficulties with a physicist and a philosopher. A philosopher is intended upon generalizing. He just generalizes. He doesn't stick to one point and then measure it and then become serious. But a philosopher's, always the curiosity of a philosopher is not about theorizing. Theorizing is absent in Vedanta. I believe science must appreciate this. Theorizing, conceptualizing, it is a Greco-Roman behavior. We don't theorize. The whole project is that the very real nature is consciousness. How am I validating it with my experience? Damn, I believe scientific behavior should appreciate what we are doing. How am I validating it? I'm not theorizing it.
If you say conscious energy, as a practical person, how can differentiate this light energy, heat energy, and so forth?
Actually, consciousness without energy, this is the reality. But when consciousness is conjoined with reality, Maya, Avidya, what they told, then the consciousness can create Indrajal, not before that. So consciousness is the power which is attached to the consciousness, energy. And energy plus consciousness, not the pure one. It is Saguna Brahma. That is ad hoc characteristic features of consciousness. When you go to the level of pure consciousness, there is no energy in that sense.
If I can add a point, if I can add a point. The difficulty with the Darshanikas, the philosophers from Yajnavalkya last 4,000 years, superdeterminism is unacceptable to them. They have a difficulty and they understand that freedom is what defines free. An individual consciousness cannot be under the mechanical laws of nature. If it is under the mechanical laws of nature, I cannot find freedom of expression there. I am not free because from the Big Bang to this day, if a particular scientist is conducting a particular experiment, it is also determined. It must be, if it is following mechanical laws, Big Bang and today's this dialogue is also under the super determination, it is determined. Where is the freedom? Kartrutva, Bhoktrutva and Gnatata. As far as my action is concerned, my enjoyment is concerned, my knowledge is concerned, am I free? can I make a choice different from what I'm doing? And their understanding is freedom is what determines my existence. And that freedom is possible not in energy, but a consciousness which is combined with energy, and there is that freedom.
I can give you,
I
can give you
and therefore the indeterminacy, thing has to be explained.
I can give you a mundane example. That time I was a graduate student, and one German experimental physicist, he came to Calcutta and he asked me, Shishi, do you think that in a chamber there is one electron inside? Now, as an experimental physicist, I am trying to understand if I send another electron from outside, how does this electron know that there is electron inside the particular state? A young man, I could not answer this
kind of thing. So is it a kind of Chaitanya or a kind of, consciousness of electron associated? We explained it through Pauli's exclusion principle. That's why we wanted to discuss Pauli's exclusion principle, but anyhow, I could not answer this.
We again, Vedantins, whether it is Paramahamsa Ramakrishna or Ramana or academic philosophers, Radhakrishnans and Krishnamurtis, they are not impressed by, they're not impressed by entanglement or non-locality thesis, not at all. They are more, they have a methodology, and with that methodology, they want it to be face to face with this whole universal bundle of, and that must involve millions of galaxies, as you people tell us, and each galaxy with millions of stars, each star millions of times more than us.
Yeah.
And then Adhisthana, the ground of all that, their understanding is what I am made of. Mm-hmm. And I am no distinct from this hell lot of field that is out there. And there is no God who is distinct from all this whole field of consciousness. No God sitting over there, no God who is creating, no God who is determining how much salary I get at JNU. None of that is there. Our existence is what that is. My own existence is the sum total of all this existence is what that conscious field is all about. Nothing external is existing there. No outer worlds, no inner worlds. It is my own existence, which for them is not following mechanical laws. And therefore it is free.
One naive question, it may be very naive. When you say the existence, so to say existence, do you assume that there is a space?
Two versions of it. They have all the time Vedantins deal with two perspectival levels. One they call Vyavahara, one they call Paramartha. And from a Paramardhika level, neither there is time nor space. It is a beyond conception, and that again, science people wouldn't like. The very existence is beyond time, beyond space, beyond causality. Causal determinations are not there at all. Our existence has nothing to do with it. Therefore, that whole idea of Mahakala, that Mahakala of Ujjaini is someone who is beyond Kala. That's one level, so that's a transcendental understanding. But from our everyday perspective, if we have to see, Tasmadva, our scholar was quoting it, Tasmadva etasmad atmanah akashas sambhutah. So the first expression of consciousness is space. First expression of consciousness is space, and from that space, akashad vayuhu, air, vayur agnihi, Agni Rapaha, then water, Apsu Prithiviyam, Prithiviyam Oshadeha, Oshadebhya Annam, Annad Bhavati Purushaha. That is from a general understanding, everyday understanding, which we say Vyavahara.
Yeah, Professor Ghosh.
Just I would like to supplement what Professor Nataraju was saying. Actually, in later Vedanta, Dharmaraj Attarindo, he has accepted another type of perception which is called Vishayavata Prantha. Under this perception, though it is called perception, it is more metaphysical than epistemological. In one sense, only pramata will remain, the knower will remain, and all those objects, mental states and the objects, they will come under the domain of knower. No known and knower relationship. Pramatri satta, otirikto satta katta bhavo. This is called Vishayagata Pratyakha. And when, if you say that here in me there is something, then others will be in me. So there is no difference between, if there is any change within me, that is tantamount to change in the other world, because other world is within me. So that is why it is called Vishayagata Pratyakha, not Jnanagata. Another is Jnanagata, where there is dichotomy, phenomenal level, where there is no unknown relationship. And again in Upanishad you will get Sarvabhuteshu Atma, Atmani Sarvabhutam. There are two-way traffic, subjectified object, you can tell, an objectified subject, same thing. So, question of duality under this stage, if you bring, it is artificial, Indrajal. Magicians are doing. This is not real. So,
why they then coin the term Indrajal?
Indrajal, that is magician. Indra, he was telling no network of Indra.
Yeah.
So Indra is called Indrajalik because he has got some network. Through this, he can magically show which has no relation with reality. He can show you many things. He cut the body of a lady, bifurcated. You will see it, but this is the magical one. This is not the real seeing.
I want to just supplement, if you allow, is there 2 minutes time? I want to just give the Shankara's dilemma instead of mine or somebody. What was, and why we worship him like anything for 1200 years, and we consider him the best thinker of India ever produced. Shankara's dilemma, Acharya Shankara's dilemma in Sutra Bhasha, Brahma Sutra, he has written a commentary. In Brahma Sutra Bhasha, he starts with this dichotomy between the subject and the object that I am experiencing. He starts with a pratyaya, he calls asmat pratyaya and yushmad asmat pratyaya gocharayoh vish. He starts with a dichotomy. Here is a dichotomy, I am the subject, the experiencer, and here is an object which is external to me. Now his problem is, if the subject as a conscious entity that I am, if I have to interact with an external object, he says, either there has to be similarity between the two substances or in their dharmas, properties. In the absence of any similarity, I cannot interact with an external object. That's the first statement of Acharya Shankara on Sutra Bhasha. How am I able to interact with a stone, with a tree, with an object which is jada for him? So if it is inert, jada, and if I am a conscious entity, how am I able to interact? Then on Bhamatikara has two options, he gives us two options. Either both of them share the same properties of being physical, both must have physical properties. I am a physical entity, there is a physical thing, therefore I interact. I am able to grasp it. And my special feature is that I understand my existence, I understand the existence of a tree, which probably a tree doesn't. Therefore it is jada, that's the definition. I am a Swayam Prakasha, I exist. How are they, both of them being physical, what is a medium that they are interacting? That's the next question. And then they turn towards by saying that both must have an element of consciousness about them. Therefore, in a field of consciousness, they interact. I am the Jiva Chetana, there is a Vishaya Chetana, and there is a field called Brahmi Chetana in which we are interacting. So this is the problem, statement of problem.
This is
a statement of problem.
Very interesting, but again, when you say consciousness and matter, can they interact? And if they interact, what is the ground for interaction?
Consciousness in matter is understood by Vedanta as at a very, there is degrees of difference in terms of consciousness which they exhibit from a Vyavahara perspective again. Not from the transcendental. From a transcendental perspective, everything turns out to be consciousness alone. But from a Vyavahara perspective, from a stone to a tree to an animal to a human, there is a degree of difference in which they are able to express the consciousness. And therefore, it is at a rudimentary stage in all the particles. And therefore, we are able to cognize them. There must be some property which we are commonly sharing. Is there? Understanding. That's how they are.
One thing to this. Two things. First, I want to comment about this one. How consciousness interacts with inert matter. In Vedanta, matter is called as Vishaya, but it is not pure Vishaya. We would say Vishaya avachinna Chaitanya. Chaitanya delimited by the Vishaya.
And I, as the observer, am the Antahkarana avachinna Chaitanya, the mind delimited Chaitanya. So the mind delimited Chaitanya is interacting with the object delimited Chaitanya. And in Vedanta, both object and mind are inert. This is one. Second thing is about Akasha and existence. In the Panchadashi, there is a shloka in Panchabhuta Viveka Prakarana that actually we feel that existence is a property of Akasha. Akasha is dharmi and existence is dharma. But the truth is the opposite, that existence is the substratum and Akasha is subservient. But via Maya, this has been reversed. So, about you don't need Akasha for existence, but you need existence for Akasha. Akasha is the Avakasha Pradatritva for all Vishayas, but Satta or existence gives Avakasha for Akasha also to exist. That is.
You are on the side of science people or philosophers?
No, just
here, man. If you say something that existence is the basis for Akasha, and you can continue in science department, I thought.
Scientists dabbling
Look at the statement.
No, as you said, here no one is sent out of the room, so it's okay to be a bit blasphemous today, I think.
I can entertain your question whether Joro, the main matter can communicate or not. In Vedanta, it is very difficult to answer. But in Shankho, which is neglected, unfortunately, here, and Shankho is more related to physics, because their matter evolves automatically without the pressure of the consciousness. Consciousness is there, which is deformed, literally deformed. Nature can evolve. Nature can destroy the world, nature can create the world. The internal capacity, there is dynamosity, Swayam Priyata, no need of any external force, conscious force. So long we are telling about Vaisishika, we are telling about Vedanta, everywhere we are indebted to consciousness. But Shankho is the only philosophy who told you that Prakriti, nature, is self-evolving without any consideration of Purusha. Though it is told that for the enjoyment of Purusha, that is wrong understanding. That is the understanding those who are seeing Shankho, their interpretation. Actually, Prakriti has got inbuilt dynamic power. So it can be, yes, please.
Sankhya says that Prakriti and Purusha are Anadi and Ananta.
Beloved.
Anadi and Ananta. But it says that any Srishti happens only when Purusha and Prakriti meet. Meeting is a meeting between Chiti Shakti and Prakriti Shakti. After that, Purusha is Udasinam. He doesn't involve himself.
If I can just correct,
Without,
there is no meeting word, there is Sannidhi Matra Eva. Mere presence. Presence of the Purusha.
Without it, nothing can happen. Right? So, without this presence, nothing in Prakriti will move. But it's itself untouched, it's itself Udasina.
The meeting is misleading. The word is misleading. Because Purusha is Nishkriya. It cannot go and meet. Prakriti is also cannot come.
Yeah.
So this is metaphorical. Due to wrong notion that Prakriti enjoys, just like they have example between sphatic and java, the china flower and the transparent. He thinks himself colorful. So Prakriti can do alone. And if there is any mukti in the last karika, you will see, it is mukti of Prakriti, not Purusha.
Yeah, that I agree.
Okay,
So,
now let me come to
No, he wanted to say something.
Okay, please.
एतावत् पर्यन्तम् आत्मनः एकत्वम् आत्मनि सर्वम् आरोपितम् आत्मा अधिष्ठानम् इत्यधिकृत्य भवद्भिः चिन्तितम् परन्तु वैशेषिकानाम् इयं प्रक्रिया अस्ति यद्यपि वैशेषिकमते आत्मा विभुः प्रत्येकं जीवात्मा विभुः अणुः न भवति देहावच्छेदेन सुखदुःखादिकम् अनुभूयते अणुश्चेत् सर्वत्र हस्तपादादौ सुखदुःखादिकं न स्यात् मध्यमपरिमाणः देहपरिमाणश्चेत् अनिश्यत् स्यात् अतः विभुः परन्तु सुखदुःखादिकं यत् अनुभूयते तत्र आत्मनः अत्र स्थितिः नैव कारणम् आत्मा वर्तते सुखदुःखादिकं देहे जायते कुतो जायते यद्दर्शने मम सुखं तद्दर्शने भवतां दुःखं स्यात् यदा इन्द्रियाणि पदार्थान् बाह्यपदार्थान् पश्यन्ति तदा आत्मनि ज्ञानं नाम कश्चन धर्मः उत्पद्यते न आत्मनस्तत्र सम्बन्धः आत्मनि ज्ञानं नाम धर्मः आत्मा नैव ज्ञानरूपः आत्मा एतद्वत् कश्चन जडः ज्ञानाख्यधर्मसद्भावात् आत्मा इत्युच्यते येषु ज्ञानाख्यधर्मः नास्ति तथा च इन्द्रियसम्पर्कः मनसः मनसः सम्पर्कः आत्मनः तथा च वस्तुनः ज्ञानं जायते तस्य कश्चन संस्कारः अस्ति इदं वस्तु मम इष्टसाधनं सुखं जनयति इति गृह्णाति भुङ्क्ते सुखम् अनुभवति सुखम् आत्मनो धर्मः एवञ्च ज्ञानार्थं वा सुखानुभवार्थं वा आत्मनि अस्य अध्यस्तत्वं नावश्यकम् आत्मसम्बन्धोऽपि नावश्यकः इन्द्रियद्वारा स्वेन अत्यन्तान् भिन्नान् सत्यभूतान् पदार्थान् इन्द्रियसम्पर्केण यदा ज्ञानमाप्नोति इष्टसाधनता ज्ञानात् सुखम् अनुभवति अनिष्टसाधनज्ञानात् दुःखम् अनुभवति एवञ्च आत्मनः बहिः पदार्थैश्च साकम् अध्यस्ताधिष्ठानभावो वा कोऽपि सम्बन्धः नापेक्षितः आत्मनः विषयसम्बन्धः केवलम् इन्द्रियप्रणालिकया ज्ञानात्मकसम्बन्धः न तु अन्यसम्बन्धो अस्ति
तस्मात् शङ्का वदन्ति यगत् सुखो दुःखो मोहात्मको वस्तुपादनगतया
तत्तु येषां साङ्ख्यानां प्रक्रिया त्रिगुणात्मकः प्रकृतिः इति तेषां एते तु ज्ञानद्वारा कश्चन सम्बन्धः
Swamiji, can you translate it for?
He is telling that when we see an object with the help of sense organ, then the object gives us some information. And if information suits me for the conduciveness to what is desirable, then I will accept. The knowledge gives me the ishta sadhanata jnana, gives you the knowledge of what is conducive to your happiness. Then you will take it and enjoy. There is no relation with self. Self is not connected, only sense organ, the object, their communication, and the knowledge of ishta sadhanata, desirability of the object. Then you will take it and enjoy. Sukham anubhavati, happy. And if otherwise, if the object is not anishta sadhanata, is not conduciveness, what you desire, then you can avoid it. So these actions are more connected with sense organ and object. Self is not connected with that.
What is the word samskara?
And
आपने संस्कार
हाँ हाँ एवं
हरिदास
नहीं ये देखिए ये इष्ट साधन है पहला ये आपने कैसा डिसाइड किया
पहले से
हाँ हाँ तो एकवारम् अनुभूय ओ इदम् इष्टं जनयति सः संस्कारः आत्मनि आस्थितः ततः पश्चाद्दिने एतत् दर्शनसमये एव इष्टसाधनम् एतत्
I want to add footnotes to those who don't know the criticism and quarrels between Vedanta schools. Here in operation, there are 2-3 different Vedanta schools. The one interpreted is an Advaitic Shankarite understanding, and here is a Madhvacharya.
No, not Madhvacharya.
Vaisheshika, but it extends into a pluralist understanding. So in Vedanta, there are different schools. I just want to add that there is no one interpretation. There are schools of Vedanta which believe that matter, consciousness and jivas are eternally existing. So there are 3 realities. The multiple reality theses are there. So reality theory is not one in Vedanta, but all of them subscribe to Upanishads, Brahma Sutra and Bhagavad Gita. If one has to survive in India as a Vedantin, one has to subscribe to Upanishadic view. Whether one has to show that my understanding is already there in the Upanishads, otherwise there is no place for him in the Vedanta field. So there are so many schools. One such explanation is matter is independent, consciousness is independent, somehow both are cooperating. Matter and consciousness are not convertible terms. And in Vishishtadvaita of Ramanuja, matter and jivas exist, but they are not independent, they are dependent on Brahman consciousness. That is Vishishta Advaita. It's an Advaita, but it is a Vishishta by Chidachid Vishishta.
Chidachid Vishishta, Sukshma Chidachid Vishishta Yoga, Sthula Chidachid Vishishtena Aikyam.
I have one question.
But before that,
so for the cognition to happen, is samskara of the object pre-required? Is it required for cognition to happen? Because ishtatva vyapadesha...
Not for the cognition itself. It is for the concept of Ishta Sadhana. That needs samskara.
So without any samskara, without any smriti, without any samskara.
अत्र पश्यन्तु वैशेषिकाः जीवस्य अनादित्वम् एवं साधयन्ति बालः प्रथमं स्तन्यपाने प्रवर्तते स्तन्यं दृष्टम् इदम् इष्टसाधनमिति कथं ज्ञातम् अन्यथा न प्रवर्तते
संस्कारवशात्
तत्र संस्कारः अपेक्षितः परन्तु एतत् पेन् अस्ति लेखनी अस्ति इदम् इष्टसाधनमिति नैव ज्ञायते तत्र संस्कारोऽपि नापेक्षितः अपेक्षितः एकवारम् एतत् गृहीत्वा मया लिखितम् ओ इदम् इष्टसाधनं भवितुम् अर्हति प्रथमम् अनुभवः द्वितीयदिने एतत् दर्शनसमनन्तरं गृहीतुम् अहम् इच्छामि कुतः संस्कारः इष्टसाधनता ज्ञानजन्यसंस्कारः आत्मनि अस्ति एवञ्च प्रथमप्रवृत्तौ संस्काररूप इष्टसाधनता ज्ञानं जीवनादृष्टप्रयुक्तं पूर्वजन्मानुभूतं संस्कारः तत्र अपेक्षते अन्यत्र तु अनुभवरूप एव प्रथमं तदनन्तरं संस्कारः इत्येवं वैशेषिकानां स्थितिः
तत्र अनुभव in the context of anubhava we see this is a pen even to see it as a pen I should have had the smriti of the pen
not necessary because if you view someone new either you have not seen firstly you see it there is no samskara
whenever you are seeing the pain it is obhasha doshatpanna.
It is
by way of repeatedly seeing from the childhood, you come to know that the efficacy of pain. This is not the first thing, but Hridaji is telling when you see the first pain in your life, in that case, either samskar you have from the previous birth.
That is my point. That you need samskara of the word pen, of the object pen.
No. Samskara is needed only to understand whether it is favorable or unfavorable.
No, that is about ishtatva.
That's all.
But even
Samskara, suppose you are seeing some object for the first time in your life and you have never seen that because it was never produced. Some new thing has been invented or
then I understand it in terms of, I'll give an example.
So that is jati.
I'll give an example.
It is for jati.
If a child sees a child has played with mud, he knows what is mud. But if a child sees a pot for the first time, he doesn't even see it as a pot. In his cognition, it is just mud.
That is
Yeah,
all
because
right.
he doesn't have the samskara of the pot in his mind.
But what
the
you are saying
impression
is
of potness
for
in his mind is
cognition,
not there.
samskara is not necessary. No.
So I'm coming from the Sankhya.
No, you're not.
Not.
You're not.
You are not.
See, in Sankhya, my understanding, my cognition, if I see a pot, I don't see the mud until I do sukshma vyavahara in that and know that it is mud. Because I experience the mud differently, I experience the pot.
That is because you have the samskara of the pot already ingrained in the mind.
If I go back to what he's saying, see how you relate it in yoga is, that's what he was talking about Indrajal. How do you remove those 75 things and all that? That is when you get into Nirbija Samadhi.
Decondition.
You decondition completely. How do you decondition? My prana I have invested through my samskara in liking, disliking. So I have to do dhyana, understand where I have invested my prana and pull it back. Once I pull it back, it's a Dagda Bija. Memory might be there, but there is no like, dislike, nothing. This mind, when it puts itself to anything, can understand that exactly as it is.
Maybe my question to for the neuroscience.
Sir, am I making sense?
Yes, sir. So in that case,
in the neuroscience, I just
No, louder, I also want to hear. Yeah.
In the neuroscience context, whenever there is cognition, one of the things we're trying to study is memory acting during cognition. Is memory playing a role during cognition? Or if for some reason we completely decouple memory, what happens to cognition? That is the question.
Okay, to put it very simply, if you are seeing a pen and identifying it as a pen,
you already have memory.
There has to be prior knowledge about a pen.
Correct.
So, for example, if this mobile phone was you teleported to 2,500 years ago, and somebody was to find it on the road, he does not understand what it is. But let us say that he's trying to describe it to somebody. Then now we can say that it's got a plastic covering. He doesn't know what is a plastic. He doesn't know what is it a metal. He will describe in his own ways. So the first thing is that when we try to have such a discussion, there should be first thing is that some sort of a consensus about certain terms which we use very frequently. Like for example, self. We say self. Okay, what is self? We all say self is what feeling of oneness, I. Then what is cognition? What is consciousness? So there are even consensus conferences to define what is consciousness based on the philosopher's understanding, neuroscientists' understanding, because there are various levels to it. There are different layers and complexities. So if you talk about, say, if I have a patient in the ICU, patient is in coma, is the patient conscious or not? Okay, or another patient I put for operation theatre anesthetized, is the patient conscious or not? If somebody is sleeping, is the patient conscious or not? Somebody is sleeping but he is dreaming, is the patient conscious or not? So consciousness basically should have, one is a content. Content means, let us say it is imagery, it can be vision, smells, touch. In dreams you can smell, you can touch, you can have all sorts of the pancha indriyas inside itself experienced. Then there is level of awareness. So one of the biggest problems of consciousness is that you can say whether somebody is conscious based on some behaviors or based on some other measurable correlates with some instruments. This is how we actually say. But whether I am aware or not, you will not be able to tell directly, because You are a totally different experiencer and I am a totally different experiencer. This is where the black box happens. Now, some scholar actually said the question was how to reduce suffering. So emotions come into the picture. Contents of consciousness will have emotions attached. Now, for example, if today in this audience, let us say that, say someone like, say Amitabh Bachchan was sitting over there instead, so you look like him somehow, but then tomorrow we will all remember this conference. It's tagged to the memory because of some episode or because of our attachment to that particular identity. So there are conditions in which we see in practice where the concept of I also is gone. There are some dementia state where self, there is no I anymore. There are two I's in me. For example, I'm trying to take this pen. In myself, my another hand is trying to take this pen away from the other hand. That means, remember, in one person itself, there are two I's. So there are various neurological conditions that we should actually bring into some sort of discussions, because I'm learning so much from these erudite scholars here, from physicists, etc. So the question, again, putting this just things in perspective, what is perception and what is meaning? So for example, at a very crude level, vision is just a sort of image, is the first primary level. Primary level of analysis, you just have, one is the position of an object in space, that is registered, and the outline. Second level, so there are levels of processing in the brain, just like the computer. Second level of, in fact, the computer has been designed after the brain, all the neural networks and everything, artificial intelligence, large language models, everything, I think that's also being discussed. Second level would be, is to understand what does it actually have, does it have a meaning? For example, so for the basic area, only some areas of the brain is required to just see an object and to get an idea about its position and what it is probably there. Then whether it has got some sort of a meaning and purpose to oneself, as Sir was talking about, whether it's in a context. The contextuality is understood based on...
One thing, I mean, you know that in neuroscience, you know that network, neural network,
yeah,
and how this memory is encoded in neural network.
Yeah.
Because when you say meaning, do you have any particular cortical areas where you can say meaning? So central nervous system,
yeah,
usually does it,
yeah,
but we don't locate it.
So firstly, I will tell what is largely accepted by neuroscientists and some things which only few people accept. Large acceptance by neuroscientists such that memory is in the brain. And there are some areas of the brain, for example, this, what do I call this? It's called as a pen. It is not located in one region, which means that, let us say, all my neurons are going to be destroyed. One of the last knowledge is what is called as this sort of autobiographical memory of some things which I must have learned, say, 50 years ago. Whereas today I met, for example, Dr. Raghu, and tomorrow I forget his name. That is a different area of the brain for the recent memory network. The other ones are all spread out in different regions. Coming to that, I have also believed that memory is not just located in the brain. There are even cellular memories. There are other regions. They all have their own memory systems. But talking about networks, it's actually dissipated. So context and meaning in an emotional context. For example, if suppose my father had given me a pen and I'm very much attached to that, and he passed away, then this particular pen assumes a lot of meaning and context.
Or let us say context and content.
Context and content. So adding more content requires a higher order processing. At the highest order, emotions also get attached to it. So at the very rudimentary level, you are seeing something, as I'm just talking about vision. The same thing applies to taste, smell, whatever we are getting from the senses. So I think the bigger question here was basically whether consciousness and mind, or rather these are all two different...
No, we'll discuss maybe in but let me ask you one thing.
Here,
yeah.
When you use the English word consciousness and discuss, there is a big problem, because there is Chitti Shakti.
Chitti Shakti is different. Like he was explaining, what happens in the mind and all that is part of Prakriti. It's very clear that Prakriti does not have consciousness. And it's only a reflector. So it's reflecting something,
and then there is seeing. The other thing that is left unsaid is, in yogic understanding, my perception is not a signal response thing. It's an attention, touching, grasping, bringing back the reflection.
Yeah.
Right? So, we have to be very careful here, and also perception in yoga has at least 2 levels. All chitta vritti is when there is some anxiety inside, some samskara. If it's there and perception is filtered through it, it will always have some kind of a vortex or some kind of a disturbance. It is possible to set this aside temporarily and see without any old thing coming in. That is called pratyaya, technically. So pratyaya is used for everything. In this thing, this is pratyaya.
Yeah.
Now, to get to pratyaya, you have to go through a whole preparatory process.
Yeah.
You have to work with yourself and get at least beyond pratyahara.
Yeah.
Till I don't get beyond pratyahara,
Yes.
I cannot do desha bandhaha, which means my entire attentive energy is focused on one desha.
Yeah. So this is exactly why.
So it's a
absolutely no. This
so
is
we
why
have
this-
to be careful, sir. When
No,
use
which is why I
consciousness.
said, no, which was why the first question.
problem.
Suppose you are anesthetized or you are unconscious.
Sir,
on the
but the
ventilator.
word consciousness does not
that is
apply
why
this
the
way, no?
English, then we have to bring in another term which is beautifully used.
We have to
call
agree on
Purusha,
that.
you have to call Brahman. There is definitions for that, isn't it? So Brahman is not equated to consciousness
No,
anytime.
it's not.
Whereas you're talking about the Brahman, you're talking about the Purusha. If you're talking about that, if you're talking about the Advaita, you're talking about Brahman. If you're talking about Dvaita between Purusha and Prakriti, you're talking about Purusha, which has nothing to do with the mind or any of its contents. Correct. So let us say that if all of these things are not there, as long as somebody is alive, if prana is there, that person is conscious.
No, that's
so
where
that
the word
person
problem
is
comes.
not at all having any mental faculty. Still he is conscious.
Correct.
That is the point. So that is not consciousness. Consciousness, that is why I say define consciousness first.
See, I have a point to add here.
Rectangle man, you think the buzzword called mirror neurons,
Yes.
say about it?
Yes.
Is,
Okay. Okay. So before, you want to say something?
Yeah. So one of the major problem when you discuss consciousness in biological system or matter or non-biological system is whether we can define something above awareness and meta-awareness, which is a property of a biological system, and whether we can call the awareness and meta-awareness of a biological system as a consciousness in biological or non-biological system. That is a thing which we have to discuss and come to a conclusion.
No, here also, it is still possible.
Can I just add to what you're
No,
saying?
let me complete that.
Ah.
So then what happens that here in many contexts what we say that when a patient is in coma, when a patient is in a unconscious state, we mainly focus on the awareness part.
Correct.
The ability of awareness part. If you move above the biological system, even the panpsychist theory and all that is extending the consciousness to non-biological materials and all that, using a biological model which is based on awareness, can we extend it to that if you start from the mind-matter consciousness connection, or do we need to use a different term for that?
Exactly.
That
So,
we need to come out
Very true.
first.
So even
Yeah.
meta-awareness, awareness of thinking, awareness of awareness. So let us say, I am aware that I am aware. Meta-awareness. Even that is a property of the mind. So what is beyond that, when we are discussing about the Brahman, we are not at all bringing that into the question here because of the fact that we are using other things, neural correlates of consciousness and stuff like that. Talking about mirror neurons. Now, for example, one of the theories is that even before you're taught to raise your hand, there are neurons which are firing, which comes to the question of free will, deterministic model, or whether this is all. So the question is whether free will actually exists. Because even before you're cognizant that you want to lift the pen, neurons in the brain have started firing. Those are mirror neurons.
How
And
related to what Swamiji mentioned
what was Swamiji mentioning?
about how you are attracted to the particular, not attracted, how do you pick up the pen?
No, Swamiji was talking about the picking up the pen is basically that coming into the perceptual mind. So once that is coming into the perceptual mind, I am picking up.
So entanglement is different. Here we are talking about something which is known and you are picking up something with some coloring, with some emotions, etc. Mirror neuron is like, for example, it is also now, you must have heard about the term called empathy neurons, Dalai Lama neurons. So if I am feeling sorrow, you are also feeling sorrow. It's a social empathy. As so social creatures, we have developed that. Some people have more of those neurons than others. So one interesting thing about the brain is, when some areas of the brain are defective, we can almost predict what is the behavior. There are brains where you can find brains of antisocial psychopathic individuals who become serial killers. There are some peculiarities in the brain, which is why people will say that capital punishment should not be given, because what is his fault? He was born with such kind of a brain. So there are all debates on various different levels.
Simply speaking, mirror neuron is a connection between sensory and motor action. This neurons fires when I see somebody doing an action. So without doing that action, my brain has a capability to generate a similar kind of experience.
Controversy over how do you put your scientific language, consciousness,
Conscious, I'll tell you very simple.
Yeah. Vinay, I just want to come back to you on this. See, from where I'm coming, it's only yoga and those 70, 80 sutras. We'll keep to that. Awareness, meta-awareness are both possible because there is Chitti Shakti. Yeah. Without Chitti Shakti, you would not be aware or meta-aware or anything. Right? So is that a way of making a difference? And then what do you call this Chitti Shakti in English? The moment you use the word consciousness and you start using it for everything, it creates confusion. Then how do we dialogue from the Śāstrajñ side?
Exactly. Exactly.
So we need to have different terms for this. And Chitti Shakti is qualitatively in every way different from anything that happens in Prakriti. But there are some qualities in Prakriti, some qualities of the Sattva Guna that makes this reflection possible for Atman to see.
So Raghuji, let us go for tea.
Let's do
it. Yeah, let him complete that, then we can go for Raghuji, let's complete that argument, then we can go, because there are online people also.
Let's complete the argument.
No, if you're agreeing on this, then we have to find a different term, because consciousness becomes very confusing.
Yes.
Because there is in Śāstrajñ thing, it's very, very clear that these are distinct. Now you can argue where it comes from, doesn't come from, that's a separate thing. But this is agreed upon by everybody.
I think here the
whether it's
best.
Vaisheshika or this or that, this
I
is
think
agreed upon.
Vaisheshika, Advaita, Dvaita, all of them will talk about that particular aspect, which need not be necessarily our biological definition of consciousness.
No, sir.
From
we
that
need
point
it
of
also,
view,
sir.
yeah.
We need it also. See, otherwise, if I'm speaking from yoga, if this conscious Atman or whatever you want to call it is not there, there is no awareness also.
I agree.
Though awareness is mechanical,
correct,
in a sense,
yes,
it is material, it cannot function on its own. That's why I said use the word meeting. But unless this Atman is around and the energy of that Atman is there is no movement of
One
prana.
simple question.
Nothing.
If prana is not there, can Atman still be there?
No.
If prana is not
Sir,
there.
it's the other question, sir.
Dr. Thomas,
Only when
we are
Atman
going
is
beyond-
there,
yeah.
only
Beyond
when
science.
Atman is there,
Prana we don't understand.
No, because
they understand, you understand, but as a neuroscientist you can say, can you identify this?
that is why I wanted to
How
ask.
it- yes.
If you define that, then prana should be brought into the picture, no? Otherwise, how will you say Brahm? Will you say Atman? Where is Atman?
No, thing is that we scientists want the world, we don't have a unique definition of consciousness.
Correct.
We know only functionality of consciousness.
Correct.
So maybe in the next, after tea, we will get
Atman can exist without prana. Prashnopanishad in the conclusion.
It should.
It should.
It should.
And it is intrinsic.
It's intrinsic.
Again, the question is because we are so
Right.
We believe that
humans can possess.
That's what I was saying. I just want to
Inanimate
show you one
objects
thing.
should also possess it.
concrete to scientists. Maybe philosophers will, they will see more light. And issue is again, maybe I will request Dr. Thomas to make a kind of review on current status of consciousness debate in science itself.
So the consciousness debate has been going on for many years, and most of the times they end up maybe with part consensus or no consensus. But here in this room, I believe that there is a scope for sort of a wonderful convergence which is envisioned by the sponsors and the organizer. That is, if we believe that everything is conscious, like a panpsychist should believe, and that there is a proto-consciousness in everything, I find as a scientist not at all difficult to believe myself, because it's not a belief. For example, if a glass has to remain like this, the atoms in the glass know how to behave and be in that state. In a very rudimentary form, there is some element of memory in it to remain as a glass atom, or for an electron to behave in a particular way that is different from a proton. So from that point of view, in a very rudimentary way, something is remaining in a state itself means that is some sort of a relatable human way of saying that there is some thing that thing is being.
No, let me interrupt.
Please go ahead.
For this particle you are mentioning, electron, proton, etc.,
yeah,
they don't have any memory.
So let me just interrupt you there. Last month, Oxford University Press, the first homepage was about a paper which came and said about memory in an atom and subatomic particles. When I'm talking about memory, I'm not talking about the memory that we are ascribing in the simple form that yesterday I was somewhere and so I was thinking.
No. What we think, let me tell you. Say, if you consider the equation, say electron is following, or the quantum equations, they don't have associated any kind of nonlinear term. That means there is no memory itself. The process governing that underlying process we say Markovian process, and Markovian process doesn't have memory.
Okay, is it random? Is it stochastic?
Yes.
If it was so random, then why should it follow certain rules to come together and as an atom and then form a particular object?
No. Listen, you need to understand that even in the classical physics, there is equation called heat equation. In classical thermodynamics, and underlying the heat equation, the mathematician discovered that there corresponds a underlying stochastic process. Okay, similar to that, in case of Schrödinger equations, also, mathematically, rigorously it is proven that a Markovian process underlying is there, which correspond to this kind of quantum equations. And if you look Schrödinger equation, it doesn't no dissipative term is there. So there is no question of memory.
Okay, since you have brought in this particular thing and about chaos and order, which is also one part of your today's discussion topic. Suppose in this chaos also there is an order formation. For example, I'm again talking about the glass or the pen or the object. There is something remaining in that state. And I want us from a physicist's perspective about somebody who recently lectured at Oxford, another lecture, about decoherence of the wave function of some particular thing which has now become a particular atom in this table. Is that a phenomenon which happens? Is there a decoherence of a wave to actually become a matter in this particular table, yes or no?
I don't understand the statement.
So that is why,
many people they made statement. Okay, they may not be hardcore physicists, I can tell you.
No, the person who made this was a physicist, but my question was simple. When you talk about a decoherence, or let us say that there is a state where the wave is now going to become a particle. Is that what is understood by decoherence?
Not wave is going to particle. This language we don't speak.
Okay, so
and the Vedantin people or Vaisheshika people, they speak in a certain language.
Yeah.
So we have also adopted certain kind of language.
So what is the collapse of the wave function for the physicist?
Yeah, localization of the wave.
So localization of the wave means it is now you can localize it to as a particle, is it?
Yeah.
Or as a wave?
Particle.
Yeah, so that is basically what I was trying to say. So when there are some behaviors and some objects, when you talk about it from a very fundamental level, if consciousness is an all-pervading property, only in terms of complexity, we will have different complexities of consciousness, where phenomena such as emergence will also have to come into play, when it is not simple 1 + 1 = 2.
No,
if that
again,
is the case,
again we deal with many complex systems without considering the role of consciousness itself. Many phenomena which is experimentally also proved, verified.
So, correct. So we can only assess the behaviors. We cannot basically see whether something is conscious because we cannot ask that thing.
Even if you know, the beauty of the science, physics and other science also, that we have a very well-defined equation for that phenomena, and then we try to solve it and find a solution, that find a number which is experimentally verified. Okay, so in that equation, if you look, there is no term, nothing is there which corresponds to what people say consciousness. Unless you say, well, consciousness is everywhere, so it is affecting everything, yourself, myself, themselves, that's a different thing.
No, at least in our case we can say.
How do you say?
No, whatever we are showing, whatever behaving is not basically simply atoms coming together will not suddenly become myself and my thoughts and my words.
No, we know how atoms aggregate.
Okay, now
that's the debate I postponed it.
Okay.
Because that requires Pauli's exclusion principle.
Okay.
And because that will take more than one day.
Okay,
for
of course.
their aggregation and aggregation in physics.
Okay, I will talk from a very, my field specialty, very simple point of view. Now I'm talking, I keep on talking, there are words coming out from various different places. If you talk about the speed of movement of ions through the axons of my brain cells, I will not be able to explain whatever I'm speaking now, because I'm not thinking and speaking. So you see, think and speak, I have to think first, find the right lexicon, words from different places, whereas I'm just going on like a flow. The neuronal processes in the brain are not sufficient, physics cannot explain what is coming out in the form of language.
No, this is very strong statement, I can say.
It is a very strong statement, which is
because
why
I am quoting Professor Mukunda, that modern science is hardly 350 years or 400 years old. The paradigm is not exhausted.
So basically, you are talking about the black spot. You are saying that it will be discovered in the future.
When people say science cannot explain it, we say, no, the paradigm is not exhausted yet.
No, I'm not saying that science cannot explain. You are talking about the typical excuse a scientist will say that it will be explained in the future. We should not go back into that stage when there are better logical explanations which can be given by the scholars. My point is, here I am also a scientist, I am also applying science. So when there is a black box, which I am not currently able to fill based on my understanding of physics, but can be filled by a very logical understanding from other systems. I will fill it. It's logical.
If their methodology is communicated
Their
to us.
methodology is fantastic, because one thing I learned today is I didn't know all of those beautiful things about that, how exactly the methodology was based on observations and how it was through discussions and
it is
debates.
not yet discussed in, maybe in particular context. We discussed 2 days before. Last 2 days we are discussing these things. I know it, what he is telling. But in the context we are discussing now, that context, what kind of methodology, we can ask them.
That is what.
Or you can tell me, or tell us, what is the methodology they adopted, and we can try to explain it.
No, that is exactly what they was talking about.
No,
how
what?
Exactly,
Can you elaborate that thing?
No, I cannot talk for them. But
No, you just what you understood from them. You can explain.
No, it is basically about if you go from the level of, let us say, depleting of what we just had in a coffee table discussion. I mean, I will tell you, someone who is more eloquent from the point of view of a neurospine experiment. You just spoke about what experiment of that depleting or characteristic of that particular thing, and whether you can reach the chit. The chit, where is that pure chit? What all attributes have to be taken off? Because I'm getting some more people involved rather than just me talking. Please go ahead.
When we say
It's an experiment.
Okay, so I'll try.
Yeah,
so when we say pure chit, we must understand now what that impurity is. What the Yoga Sutra says is.
No, before that, you first say what is chit.
Chit is
Pure bliss. Pure bliss.
Then what is pure bliss?
So we have to start somewhere.
Yeah.
To give an example, the bliss experienced in deep sleep.
Okay.
That is.
It's very clearly said. No words can reach. No mind.
No words can
Don't
reach.
try.
No,
Don't get stuck.
But
if it
still
can be
some
described, it is
avalambana
not
has
chit.
to be there.
If it can be described in words, it is not chit.
No, just one moment. One moment.
It's in the text.
It says yato vacho
Yato
nivartante.
vacho nivartante aprapta.
However,
No,
Why
but
we
what
are
is the
trying to
methodology?
take
Sir was asking about
word-
methodology.
word-
Just talk about the methodology.
Okay,
Methodology.
I'll say. It
Yeah.
says aprapya manasasaha, but also says manasaivanu drashtavyam. Now, I'll just complete. I'll answer his point first.
Okay.
Now, Chiti Shakti is like a pure crystal. I'll just complete. That is Chit, what you call Chit. Now, what is the mind, which is Chitta, is like the pure crystal which has become red because of the presence of a red flower near it. It is superimposed on it. Now, when you say you have to go towards Chit from where we are in that state of some sense of impurity or spanda superimposed on pure Chit, and when that is reduced to zero, the waves of the mind in some sense is reduced, then we go closer towards that Chiti Shakti. Now that can be approached in several ways. One of the ways that we were discussing just previously is this concept of memory demixing. Please correct me, Raghuji, but the Yoga Sutra says Smriti Parishuddhau Swarupa Shunya Eva Arthamatra Nirbhasamana Nirvitarka, which means Smriti Parishuddhau. If the Smriti or memory is completely, and in the Yoga Sudhakara commentary it says Parishuddhi means Laya, Pralaya, Pralaye Sati, which means if the Smriti is completely subdued, in that case, Swarupa Shunya Eva, you're not cognizing any sort of form. So whenever you have to cognize
attributes.
Zero attributes.
No attributes to a particular
No
object.
attributes.
Swarupa Shunya and Smriti Parishuddham is that there is memory, there is no samskara at all
Yes.
attached to any of the memory.
Yeah.
There is no smriti of me from earlier, etc., etc. So my Swarupa is Shunya. Therefore, this Spatikamani has no impurity.
Yes.
Right? Therefore, there is no vitarka. There is no self from which a
And
vitarka
what
comes.
vitarka? The Shabda Jnanabhyam
That is one
Vikalpa is
level
not
of
happening.
vitarka. There are other levels of
In the
vitarka.
context of this sutra.
Because Swarupa Shunya has happened, only Artha Matram.
Yes.
Artha is object, not meaning.
Object, yes.
Only that reflects in my mind.
Yeah.
And the shape and form and everything of my mind, all the way to the Sukshma level, has become exactly what that is.
Now in the ordinary cognition, what would happen is, let's take the example of a pen. There are three aspects which come into play when cognizing a pen. First is the artha, the object pen.
Correct.
Next is the shabda, word pen. The third, the language, and third is the jnana pen, which means the knowledge of penness, pentva knowledge. All these three have to be sankirna. All three have to come together, and there has to be a tadatmya between them to get the cognition of a pen.
Not only that, sometimes you will even touch and you can tell it's a pen.
Correct,
So even
correct.
that-
In
so whatever
through any
attributes,
sense.
attributes all removed.
Through any sense,
Includes all
yeah.
that.
Now what happens when you decouple memory is, Shabda is gone, Shabda Jnana Vikalpa is also gone, Artha Matra Nirbhasa. And in this case what happens is, though the eyes are seeing the pen, in the cognition there is no penness. Now at the next level what happens, you could say, okay, but I'm still seeing something like blue here, though I'm not seeing a pen. Now if I have to see the attribute blue, blueness is a Visheshana which is to distinguish it from other colors. Now in this pure cognition where I'm only focusing on doing sanyama on this, and all other cognitions are, and its samskaras are now subdued, there is no sense of other colors at all in my memory, which means the notion of blueness has no existence now.
No, that's not what it says.
That's
not what it says.
You cannot see blueness.
No. You will see blueness. I will also see this, but I will not attach any mamatvam and aham bhavam to this.
That
No,
is what Smriti Parishuddham means.
But what I'm saying
it doesn't
is even,
mean I
even
will not
for you
see
to
blue. I
see
will see
blueness,
exactly what the blue is.
but the samskara of blueness has to be there.
No.
Prior,
Wait.
with that
Samskara.
also
The word samskara in yoga is used only if some form of anxiety, either aversion, raga or dvesha or abhinivesha, is attached to a perception. It is called samskara. Without any of these three getting attached,
see, the next
it is not
sutra,
called
what does it
samskara.
say?
It's
It
just a
says,
pure memory.
Nirvichara Vaisharadhye Alinga Paryavasana, which means
Correct.
that if you take memory demixing to its absolute limit, absolute demixing, then one ends up at the highest state of Savikalpaka Samadhi. And in that state, one is beyond Ahankara also.
So let me answer Srishant's question from another different angle. See now, for example, in physics, we are measuring things.
Correct.
So there is a quantitative element to everything in this particular discipline. When it comes to another, let us say another discipline, my bias will be as a neuroscience person, neurologist treating diseases, where if he tells me that he's able to see his grandfather, if he tells me that, there is no way I can test it in him, another person. I cannot quantify also. I can use the best tools available. I can use magnetoencephalography, functional MRI, EEGs, all those tools. I may be able to find that some problem is somewhere. But the problem is the quantification to actually explain, to put in a different, which is where all consciousness debates talk about this heart problem. Where the color red I am seeing, there is no way I can know whether the color red you are seeing are the same. Whereas both of us will say it is red, which is why another famous scientist said that there is no way to say whether how a bat will see.
No. This is there in yoga as what does Shabda do? Where is it a Shabda, a consensus understanding of something out there? Where does Shabda have its own other attributes to help you go deeper into the manas? There is a differentiation here.
No, sir. Again, we are talking about a human anthropocentric view.
Correct.
What about fish? What about an insect? What about a worm? I mean, they also have sensory organs. They are perceiving things.
But they don't create consensus amongst each other to say this is red or
different.
no.
We have evolved. That's what complexity is. That is what complexity is. Social organization is. We are definitely in a different plane of existence, but that does not mean we will be ever able to say whether a single neuron organism is also, because memory cannot be just alone in neurons. I'll tell you, there are behaviors of insects. There are behaviors of organisms which don't have brain, but still they are behaving. They have memory. There is what we call genetic memory. All of those things are there.
Can I ask a question? Please. Is there the corresponding to the uncertainty principle?
Yes.
The corresponding principle in what you're talking about?
Yes, on a gross level. But I don't know how it applies to quantum level.
Never mind how it applies. Just state it. What is the uncertainty principle equivalent in neuroscience, for example?
The uncertainty principle equivalent in neuroscience is from the point of view of consciousness, is where experientially everything is experience. The experience is a very, very highly unquantifiable to a very large means phenomenon which cannot be transferable also. From that point of view.
That's not the uncertainty. That's not uncertainty. What I'm trying to say, the very act of your trying to find out what it is, does it alter the state of consciousness? As you yourself have defined it. Never mind everybody else.
If consciousness state is altered, it's not consciousness.
Well, this is just the point.
The basic, that's not the foundational understanding of consciousness, A. And two, I mean, all the problems that you are mentioning, you see, Thomas neglects what it is like to be a bat. Or perception of a color by subject A, subject B, subject C. Per se, these are not the problems of consciousness. These are problems of mental states.
Exactly.
So there can be differences when it comes to mental states. Mental states in X differing from a mental states in Y, which is accompanied by consciousness. Per se, it's not a problem of consciousness. The experience of consciousness or the nature of consciousness, if it is changing, it's not consciousness. There is no change as far as the nature of consciousness is concerned.
So we are still not dealing with consciousness. We are not dealing with consciousness at all.
I don't know, but one suggestion is there is a statement sthiti gatyoho ekatra asambhavat. That sthiti, which is position, and gati, which is essentially
sthiti, which is position, and gati, which is essentially momentum, cannot be simultaneously determined. Sthiti gatyoho ekatra asambhavat.
No, that's very the problem. I mean, you cannot believe that simultaneously they cannot be measured. This is not true. Even Heisenberg told himself that they cannot be measured simultaneously in the sense
determined
with infinite precision.
Yes.
But it is, in principle it can be simultaneously measured.
But not.
Can you say that again?
I mean, with infinite precision. You have to pay price for
Yes.
it.
So this ekatra asambhavat is like saying that if you completely determine this sthiti, then you arrive at satta. While you have captured satta, at that point there cannot be gati or there cannot be spanda. So either there is partial apprehension of satta, or there is.
No, this again we are confusing, because even if you look at the frequency time analysis in classical signal analysis, there is also inequality, like uncertainty principle, but that is not Heisenberg uncertainty principle.
Yeah.
There is a difference between them. Yeah.
Sir, I have another point to add to this. So when we talk about the consciousness in an organism, which is living in a world which follows classical physics, whether we need to connect it with the quantum reality is the first question we will have to discuss. Because the consciousness in an individual like me, or in a fish, or in an animal, has been actually, I'm using awareness, like I said in my previous discussion, I don't know, above that awareness and meta-awareness, as a biologist, I don't know what is happening there. That statement I'm making in the clearance. So in that case, we will have to take a call on that. And second point, as all of you know, why the biologists also try to understand consciousness. And there is a very famous thing which all of you might have seen, that is called the conundrum of consciousness, means the definition. So we did an exploration and we found around 36 definitions for consciousness, starting from Valera's definition, that is the ability of a system to separate it from its exterior. If that capability is there, you can call it as consciousness. Leading to the highest level now, Anil Seth group said also, that group says, if the system is able to maintain a homeostasis, that can be considered as consciousness. Because, we all have the consciousness in a certain level only. If our blood sugar increases a certain level, like doctor knows, I will be unconscious. So that thing we will have to be clearly keep in mind in the beginning itself. That much definitions are there. And in biology, generally people go up to the awareness and meta-awareness and its neural correlates. As a biologist, let me complete that. Starting to explore the consciousness under the lens of evolution, what you can see that even at the level of worms, you can see that they have behaviors. They may have a certain level of cognition, but whether they have awareness or not, it's not clear. So even if you reach, what is the yardstick available? One is available is the human consciousness. So there is a very famous statement called analogy concept in consciousness, means if an organism which we know that is conscious search for the similar kind of properties in the animals. But at the same time, you have to think that when you use the term animal, it's a very thin term for us, but it comes around 5 lakh species adapted to multiple environment. So I have a fish which is living underground without getting any light. And I have human being like me, and comparing that kind of consciousness, whether it is possible or not, that we have to think about. And the third point, like many of the people say, one of the major theory, popular theory is attention schema theory. Like doctor said, like Nagel asked, what is likely to be a bat? The ability to know the batness, like that, the ability to know the humanness, and the ability to take the attention towards the internal and external stimulus and integrate that into an I, can be considered as a beginning point of consciousness in biological systems. So, but the question is there still there, like Grandier says, like Raghuji was saying about Shabda, Ashutosh was talking about Shabda, even there are animals which process the information as a whole without converting it into a semiotic and connecting it to the I. So this gap, like whether we need a self, whether we need an attention schema, whether we need a semiotics. That is one of the points, like Professor Siddharth asked, we will have to start discussing, keeping awareness as the point. Above awareness, biology may not be able to give that answer now. That's the black box.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. Let us start with the traditional scholars, whether we can get some insights from them.
Yeah.
So one thing, सांख्यसिद्धान्ते विशेषदर्शनं सांख्यदर्शनं च बहु प्राचीनं वेदान्तात् सः ब्रह्मसूत्रं सर्वेषां द्वैताद्वैतवेदान्तानां मूलं ब्रह्मसूत्रे सांख्यदर्शनं विमृष्टं वैशेषिकदर्शनं विमृष्टं तत्र वैशेषिकदर्शनस्य अभिप्रायः ज्ञानं चेतनधर्मः चेतनः स्वरूपतः अस्य जडस्य चेतनस्य च कोऽपि स्वरूपतः व्यत्यासो नास्ति ज्ञानाख्यः गुणः चेतने अस्ति इति चेतनः इति अभिधीयते इति वैशेषिकानां मतं परन्तु सांख्याः मन्यन्ते आत्मा स्वयं ज्ञानरूपः यत् बाह्यपदार्थान् पश्यति तज्ज्ञानं यदस्ति तत् तैः उक्तरीत्या जडस्यैव परिणामः प्रकृतेः परिणामः एवञ्च ज्ञानं न चेतनधर्मः जडधर्मः तर्हि चेतनस्य जडस्य च कः व्यत्यासः सत्त्वात् सञ्जायते ज्ञानं सत्त्वगुणः तिष्ठति प्रकृतौ च ज्ञानं जडस्य धर्मो जातः तर्हि चेतनः कथं जडात् विभिन्नः इति शङ्कायां चेतनः स्वयं ज्ञानरूपः ज्ञानम् अंतःकरणस्य प्रकृतेर्धर्मः तज्ज्ञानमपि स्वात्मानं नैव जानाति प्रकृतिरपि स्वात्मानं नैव जानाति पुरुषस्तु स्वप्रकाशः ज्ञानरूपः एवञ्च प्रकृतेः परिणामः यद् ज्ञानमस्ति तदपि ज्ञानं पुरुषः यः अस्ति सोऽपि ज्ञानरूपः अस्य च कः व्यत्यासः एतत् स्वात्मानं नैव जानाति पुरुषस्तु स्वात्मानं जानाति इति व्यत्यासः वेदान्ते वक्तव्यः परन्तु अत्र वैशेषिकः पृच्छति वेदान्ते आत्मा स्वप्रकाशः इत्यस्य स्वात्मानं स्वयं जानाति इति नोच्यते कर्तृकर्मविरोधात् अवेद्यत्वं स्वप्रकाशत्वं तर्हि आत्मरूपस्य ज्ञानस्य जडरूपस्य प्रकृतिपरिणामरूपस्य च ज्ञानस्य कः व्यत्यासः येन आत्मा जडात् विशिष्टस्य इति तेषां प्रश्नः यद्यपि वैशेषिकमतम् अवलम्ब्य वयं विचारयामः तेषां प्रश्नः वैशेषिकानां वेदान्तिनाम् उपरि अयं भवत्येव इति मन्ये
भवद्भिः उक्तः यत् ज्ञानं जडस्य यत् ज्ञानं तत् वृत्तिज्ञानमात्रं
नाम नैव विवादः तत् वृत्तिज्ञानमित्युच्यते चैतन्यात्मकज्ञानं चैतन्यं नाम किम् एतज्ज्ञानमपि स्वप्रकाशं स्वयविषयकं न भवति चेतनरूपं ज्ञानमपि स्वविषयकं न भवति तर्हि जडरूपस्य ज्ञानस्य चेतनस्य च कः व्यत्यासः
तथा सति जडरूप यत् ज्ञानं भवद्भिः उक्तः तदपि ज्ञान आभासः एव
चेतनोपि ज्ञानाभासः इति वदामः तदा आभासः इदं सत्यमिति कथं चैतन्यं नाम किम् इति इदानीं एते वदन्ति यद्यपि साङ्ख्यदर्शनेपि अयं विवादः अस्ति चेतने कोऽपि धर्मः नास्ति ज्ञानं सुखं दुःख इच्छा सर्वे धर्माः अन्तःकरणस्य तर्हि चेतनः किमर्थम् अङ्गीक्रियते बुद्धिगतचैतन्याभिमान अन्यथानुपपत्या चेतनः सिद्ध्यति चेतनोऽहं करोमि इति प्रज्ञा अस्माकम् अस्ति तत्र करोमि इति बुद्धेः करोमि क्रियाशीलता अस्ति बुद्धिः तत् चेतनः इति अस्माकम् अनुभवः चैतन्यं नास्ति तत् जडम् अतः चैतन्यस्य आरोपः बुद्धौ क्रियते आरोपार्थं चैतन्यं क्वचित् प्रसिद्धं स्यात् तदर्थं पुरुषः अङ्गीक्रियते इति साङ्ख्यानां वादः इदानीं साङ्ख्याः वदन्ति चेतनो नाम यः स्वात्मानं स्वयं जानाति
वेदान्तिनां मते अयं चेतनः स्वात्मानं स्वयं न जानाति, अन्यदपि न जानाति, तर्हि किञ्चित् विषयकः सः चेतनो न भवति। तर्हि अस्य वृत्तिरूपस्य ज्ञानस्य अस्य चिद्रूपस्य च ज्ञानस्य कः व्यत्यासः? तस्मात् एतदतिरिक्तं किमपि नास्ति इति तेषां वादः वेदान्तमते परिस्फुरति न वा?
So Swamiji, can you translate?
So basically what he's saying is, according to Sankhya, there is this question, the question which was raised by them. There is this question that knowledge is there externally also, in inert objects, non-sentient or non-conscious objects. And knowledge is there in a person as a subjective knowledge of oneself, etc. What is the difference? So that knowledge is also there, this knowledge is also there. Essentially the difference is that this knowledge is self-aware and the knowledge is from within. So it is not dependent on something, which is not the case of a knowledge of an object. So that is the difference. But he says, because in Vedanta, consciousness is overarching and it is kind of the primordial principle. So whether this argument will hold good in Vedanta, one has to see. That's what he's saying. So the idea is that knowledge or consciousness is necessary. In Sankhya, there might be an objection that why do you posit something called, why do you bring this thing called consciousness when knowledge is there also, here also? So then Sankhyaans argue that it is necessary because knowledge cannot be acquired or there cannot be any knowledge externally but for the presence of Purusha. And that is why Purusha is brought in as a principle, because only in the Sanidhya or presence of Purusha you can have knowledge of things. So that is the difference between first is Vaisheshika understanding and then Sankhya understanding. But what Bhattji ended with is whether this understanding goes well with Vedantins. I believe when he says Vedantin, he earlier said that for all the schools of Vedanta, Brahma Sutras are the primary texts. So he means Dvaita Vedanta, Vishishta Dvaita, Advaita, everybody. Whether this argument will hold water with Vedantins.
No. He said it is for only Advaita Vedanta.
Oh, only for Advaita Vedantins. No.
Dvaita Vedanti Svavishayakatvam Angikriyate.
So Dvaita Vedantins, they accept the special nature of the consciousnus of oneself. That means it is self-aware. So, but whether it will go with Advaita Vedantins. So as far as Advaita Vedantins are concerned, as Nataraju already pointed out earlier this day, that Advaita Vedanta, this consciousness itself is overarching and all pervading. So for us there is no difference between consciousness or the knowledge, something which is external and something which is internal. As long as you posit Ajnana or the cause of Maya, and somebody was saying Maya means illusion, that's a very bad mistake. Maya is not illusion. Okay, Maya is Maya, let it be Maya only. So it is Maya cannot be explained. It is anirvachaniya. It is not, when I say Maya, I am not saying that it does not exist. At the same time, I am not positing an existence to it. So it is neither Sat, neither it is Asat. It is Sad Asat Vilakshana. So it is anirvachaniya. It is inexplicable. So Maya is, that's why Swami Vivekananda famously said, Maya is but a statement of facts. So we don't have any way to explain the phenomenon. So we say that is Maya. That's how Advaita Vedantins look at it.
Classical Advaita Vedanta does not hold.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
It does.
Very different.
It does. Classical Advaita Vedanta does not hold. We can
Classical
discuss.
Advaita does not hold what Swamiji is saying.
Why?
I mean, please tell.
He wants to say that Maya is illusion or what is?
No, what is the difference?
I will tell. So, said, what is Maya? Then you explain what cannot be explained is Maya.
No. Maya
is neither Sat nor Asat.
And it is Anirvachaniya.
Maya is the fact, it is the statement of facts.
अयं विषयः
What you said.
प्रकृतम् अतीतो वर्तते.
Maya is the statement of facts.
Maybe that should clarify.
No, that is not the classical Vivekananda.
That is what Vivekananda said.
But that is not the classical Advaita. That's what I am saying.
Yeah, no, Vivekananda, see.
Quoted Vivekananda.
Okay, but not the classical Advaita.
Okay.
No. Asat,
Professor Mukunda.
Sadasat Vilakshana.
Yeah. He likes to say something.
Actually, he has reservation of telling illusion or Maya. Maya, you keep it at Maya.
No, I understand. What is Maya? Maya is the Ajnana. It is Bhavarupa. It is causing the whole illusion. It is causing the whole illusion. It is what classical Advaita Vedanta holds.
No, in classical, Maya is called Agyan, Avidya, Prakriti.
It is causing the illusion. It is causing illusion. It is what it said.
Illusion is the English term
No. It
makes
is the Bhranti. The Maya.
Is causing Bhranti.
Bhranti. It is causing the whole Bhranti of the superimposition of the whole world. It is what
Adhyasa.
Okay.
Now
he said understanding something.
Anyway, we are going.
The whole world is.
We are divert.
Just a brief point. I am very interested to hear from Swamiji's presentation. He brought out a possible difference in opinion between two schools of philosophy. Vedantic on the one hand, relying on consciousness being at the base, at the bottom of everything, and other schools where the question is, does an inanimate object have consciousness? And the question I think asked was, how would those two schools respond to each other? I just want to draw an analogy and ask you a question. In physics in last century, we have had a very interesting situation. The famous paper of Einstein, Podolsky and Rosen was mentioned. That is a 1935 paper. For many years after that paper was written, most physicists regarded it as a philosophical problem, not a practical problem for quantum mechanics. Most physicists. Starting in 1964, John Bell analyzed the problem. This was inspired by work by David Bohm in 1952. Slowly, the situation changed. People realized by looking at the so-called philosophical problem, it can be converted into a problem which can be settled by experiment in the laboratory. That was a very great achievement for physics. Something which was regarded as purely academic. If you want to use quantum mechanics, you don't have to worry about EPR. That was the initial attitude. Finally, what happened? Through the efforts of physicists, that philosophical problem was converted to a practical, testable proposition. Experiments were done starting 1981. The result was the Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen proposal was destroyed. Okay? And the Nobel Prize was given in 2022, very recently. So now I want to ask you the question. These two different streams of Indian philosophy, which seem to have some disagreement on this problem, can that disagreement be converted by analysis into something testable?
Even thought experiment.
In any way? Or is it impractical to try to bring them face to face with each other and see, can we declare one is better than the other, one is right, one is wrong? That is what has happened in physics. And I want to repeat from the physicist's point of view, this transition from an academic philosophical discussion to an experimentally testable situation where the experiments were then done and the results were unequivocal. They chose one, they said the other is wrong. Local realism is wrong, quantum mechanics is in. That is the source of this non-locality. So I want to ask you, that kind of approach, analysis and thinking, does it have any place in the contrast you brought out in the nature of consciousness of inanimate objects? That is my question.
So with the Joido logic, they are telling Anikantam Javatsa. In case of consciousness, in case of anything, Yeah. So everywhere there is Purvapoksha and Uttarapoksha, as rightly told by Haridas. And Purvapoksha has got some logic which cannot be denied by the Uttarapoksha. Formally it is denied. And when you come to deny the Purvapoksha, if you see there is something sensibility, sensible meaning, otherwise why we are going? So there is also a kind of truth. One philosopher, Kalidas Bhattacharya, was in Bengal. He wrote Anikanto Vedanta. And he wrote that even in the Purvapaksha, they are not coming out of water, out of air. They have some paksha. Whether I agree with this or not agree, but we have to accept there is a paksha. And that is why there is some sort of truth. So if I want to get the holistic picture of a truth, we have to move just like a cradle, dolla, from you are coming from this place to that, touching everything. So no paksha is good for nothing. Each and every paksha is equally valuable. Personally, I may not agree. So far as my school is concerned, I may not agree, but we have to accept there is some sort of reality.
Can I just add a bit of neuroscientific perspective there? Some people are born with a brain where they want to think about something larger than the parts, the sum of its parts. The brain itself is sort of tuned. In fact, the so-called God center and the thoughts that how exactly we are hardwired to believe in a higher power, neuroscientifically kind of recently shown. So a reductionist, see, we are all born out of certain combinations of genes, and then there is epigenetics which makes us such. It's so easy for us to even think that out of 8 billion people, no two fingerprints can be the same. Just imagine all the people in this room, entirely different beings, entirely different sets of experiences where it's impossible to really quantify a qualitative experience into saying that this is exactly what you are basically going through at this point, because of the sum total of the so much of complexities which are actually going on. Even if we break down into the simplest parts, it's impossible to kind of ascertain from a very qualitative standpoint. Another thing what I want to say is that when I recently gave a talk on sleep, which are the organisms other than humans who can sleep? Because he was talking about observing something and then inferring. If this is doing something like me, it is possibly having the same kind of thinking as me. The organism which is supposed to be showing attributes of sleep is unbelievable. It's a single-celled sponge in the underwater ocean, showing some attributes that it is possibly sleeping. Not the kind of sleep that we ascribe to as humans, where there are certain waves happening in the brain and stuff like that. But some behaviorisms have been shown. So again, the question again arises, if suppose we are able to say for sure as a Dvaiti that I know I am aware, how am I sure whether another thing, animate or inanimate, is not aware? Because it is also in a state of being, following certain things of being in a particular place, following certain rules, where this kind of thing is also happening. That's just what I wanted to add.
But what he wanted to know was whether, as he pointed out that EPR paradox, whether we in philosophical systems, and sir, it is not just one difference. Even in Vedanta, there are more than 40 plus schools. We constantly fight over small things. So
it's good to know.
So the question what Professor Mukunda was asking was whether, as it was in 1981, shown in laboratory and then finally that thing was destroyed, whether we have a process or we have a methodology where we can, discuss and find out common threads, and whether we can convert what was once considered only philosophical and it was considered, and then finally it was brought into the lab, made experimental and found a result too, which led to a Nobel Prize. Can we do some such exercise? Do we have such a tradition? So Nataraju,
No is a very emphatic answer. No is an answer. That's where the crux of the problem is with consciousness studies. Upanishads or Vedanta have not given a definition of consciousness. They are well aware of the limitations. B, they say language fails to define, understand consciousness. Language cannot touch consciousness. And C, we are all the time trained to have an epistemic situation of a knower, known, and a resultant knowledge, which we call epistemic structure. We deal with this epistemic structure. And if we know consciousness, for Vedanta, it's not consciousness. Anything that we know is not consciousness. Because already there is a division. Already there is a subject-object dichotomy. And consciousness can never be an object of our awareness. We can never come in and become aware of what this is all about. A. And therefore, the question of experimenting and proving it to X, Y, Z doesn't arise at all. And C. It is the very nature of my existence. I exist. The best definition Upanishads struggled for thousands of years, and the best definition they said is Sachidananda Swarupoyam Atma. They said this is not defining consciousness. This is not the definition. Therefore, Shankara uses all negative terms, all negative explanations, and then says this is a possible way of understanding is this is existence, this is awareness, this is infinity. Possible way. We don't have a real experience of what it is like to be consciousness. And when one experiences, when one is in touch with consciousness, Brihadaranyaka has beautiful language. Kena kam pashed, kena kam vijaniyat, kena. Who will see whom? Who will tell whom? Who will communicate to whom? Yatra neha nanaiva.
Yatra sarvam
Atmaiva. So when there is only this presence, existence, who is going to experiment? Who is going to prove? The moment the question of proof comes, it's not consciousness. And there is a dichotomy between science and consciousness studies. This is where exactly I see the difficulty.
Can I add something here?
Clarification.
But I had a point on illusion to make.
There is one
point on illusion.
Before that, I have to edit the clarification.
Yeah, there is one way of looking at this, which is not consciousness, which my teacher used to say. He said, if I have touched a certain level of samadhi parinama, then my actions will always be ahimsatmik, without any ripple whatsoever in me or the other. So he said the final test of all charcha is my action as a human being. That finally these charchas don't matter. The only thing that matters is, am I acting in the world with complete yama, but most important is ahimsa, and absolutely no ripple, either in me or in the other. Because if there is a ripple, there is me and the other, and all of this, there is vritti. That he said is the final test. So there is a test, but it's not.
It's
resolving. Mahakaruna for Buddhism.
Yeah.
Avalokiteshvara Mahakaruna.
Bodhisattva.
Bodhisattva Mahakaruna.
But this is the test, which is very interesting because it is practical.
This is in continuity to what Prof. Gupta asked. If X school wants to prove that Y school is wrong, how much amount of evidence they want to generate? And what will be the threshold of proving that for A to prove that B school is wrong?
No, it's systems of belief. There's no question of proof.
But they say that
we have
whatever Purva has done, they will analyze before moving to the Uttara.
Actually, it is each and every system is bound by their metaphysics. Vedanta is not free from metaphysics. NIAS is not free from the Padartha system. Sankhya is not also that. So far as their metaphysics is concerned, ontological presuppositions are concerned, then Purvapokha is correct. So far as my metaphysics is concerned, ontological presuppositions are concerned, it is wrong. But if I am free from presuppositionless, as by Husserl or phenomenologist, then there will be no difference. Each and everything is correct so far as their own logic is concerned. Because no sentence is without logic.
No
In
falsification.
Charvaka told, Akakini pratigyahi pratigyatam na sadhave. A proposition without proper grounding is not a proposition at all. Ashirashka vachan, it is called having no head and tail. So far as my friend Nataraj is concerned, just I add 2 points. It is true that consciousness can never be explained. But before that, it is said in the Upanishad, it is true that language cannot explain the consciousness. But indirectly, it gives some hints. Jad vacha anubhodita. It is told that language cannot express that. The second line gives you some hint. Bag jeno bag obbuddhate. He cannot be described with language. But what I am speaking, it is his power. Jat chakshusha napashti. Jeno chakkhumshi pashanti. Tadeva brahmotam viddhim. So there is some indirect hints. And again, he rightly told, if I say I know, jasya matang tasya matang, matang jasya na vedasya. We always shout that I know much. You don't know nothing. Because ahankar is prominent there. Jasya matam, one who does not think that I do not know much, he knows something. And if you propagate yourself, you are all near, you know nothing. So this is also mundane level, it is correct.
No, but can I ask a question on this issue? The inability to see a contradiction is not knowledge.
Yeah.
This is related to what you just said. I mean, merely because you're not able to see a contradiction doesn't imply that you have a higher state of knowledge, a being or whatever. It simply means just that you're unable to see the contradiction, or you do not give any value to the contradiction that you're seeing within your logic. And I suppose that then defines an end point of where an argumentation must necessarily stop, simply because there is nothing beyond it.
But I see more complexity in this. I see more complexity in the sense humanities and social sciences operate on a different scale than what the physical sciences do. In physical sciences, he was pointing out the falsifiability. In humanities and social sciences, we don't work on falsifiability thesis.
But
we
errors
fight
are
with the leftists on JNU campus for years.
No, but errors are there.
Neither the leftist changes nor the rightist changes. No, you have to, what I'm trying to bring in a Nagarjuna understanding, thought itself has a nature of contradiction built into it. Nagarjuna would tell you that any thought construction has an inner contradiction built into it. So the finality, this very idea of a finality of knowledge is not possible at all.
No, I'm not talking about the finality. I'm talking about the errors. Errors. I feel that is wrong or that is error.
Errors are recognized, corrected, then a new thesis comes. But the left remains a left and the right.
No, that way falsifiability is integral to knowledge.
If we don't start with why the Śāstrajñ analysis starts, what we can think, which is to end dukkha and to live in a way that everything can flourish. We start with that. So, at one level, all dialogue between Purva Paksha, Pratipaksha is simply to help me to find a way of living that is fully dharmic. I don't have to agree with them. At the end of this dialogue, if I have discovered how to live dharmically, that's the end of the discussion. Whereas if you are only discussing the reality of the pen or something in the Vishesha level, then we can determine whether this is right or not. But all that determination is not Buddhi Gochara. It's either Mano Gochara or Indriya Gochara.
argumentation in Manogochara and Indriya Gochara can have a finite range. But discussions at the level of Buddhi Gochara can only lead to Dukkha Nivarana. Otherwise, it's charcha, it does not create light, it creates heat.
So our theories are called Bhado. Bhado is an open-ended concept. It has no full stop in Bhado. Whatever I left, you can begin with that.
And Prativadam can be started.
And Prativado. So Bhado type, that's why our theory are called with Bhado. Nirvikalpa Bhado, Brahma Bhado, Satkarya Bhado, Asatkarya Bhado, Anekanto Bhado. Bhado is not the closed door. It is just opening a dialogue. So you will.
Yes. Very much struck by the common statements you made about the nature of consciousness. It cannot be described, it cannot be seen, it cannot be touched, etc., etc. It reminds me of a sentence from Dirac's great book, The Principles of Quantum Mechanics. I want to read it to you and ask if it resonates with you. Dirac wrote, this is 1930, the laws of nature control a substratum of which we cannot form a mental picture without introducing irrelevancy. That has been a very beautiful description. Substratum, below the surface, cannot be seen. There is that aspect to quantum mechanics. I want to be sure that you carry that impression with you at the end of the day, that there is this subtlety in quantum mechanics. And I would like one or two of my physics colleagues to say something on this if they would like.
I would like to say something. Now, just to continue with what Sir said, I mean, even entanglement itself, right? We were talking about entanglement. From 1964 to 1990, there was no functional definition. There was no. It was fairly philosophical, but it had inequality-based expansions, of course. And yesterday we had the interaction, and I resonate with what Sir mentioned, which is that there is a lot of absolutism that has been broken over the various periods, essentially. And he mentioned about the Maxwellian revolution, of course, the quantum revolution, this idea of frame dependence of space and time. But now we are coming even further. We are looking at the laws of nature and the constants of nature as well, which have, for instance, the fine structure constant. We discussed about that yesterday, how there are certain variations in one of the studies which has been, it's still kind of not conclusively proven as such. So which means that there is no one rational construct or framework which is conclusive, which is comprehensive, which is describing everything in its entirety as such. There are patterns, there are various kinds of symmetries we talk about. But even, Stephen Hawking, in the very end of his days, he had a very cynical view, some would say, that there isn't a theory of everything. There are, different theories which match and, come together in some regimes, in some conditions, and they describe nature as such. So I think we agree on that to a certain extent, that the idea of completeness of the rational construct of certain kinds of model formation or theories is limited in its own way, even within physics as we know it. Yeah.
But just one point that I want to make is, and want all of you to take note is also that in our German philosopher Kant's philosophy, noumena is unknown, what is behind, and or remains unknown. There's a beautiful line. K.C. Bhattacharya further comments on it, has written much on it. It is unknown and will be unknown forever. But for Vedanta, it is unknown. The ground, the adhisthana is unknown. But it is knowable. It is knowable as one's own swarupa, not distinct from one's existence. The knowability characterizes the all 5,000-year-old writings of Vedanta. It's unknown is what is accepted by Vedanta, but they don't stop there. This is the catch. It is knowable, and here is a methodology. It is knowable is, I believe it's a good scientific language. to say that it is verifiable, validatable, knowable,
But
which
not-
is your own nature. Neither you achieve anything new, nor will you come to know anything new, nor will there be any gain. That's your own swabhava, and is knowable.
But not transmittable then to the other.
So here,
Here I have an answer to that about transmittability. Even though we say yato vacho nivartante, that it can't be explained in words, still one can construct a limiting sequence which asymptotically converges to the truth, and the members of the limiting sequence can be explained in words, though the limit cannot be explained in words.
That's true. Yeah.
So there are different examples of it. One is the sense of Panchakosha, where one starts at the most gross level of consciousness in biology.
So
Then one goes one level before to the prana, then to the manas, etc. So the approach in this sense can be transmitted.
So
in that sense, it is transmittable. There is a
Otherwise, Guru
specific
Shishya
method.
Method is transmittable, but not the end result, because there isn't one.
Yeah, no, but that practice will essentially lead to that.
Yes, that you'll have to believe that. I mean,
Not believe. You do it and.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. In order to begin the process of doing it yourself,
But
you'll
that's
have to
true with
believe that it's
science also.
worthwhile
Because
doing.
science is really if I go to a lab and there's a very complicated circuit, I have to spend days together working out the math and then finally rigging it up. I have to do it with some working faith that ultimately I will get it to work.
So what
in that
Professor
sense-
Mukunda was telling regarding substratum, so without any superstratum, how can I believe in substratum? In Shankara, in his Uddhar Bhashya, it is told that substratum, as Professor Nataraju rightly told, is not sublated by the later knowledge. Aroppo is sublated. That is, if there is a snake and rope, so snake is aroppo and rope is odhisthana. Odhisthana is true. As soon as aroppo can be negated. So is there anything in physics, aroppo, without superstratum, how can I think of? We will come, if possible, to the question of sambandha, adheyota and adharota. Adhar adheyo bhav sambandha, that is there. So if you think the substratum is an Aadhaar of whom? We have Aadhaar card because I am there.
Sir, I'll just add on to that.
No, but I think he mentions that all natural laws. No? So the superstratum is the natural laws or the nature itself. In that sentence which you read out.
The laws of quantum mechanics taken as a whole. There is a part of it which the laws control a substratum. We cannot directly make a mental picture of it the way you did in classical physics. That is a technical meaning. So that is a level of subtlety in quantum mechanics which matches subtlety in philosophical systems in an abstract sense.
To answer his...
They're not identical, but the level of abstraction, mental abstraction needed is very great in quantum mechanics. That I want to
convey.
No, so that can be transmitted.
So his question is whether there is a superstratum on that substratum.
Superstratum is what you see in
nature. What you see in
nature itself.
Actual events taking place, inanimate, animate, everything.
There is something.
I would like to point out two things here. The whole discussion is somehow going in different directions. The basic question is how to know or understand the consciousness.
Isn't it? Whether it is understandable, knowable or not.
The first thing is the definition. We don't have definition in science, and so we don't know what is the definition.
And there are multiple opinions that whether it is not understandable, it is not knowable, it is beyond the words and all other things. But again, there is a difference of opinion about what these Upanishadic sentences are speaking about. There are two kinds of consciousness are there. As we heard, ourself, as our Guruji has pointed out, myself I am conscious, I am Chaitanya. I understand myself, there is no doubt. But these sentences which the professors are speaking, they are all about the Parabrahma, something that is the Paramatma Chaitanya. So things are totally different. To understand the Paramatma, then you have to do more and more sadhana, and then only you will be able to understand. Navitmaha navijanimaha yathaitad anushishyat. I know it, but I will not be able to tell you how to describe the Paramatma. That is about the Paramatma, not the Swatma. So if you are speaking about the Jiva Chaitanya, the self-consciousness, then certainly that should be understandable and quite it can be experimented with the machines now we have. For example, this person was saying that the professor was saying that not this person, I am conscious, and the same way this glass may be conscious. It is holding on by itself, so we don't know whether there is consciousness or not. But that is very clear. The Indian philosophy, all the Indian philosophies have made it clear that what is Chaitanya and what is Jada, which is acting by itself, that is Chaitanya, and what is not acting by itself, that is Jada. So this glass is holding by itself, it may be holding all the particles by itself, and you are claiming that, this may have the consciousness, but it is not acting by itself, it is acting by the order of something else. Bhishasmat vatah bhavate bhisho deti surya. That is what Upanishad says. Everything in the nature acts upon the orders of the Parabrahma. It is not acting by itself. This glass has not evolved into this shape by its own will. So it is not dancing by its will. But whereas I can dance by my will, and I can prove that I am Chaitanya and this is Jada. This is one thing. And how to quantify this Chaitanya, our Swatma Chaitanya? That should be possible with the machines that we have now. The person is dying, what is happening at the time of death, and what happens after the death. There is any measurable difference between the dead body and the living body. That kind of things can be understood.
You know, I can give you an example.
Certain.
There is a unicellular object called diatom. If you look at the Google, then if you look at the what is there in diatom with electron microscope, then you see there is very ordered motion. Now, if the diatom dies, then you see after a certain time that kind of order gone. So, problem is what characteristics you need to quantify or which is responsible for like consciousness. You say holding something, but this is acting. So acting in which sense? Say this holding water, but this acting, how to quantify it?
And acting itself, it can be applicable to animals as well as robots.
Yes, of course. Acting is there. All the animals have jivas. All the animals, they have Chaitanya there.
Robots also. By acting, if you mean
Robots is different. The case of difference, that is the difference. And
acting is kriya.
Acting is the pravrutti in the Atma. If the dog is able to act to find food and it is running toward of our lathi something,
then certainly we can understand Cheshta Lingena Satmatve Paradehasya Sadhya. This is what Cheshta Hitahita Prapti Parihara Sadhani Bhuta Kriya. That is most important thing to understand whether it is Jada or it is Chetana. Whether it is trying to ward off something or whether it is trying to get something favorable, then we can understand whether it is Chetana or Jada. If anything.
Correct. Now, the point at issue here between the two is self-organizing principle.
Yes.
If I put, can these classes all move around in such a way that they self-organize into a big class? The answer is no. But in the manner in which it is stated right now, there is hang on, I'll just finish that. That there's an entropy problem that I don't want to get into that. The point here is that you can make that distinction that we've been trying to get at between those attributes which are self-organizable and those attributes which are not self-organizable. Whether those attributes themselves are manifest in an object is not the issue. Whether the attributes themselves are self-organizable or not is the issue. In order to be able to, issue for what? In order to be able to bridge the gap. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that. So that's why I tried to interject when you said no, but there is this other. So the only point, however, is in this, and there I think I'm completely at sea. At sea anyway. But the point here is that in one case you're reducing entropy, collective entropy. In the other case, you are not. And that makes a huge, huge difference.
I want to just add on to that. And you said about diagrams. So the whole thing here is one very remarkable aspect of today's conference which Professor Roy has organized. This is a very landmark change from the usual conferences which are basically sort of a you could call it as a Western construct of what is basically consciousness. Here we are using an alien language, of course it's now one of our first languages, English. We are trying to understand terms from an Eastern philosophical metaphysical angle where no equivalent terms are used. And so we have started a wonderful process here and really learned. Talking about convergence and what really the epistemological, ontological problems in science we can actually get from the traditional scholars. There is this black box which is really, we're coming across a point, a state where we can't use any language to describe something which is indescribable. Can we, as a physicist or a mathematician, apply Gödel's incompleteness theorem in this particular, say that the system will not be failed to have its own inconsistency in explaining it? Can Gödel's theorem be used here?
We need to think of.
There is one Brahma Sutra, it says Tarka Apradhisthana. So that is the closest thing I can think with Gödel's. Tarka Apradhisthana, it is not ascertainable by Tarka.
Okay. Talking about again about entropy, no, sir? The entropy, the issue here. See, for example, I see patients with epilepsy most days. So we connect. There is a lot of asynchronous and extreme neuronal activity producing abasmara. And interestingly, this abasmara, when I was reading a lot about abasmara, and when I see the Shivatandra, the Nataraja Shivatandra, even in CERN, what is basically the Nataraja is putting his leg upon is basically the abasmara, a demonic entity which is very primordial. So the question is noise and entropy and stochastic.
Yeah, no, this is what you are saying, this is right, because entropy is nothing but it's a degree of disorderness.
Is that the primitive state and order is trying to restore it?
We had a theme which we don't have time. It was order, rhythm in Rig Veda, and then chaos and creation. In modern cosmology, we had an issue, but we don't have time.
Sure,
it's already. Maybe in the next dialogue we'll do it. Yeah. It's already almost 5 o'clock.
Yeah. But it's interesting where you can actually use electricity and magnetism to change the neuronal things. This chaos can be put back. So you can use electricity and magnetism to change the brain neurochemistry, thought processes, memory can be enhanced, language abilities can be enhanced. Because what you are actually having is contrary to what people think. There is no electricity flowing through the axons. Electricity means electrons should fall.
brain is actually an electric field because of change in potentials. It is just the ions which are moving in and out. So basically, because of the change in the electrical potential, you're actually creating a field. And that's where the field theory becomes extremely important.
And let me give you a warning. Many people who are involved in meditation research, they are using the term entropy nowadays. And you know what they are saying. As you are more and more deeper meditative state, they are saying entropy is increasing. Then I asked what? Entropy is increasing means more and more disorder. So more and more deeper meditative states mean less and less noise. I talked to H.R. Nagendra, he was there also. He told, no, you need to coin different term than entropy. Maybe they don't sometimes understand the term and use it for fancy things.
But that can't be used. One consciousness we have discussed regarding Vedanta Nyaya. But can we say there is a consciousness without an object? So far as Vedanta is concerned, it is there. But in common sense, also in philosophy, the Yogacharas, they also use Vijnanavad, and they use the term consciousness. When I see something, I am conscious of something. If I don't mention of, then the consciousness has no meaning. That's why they are giving a view which is not discussed here, but
maybe in future.
That is, each and every object is a mental. Extra-mental, there is nothing. All knowledge, if you have a knowledge claim, that is a conscious claim. That I know this because it is the part of my consciousness.
Yeah.
And consciousness is in the inside, mental level. There is nothing which is extra-mental. If it is in extra-mental, that is non-bigger, non-conscious object. That is illusion.
No, this is, we have noted down the point and the next dialogue.
And Vasubandhu has tried whole life to establish the Vigyapti Matratash. Only the conscious thing. Vigyan is real. Other than Vigyan, an object cannot remain in void without taking recourse to the knowledge. Vigyan, knowledge in the sense of Vigyan.
Very rudimentary. Can C and a particle be compared to the
Yeah. No, not funny word.
No, I don't think so.
Widest possible.
No.
Isn't it called pure consciousness or objectless consciousness? I mean, you are conscious of something, removal of something.
Yeah.
What remains is sometimes the words. Swami Sarvapriyananda on YouTube. He, who's a great proponent of Advaita Vedanta, he talks about pure consciousness, and I'm not sure what the Sanskrit word is. But
So we have contentless cognition. In Vedanta, in Nirvikalpo, in Vikalpo, in Yoga Vikalpo, contentless cognition. Consciousness.
Not a Ramanuja.
Not Ramanuja.
Things have to be there.
Contentless consciousness, I have a small view, if you allow me, that it also can be actually interpreted in terms of attunement with some frequency. Like we all have in the ocean of energy. Energy means quanta, means energy packet which has a mu, which is related to frequency. There is some very particular frequency which works over a large order. We only can hear this much. I am talking in terms of my personal experience that our visual range is very limited. Our auditive range is also very limited. Beyond that, there might be some sweet spot, which with some attunement, we possibly will come closer to that in terms of our vibration. So that without the information, maybe that attunement also can be.
No, but here content does not translate into information.
Yeah.
Consciousness by itself.
Avishaya ko gyan.
So no kind of vishaya, not also frequency. Consciousness by itself. So consciousness does not become container of anything.
No, so Swamiji, maybe we can say that there is no meaning attached for that. You can have even information, but meaning is not attached.
No, that is one aspect. When we say vishaya, meaning, information, etc., may be one kind of vishaya. So there could be something else also, but we are not talking about that. There is no Vishaya, because consciousness is by itself and that is the final truth. And when it is read through the lens of ignorance, Ajnana or Maya, call it whatever you want, then we see this Vishaya Jnana. So that is why that analogy is not applicable here.
Sir, in one way you can look at what you're saying, because there is a concept of Shantam. And like you were saying, no, in the practice, when you reach Shantam, then you can turn inward and actually experience something greater. So what you're saying might translate to that state of Shantam. Right, which when we can all hit a state of Shantam, we might be able to experience a certain oneness.
So following him, I can tell. There is a book of Dhanagopal Mukhopadhyay, Sri Ramakrishna, The Face of Silence. Silence is also a kind of, that's consciousness. Yeah, though there is no content.
There's no content.
Silence itself.
Yeah, see, because you can't enjoy that, you don't haven't learned how to enjoy it.
No, just a small point that Penrose, for example, Emperor's New Mind, and Michael Barrow, both of them talk about incompleteness in the physical world. In particular, Penrose has put forth this slightly controversial idea that consciousness is physical but not computable. In the Gödel sense, it's not computable. Yeah. See, he says consciousness is physical, but yeah.
No, even before that, there is another controversy in brain research, whether brain at all computes anything. Because in 1952, there was a conference and the participants are John von Neumann, McCullough and other people. And the issue is whether brain computes digitally or analog way. And after 3 days, the take-home message, they don't know. Still it is going on.
The or hypothesis, when I met Dr. Roger Penrose way back in 2017, I told him, in embryo level, we try to put in those modes and see whether Dr. Arindam Bandyopadhyay, who had actually tried to do some of the OR experiments, actually found those modes. Now in 2022 Arizona conference, I see that they have actually cultured the brain neurons, organoids, and actually developed it into multiple cells, millions of neurons, and try to look for this, when exactly this happens.
No, Anirban Bandyopadhyay, they worked on microtubules. Okay, and microtubules is a tube through which if you pass any signal, it will be shielded. No disturbance, no noise will disturb it. But in the brain, what it happens, they did not discuss. Even the basic point, say looking into the light or the people, light falls on my retina, and then the receptor should be active, millions of receptors, and then ions should propagate it and coming to my central nervous system. Now the issue is, as soon as the light falls on my retina and the ions are propagating, then coherence of the light is gone. So, what is the question of decoherence?
So based on the IIT, integrated information theory,
integrated information theory is also not acceptable because they have not associated the meaning or semantic aspect of the information theory. Unless you have a semantic aspect, I am seeing this cell phone. At a certain level, I am recognizing this is cell phone.
So this is the meaning. But no information theory has been developed where semantic aspect is given. That's the big challenge to scientists.
So we are talking about removing semantics also at some level.
I don't know. Removing semantics, what happened?
It's very, thank you so much for this wonderful.
No, it's okay. There is a book written by a lady, biophysicist in Berkeley. You can read it. This is Information Theory for Living Organisms, published in 1972. But after that, she left the field, and I don't know where she has gone. But it's a very thought-provoking.
Your book as well on noise.
No, that is, I mean, reference is there, but okay. Thank you all for coming here on behalf of NIAS. I am really happy that you are.
We are also equally happy for sharing our views with the scientists and also meeting old friends and new friends.
And we are thinking to arrange the next dialogue sometime in March.
Thank you.
What was going on yesterday and day before yesterday?
No, that is three people we are discussing. Tarkasangra.
Point by point with scientists, so that further avenues for exploration can be.
What is Akash? What exactly is Agni-tattva?
One point I would like to
And
mention in the Tarkasangraha, as Guruji was saying, some things were conceived by rishis and some things were conceived by this later others. Granam Nasaktavarti. Where is Granindriya? Tarkasangraha, it is said that Granindriya is Nasakta. I was teaching one of my medical students, medical doctor, and then it is not in the Nasakta, it is not here. Granindriya is here in the, this is the place of Nasakta. This is the Bhumadhya. That's why when kapha is there in the kapha is blocking this place, we will not be able to get the smell. So such kinds of no, but science says that only if the molecules comes and feeds the receptor, then the whole process starts. But anyhow, all these things are not here in any case.
receptors are
Not in the receptors are here.
But that is more scientific, the ear, coronasoscal
That is okay. That is okay.
Requires information sent to the brain.
So if you are that center in brain does not work, then it is not.
Shabda Gudakam Akasha. If there is space and there is no medium in space, then what is the notion of Shabda Gudakam for Akasha? That was one question.
So, okay. How Shabdas move?
Because Akasha is Nitya and Vibho. It means Shabdas should also be Nitya and Vibho. It needs space where there is no matter.
आत्मगुणः ज्ञानादय अनित्य न विभव तथा च विभुगुण एव